Let's go. Oh,
What?
do the one black
I
jump
think
for the raw
we're gonna
chicken,
fix it
or
right
you can
now.
attempt the one black
This is what we're
vertical
gonna do
jump
to
for the
start our
beef.
stream
Here
today.
in Parkour
Usually, like,
Civilization,
maybe
no one
I'll
chooses to
stop and
jump
like
for the
yap
beef.
for a sec
Better
with you
to be
guys
safe
before
and
we
do the
get
one
started
block
and
jump
everything.
for the
Hang on, let me turn the parkour up for a second. Wait, why can I still hear it? There we go. Let me turn the parkour up for a second. Usually, like, you know, I'll stop and like chat to you guys, have a little yap for a sec before we get started and everything. But I think we're gonna fix the overstim chamber. It makes me sad. It needs to be yassified again. In fact, honestly, I've wanted for ages to get myself like new plugins and stuff specifically to make the overstim chamber more overstimulating. But for now, we'll make do. We'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. And what we can do is, first of all, oh, the music's back. I actually don't know which thing. Oh, here is the music. It's that one. Okay, that's the music. Let me rename this. Can you guys hear the music like right now? Because I can't. It's supposed to play the whole time, but I seem to only hear it like every now and then. Hang on, how loud is it?
Except for the guy who lives right next to me. He's been my neighbor for 5 years. No! Why did he try going for the beef? Well, I guess I have to change my statement. I now live in this neighborhood alone. In Parkour Civilization, only Parkour
Like, it keeps
pros
stopping
are
for me.
allowed to
Can you
break or
still hear
place
it though?
blocks.
Like right now, can you still hear the
Strictly
music?
prohibited. And unfortunately, I found that.
Or does it just stop for you? Because it tells me that it's still playing. But like I can't fucking hear it. But anyway, let me pause that for a sec. Let me pause that for a moment. Okay, I need the glitter that we had before. The glitter was really fucking crucial. I need like a glitter gif. How are you guys doing, by the way? Good morning. Look, we're doing an art project before we get started, okay? I need to find like a rainbow glitter gif. I don't know where the one I had before went. Okay. I found the same one. This one's perfect. We need the glitter. Honestly, the text is kind of lame as well. Like, I feel like that needs to be yassified somehow. I need to do something about that. Because it just, like, says overstimulation chamber, but not in any way that's cool or overstimulating. Okay, hang on. Let me get our rainbow glitter. You guys ready? This part's really fucking crucial. Oh wait, I need to put it in the other folder so I don't lose it again. You know what? I feel like I should get like a gif of like stars raining down or something as well. I feel like that could help. That could help a lot with the overstimulation. Gonna make a little folder for this. I have a whole folder on my PC that's called Overstim Hell, and then there's like 5 folders inside it just for everything for this, just to make sure that I organize them and don't lose them, and also that I can go through and like optimize each file so it's not 10 billion times bigger than it needs to be. Okay, right. We got this. Yeah. Little disappointingly small because I prefer it if it was like this size, but we'll see how it looks like this for now, for a sec. Let me put this down here in the Steam folder. And then just like bear with. Actually, no, I'm gonna put this right at the top. Okay, hang on. And then what we need to do is go to the image masker blender. Is it color correction that I wanted? Nope, wrong one. Okay, hang on. We'll get there. Do you want to listen to the parkour while we do this?
I mean, everything looks good. I just have to do this.
Let's have the noises back on.
Yeah, I think I got everything.
But I'll turn them both down for a sec as a treat. Okay. Effect filters, color correction is the one I'm looking for.
Did this guy for real just jump off?
Where's the one where I just changed the whole fucking language blending mode?
Why did he do
Hang on.
Alright, just wanted to confirm that your house is ready to move in. The guy didn't.
I didn't realize there were this many Minecraft noises in here.
Your house.
How was that a part of the job? What? No one really remembers how Parkour Civilization started. Most of the parkour noobs down here at least think that the parkour.
What the
pros
fuck was
were
the layer mode I had this on before?
truth is,
Oh my god, that's horrifying.
who started it. For some reason, I can't remember.
Oh dear god.
I'm pretty sure this is how the story.
Okay, hang on.
Yo, see what? Yo.
Okay, this is part of
Bro,
what I
think I
wanted.
could get a diamond real quick? I was mining for like 3 hours and I only found 2 diamonds. I just want to make a diamond pickaxe.
Sorry, don't have any to spare.
Bro, come on, don't be like that. You were literally just holding one. Dude, just give me one and I'll pay you back later. I just need a pickaxe.
Alright, fine. Give me 1 second. If you want a diamond, you gotta give me something. Alright, watch out. Back up for 1 second.
Okay,
Look,
hang on.
if you can make this 4-block
Once
jump,
again, by the way,
I'll
can you
give
still
one
hear the
diamond.
music or does it just disappear for you?
Wait,
Kinda, I'm tired. How are you? I'm having a great time because we're fixing the overstimulation chamber. This is like not right though. How did I do this last time? I genuinely don't remember what it was that I did to it before to look the way that it did.
So annoying. Alright, just give me a second. I know it's possible. I've done it before.
I told you, bro, it's not possible.
Just stop talking and watch. I'm gonna do it in like 30 seconds. And there we go. Finally. Look, I told
Well,
you
this
it's
like
possible.
works for now, but let's do more. Let's do more. I need like some kind of like sparkles or something. Oh my god, why are there so many Minecraft noises?
Are you kidding? Dude, totally.
I did not
I'll
remember
get
all
back
of
here
these,
tomorrow,
dude.
I guess. This is
Rainbow
basically how Parkour
stars
Money
gift.
started. The
Is
next
there
day I
still
showed him
slime on the
Seawalk's house.
screen?
He offered me way more diamonds this time, and he constructed an entire
I'm not seeing the
parkour course
slime.
outside of his house to do. But
Oh, there
little
is
did we
slime.
know
Okay.
this
I need
parkour
to,
course
these
would
are also like
completely
not right.
change
These
the
need at
way
least
that the
one
world
filter on them.
works. Soon after this event, the parkour civilization began. Now that I think about it, there's kind of an unexplainable gap between those events and now, but oh well.
Parkour check time. You got 30 seconds.
Another beautiful morning, and I have to parkour for some more raw chicken that will make me starve even more. Alright, I'm here.
Oh, I
One
forgot
black
that I could
raw
apply the
chicken,
glitter
one black
directly
vertical
onto
for beef.
things to
What
make
are
them
you
look
choosing today?
funkier. There we
Considering
go.
My neighbor just died for going
That's
for the
way
beef, I'm
better.
just gonna go with the chicken again.
Keep in mind, there's a ticket event today. It's gonna be about 200 blocks west.
This was huge news. If there actually was a ticket event today, I would need to go for the beef. Ticket events are usually
Let me
far
put
away, and I
that
would
under
starve by
here.
the time I got there if I chose the chicken. But luckily, I got the beef.
No way.
We
You
need
made
like
that
a
jump.
we need like a
You
big
might
filter and
become a
everything. And
parkour
actually,
pro
what is
Wait,
this layer?
you really
What
think I
is
could
this
rank
layer?
up
I
to
think
beef?
everything should turn up its
Not a
saturation by like a
chance. You're a
bajillion.
parkour noob.
Hang on.
You guys
Let's
never
go to
rank
color
up.
correction.
It's important to know
Let's
that parkour
make
pros have
everything
really
way
big
more
egos,
saturated.
and they like to
Oh
put
yeah,
themselves
baby,
first.
that's
This was
good.
the-
Let's go high
this was
contrast as well.
only the second time
Oh
I've
yeah!
now I have
That's
to
what I'm
choose the
talking
ticket.
about.
The ticket events are so risky because they're
Okay,
located
and then I'm
so
gonna
far
also
away.
get
If I
the
wasn't paying
image
attention, I
mask,
could miss
and
just
that's
one of
where
these
I'm gonna
one
put the
block
glitter
jumps, and
gift.
my
That
entire
makes way
chances
more
of
sense to do
becoming
it that
a
way.
parkour pro would be over. But
Hang on.
luckily, I made it to the ticket event. When I got here, there were only
Oh, it kind of
3 parkour
destroys
noobs
everything.
in
That's
line
so
to do
funny.
the parkour course. Most noobs don't even show up.
Oh,
for the
it's
course
like so
events.
much worse than it was
One
before.
jump,
Oh dear
like
God.
this guy, and that's the price you pay if you wanted to
Look at
be a
this.
parkour pro. I watched the second
Okay, let me
video
get rid of the one
Hey,
that's
man, did you
that's
keep
above
your
it
goal
here.
already?
I don't know, man. I'm kind of nervous I'm gonna fall.
No, you don't need to be nervous. I'm sure you're fine. Oh,
Dear God.
Shoot.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Never mind then. Before going for it, I wanted to study. See, every week the ticket counts.
Okay. I feel like the slime is not. Which fucking layer is the slime? Oh, that's that one says like sand and slime. I'm gonna make this bigger. It's definitely not big enough. You can't really tell that it's even there, you know.
Parkour can be used for anything, and that includes
There's the little snap art. There's the sand. There's the Family Guy episode. There's our dancing fruit. Those are really bad, shitty memes. There's Subway Surfers. There's Minecraft.
accepted by bribe. And now I have another
Parkour.
problem. I have to do a 360. Have I even done this before? Whatever. I'm just gonna go for it. Please make it. No way.
I feel like we need more. We used to have like a card packs opening thing, right? I need to get that again, and I think I also need like some stars. Oh wait, I have stars. I have a thing specifically for stars. I have my own thing of that. Wait.
Yeah, whatever. Just let me do
I have actual like assets of my own. I forgot that I can just use my real assets. Where did I put them? Where did I put them? There they are.
As a parkour pro, there was no turning back now. I had to start the course. Most parkour noobs aren't experienced with diagonal jumps, but somehow I got past it. And now was
That's
the
pretty good,
2-block
but I think
jump.
we can do more.
This
We can go
was
even
life or
further
death.
beyond.
I closed my eyes and I
Okay, let
went
me
for it.
color
I
correct
expected
this.
falling
Oh
down
yeah,
the second
baby.
to the void.
See, this is what you
By
come to my
surprise,
channel
I was
for, you know?
standing on the platform with the ticket.
This
And
is
thanks to the
exactly what
deal I
you
made
come
with
to my
Parkour
channel
Pro,
for.
I only had a
This is what
one-block
it's all
jump to get
about.
out of the course. This
This
was
is where it's
life-changing.
at.
This was the first time I've ever received a ticket
Oh,
to
the
access a
stars,
parkour
that's
temple,
so
and I
much. That's
promised
so,
myself
you can
that I
like
wasn't
not
gonna
even
quit.
see
I made
the
my way
fucking
over
parkour
to
civilization in the
I was
back
a good
anymore.
spot. I had
And I
to
think that's
leave
wonderful.
all
I think
the
that's beautiful.
parkour
I think this is what life is all about.
parkour noob
You know?
can have.
I think
This
this is
was
really
it.
what
There
life
was
is all
no
about.
better
This is
time,
the
no
meaning of
more
life. This is
perfect
art.
time to try
This is
making the
art.
parkour course to rank up to a
This is
parkour
true
pro.
art.
I walked up to the hoppers in the ground.
Yeah,
and
we
I
need
threw
more
in my
more
ticket. After a few
overstim.
seconds, the invisible
Entire
barrier that
I'm
guard
gonna
the
get one of
parkour
those gifts
temple
that's like an
was
entire
down.
fucking
And now,
movie.
of course, I had to make sure I didn't fail the one-block jump to actually get inside the temple. I made the one-block jump successfully, and now I was officially
Entire
inside the temple.
B
This was it.
movie
This was the moment
gif.
I've been waiting for my entire life. This was the parkour course that no parkour noob has ever beat. If you miss any of these jumps, you'll either die from fall damage or fall directly.
There we go. This is going in the chamber. This is going in the chamber. And then I won.
First one to rank up to become a parkour pro. My journey to becoming a parkour pro starts now.
Let's go. Open up. It's time for parkour.
All right, time for my mandatory parkour check. Let's get this over with.
You're late. You know the deal. You can do the 1-block jump for the raw chicken, or you can attempt the 1-block vertical jump for the beef.
Here in Parkour Civilization, no one chooses to
Hang on, I need more gifts made for stim boards and stuff. I'm gonna get like some beads and shit, and more types of slime and everything.
Tomorrow, you better not be late, or you'll be doing 2
This is
block
perfect.
jumps
This is
and punches.
perfect. I love it here. I love. This is what you come to the Emirati channel for. This is peak content. When people ask me sometimes, they ask like things like, what like, how do you get started as a VTuber? Or, like, how do you keep up doing stuff as a VTuber? How do you market yourself? You need to think about what you can do that nobody else is doing. You know, you need to think about what makes you special. It's the same for when you like audition to corporos and everything. You need to think about what you can bring to the table that is special to you. And my specialty, the things that are incredible about me, most of it is terrible things like this, but you know, that's what you come here for. That's what you come here for. This is something that only I can provide. This is an experience that you get just from me. This is something that makes me especially special. You know, like, this is what life's all about. This is what life's all about.
I've never even tried getting
Okay, I'm gonna get one of those weird fucking like worm things. Those like worm toys. Sensory toy gift.
No! Why did he
Oh, I can get one that's a fucking puppet. Yeah.
I live in this neighborhood alone. In Parkour Civilization,
I need one that's like rainbow colored.
to break or place blocks. For
Oh god, these gifts are awful. It's perfect. Okay, and then there's one that's a moga shaped. That's fucking perfect. Wait, no, never mind. Let me get this one that's like a bunch of like slime and shit.
So I had to try to take it.
Stop right now.
Oh no, I'm done for.
I don't even know what half of these sound effects that are going on right now are, but also at the same time I feel like I need more. But then again, most of the time that we're in the overstimulation chamber, there is more sounds, because the more sounds is like me talking. So I guess probably not. Oh, there we go. I need like a fidget toy like this. Yes, there we go. Okay, you guys can't even see which things I'm collecting right now, but I'm gathering like a bunch of gifts of different like fidget toys and sensory things so that I can add those to another little section.
Were just more forms of parkour, and that was the last time I ever tried breaking a block.
You're lucky you got a light punishment. Don't forget, you're at the bottom. So
Okay, here we go. I think that's good. Let me add these to the stimulation hell. Let's add a little slideshow. I'm basically teaching you guys how to use OBS right now. Toys. We're gonna loop this, and the folder that it's gonna take from is going to be
Choose which house you want to buy.
this one.
In Parkour Civilization, all you have to do to buy anything is just make more parkour jumps. I'm not really sure
Perfect.
why or how parkour
Sometimes
works
I
as a
forget that I
first,
genuinely
but
have like
all I
this
know is
entire
I
episode
basically
of
bought a
Parkour
2-story
Civilization
house
here.
for free.
Like, it's not even like there's just a little bit. This is a full fucking
Someone
episode.
for the ladder
If
jump,
I
the
left you guys on
ladder
here,
jump,
you would just get to learn like the whole story of Parkour Civilization. I'm so serious.
Items like ladders are worth more. That's why
Oh
this
my
jump
god, you can't even fucking see anything
No
anymore!
way. Thank you for buying
Oh
the big
dear
house.
god.
Let me
Okay,
take you
cool.
right to it.
I
Just
think that's
follow
good.
me.
Do you guys think that's good? Do you guys think the overstimulation chamber has had its pride restored now?
Civilization are pre-built, and they all have one.
You feel like it's back to its full glory? How are we feeling? Do you guys think it's ready? You think it's good? Because I feel like it like, sort of like lost its aura before, but I think we've got it back. I think it's aura farming again. I think it's back to its
This is the neighborhood
magic.
you'll be living in. You're the only 2-story house here. So if you follow me, I'll give you a house tour.
This is so sick. That ladder jump literally may be the richest one in the neighborhood.
Cool. And I am now
You
gonna
have a
turn the
jump on
music
top
up.
floor and a
So
jump on the bottom.
expect that
Let me show
mentally.
you the upstairs, and then the house is all yours.
All right. I mean, everything looks good. I just have to.
Because the music was too quiet. That needs to be like annoying.
Perfect. Last thing, I just need to check if your parkour jump
And
is
let me
good.
just double check.
Good. Wait, what the? Is this guy for real?
I want to like hear how suddenly and loud it comes in.
Let's go. Open up. It's time for parkour.
All right. Time for my mandatory parkour check. Let's get this over with.
You're late. You know the deal. You can do the 1-block jump for the raw chicken, or you can attempt
Yeah, I feel like that's good. Like, that transition between them is good, you know? Because before it was especially fun because you'd have like that sudden, let's go, open up, it's time for parkour, as like a jump scare, you know? But like, But then, you know, with the music and everything. But before, it kind of lost its magic. But now, if we go like,
Let's go. Open up. It's time for parkour.
then it's like you immediately die. I
parkour
feel like, you know, this feels like immediately getting hit with
Late.
radiation
You know the
poisoning. I
deal.
think that's
you
good.
can do the one
I think
block
that's
jump
good.
for the raw chicken, or you can
I
attempt
think
the
that
one block
is.
vertical jump for the
Yeah,
Here in parkour civilization, no one chooses to jump.
I think that's about right.
To be safe and do
I'd
the
say we've done our
one-block
job.
chicken rather than
Okay,
risk higher
cool.
life per
Thanks for
jump.
coming to the stream, guys. I hope you had a I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hiya. How are you guys doing? Good morning. Where the fuck is my music? Where did it go? Why is it gone again? It's just like disappeared. Why is it not here? What? Hang on. We're not supposed to be sitting in silence. What's going on? There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning! Okay, so we spent like half an hour updating the oversim chamber, which I think is justified because it needed it. It needed yassifying. I've been saying it did for ages. Ever since we lost all the files, it needed to get back to its former glory. It needed its aura back. And now it's time to actually do some art. Hello, hiya, hi Crimson. So, let me put my lip balm on. My lips are dry as hell. I also just realized I made myself tea earlier, and now it's gone cold. Whoops. Okay. So today we have another MS Paint com that we're gonna draw. This one is, what is this OC called again? Is it Gummy? Gummy. Yeah, Gummy. This one is for someone who's called Panic Attack, which I think is a wonderful username. I haven't sketched this one yet. Usually, I always say this, but usually I like do the sketching before I actually start, so I can figure out, like, before I start streaming, so I can figure out what I want to do, and then just do most of the rest of the process with you guys. But I didn't do that yet, and I'm also kind of regretting it because I realized I have not planned out how I want to do this at all. And I also just realized I forgot to take my meds. I need to do that. I really need to do that. Hang on. What day is it today? It's Saturday. I should probably get another snack when I take these, but I will deal with that later. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what I want to do today for this one. I haven't thought about it too much yet. Like, I looked at the character enough to figure out, yeah, I could draw this. But I did not think very specifically about what I wanted the piece to be like. I believe they had a little blurb for the character, but it seems like they're just a chill guy. Where is it? Gummy is a chilled out, sleepy gamer and big nerd. They love experimental indie games and punk rock and always interested in new experiences. Yeah, okay, they're just a chill guy. But, you know, I don't really draw furries very much. I feel like that's surprising given my everything and considering that, like, you know, I'm a fucking cow. But I don't draw like a... Most of the time it's like Kimono Mimi at best. This will be good practice for myself in actually drawing furries. But I really like how fluffy they are here. I think I want like a... I think I'll do something pretty normal for this one. Like, I don't have a crazy idea in mind. Like the last one that I ended up spending a billion fucking hours on figuring out the texturing and all that slime for. This one will probably be pretty chill. Which reminds me, I do need to finally decide what I want to do for pricing for these comps. Because I mentioned in our last stream that I'd probably up the price for them sometime soon. Because even though there's still some that end up like being simpler, like this, or like the one I did of, I'm forgetting Crimson's name, OC's name, but that blue one, the like blue cryostasis scientist one. Even though there are some that end up like simpler overall like that, and some that end up more insane. Like the slimy, well, I keep calling him slime guy. It was acid guy we did. The fact that they do get that complex and overall I still spend way more time on them than I did when I like first started it means I should probably up the amount that I'm doing. because they've gone a little bit past just being like tiny little sketches that I do in a few minutes. It's really funny to think that they ever were that, to be honest, with the state that they're at now. It feels funny to think back on a time when I did these as just like, yeah, it'll take me like 10 minutes. Hang on, I'll just do a little doodle. Yeah, sure. Give me like $10. I'll do something quick for you. To now, where these are like full ass illustrations, and honestly, half of them are the better things on my portfolio than the stuff that I do in like CSP. Ah, that is not white. I forgot to open my little chat doc. There we go. Blue one is var. Yes, that one. That slime must have been annoying. I mean, it wasn't that annoying. It was honestly pretty fun to draw. Trickier than stuff I do for a lot of your other characters, yeah. But I wouldn't necessarily call it annoying. I had a great time. Chin kind of goes like this shape, but then it's like rounded here because, you know, fluff, and then fluffy on the sides because that's how red panda work. And then there's like the nose over here. Yeah, wow, it's really crazy drawing an actual furry for once. I don't remember the last time I drew a character that was this level of furry, you know? I might give him like a bit. But this face looks kind of wonky at the moment, so probably not. I think his nose is way too big with the way I sketched it right now. And I also probably need to make his head wider at the side. Actually, I'm going to change the perspective of this a little bit. I'm going to put his hood over here. Let's do the hood here. But it's like an open hood for this guy. And if it's like a shadow here. And then the hood down here. Yeah, I quite like that. This is a mess. You can't tell what's going on. Bleh. There we go. But this face is like still not right at the moment. I can tell he looks way too dog right now, I think. rather than red panda. So I definitely need to fiddle with a lot of this. And I think part of that really is his nose being too big, and also the shape I did for this. I feel like I'd also probably need to move the nose to the side. Let's define his fluff over here. Okay. By the way, actually, because it's on my mind, because I was doing because it's on my mind because I was doing my dailies before I started stream today. I have not gotten linear yet. I've not gone linear yet, and I think that's kind of a crime. I've been like I've genuinely been getting myself fully back into Genshin because of her. I've been, you know, slowly getting back to playing Genshin more regularly lately anyway, especially because, you know, now I like stream it and everything. But her story quest was so fucking good, and exploring some of the areas around it in Nodcry leading up to it reminded me of a lot of the reasons that, you know, like I fell in love with Genshin in the first place. And then doing some of the world quests for new things because I was exploring to get stuff from her and have fun. Oh my god, that shit is insane. That shit is insane. Everything in the new fucking area that I'm forgetting the name of, like that new Mondstadt expansion. There's a new expansion to Mondstadt, and one of the world quests there unlocks an area that's like basically a part of fucking heaven and takes you to essentially where the loading screen of the game is, which is crazy. And not only is everything about there insane anyway, like Neri and I were playing it alongside each other. He was playing on his phone and I was playing on my computer while we were going through it. And we just spent so much time being like, oh my fucking God, that's fucked up. And then looking at each other and being like, no, you'll get to it in a sec. And then one of us got to it and we were like, oh my God, you're right. Like every single second they drop something with the most horrific implications. But then the storytelling, the gameplay of it is so cool. It is insane. I haven't finished all of the areas that you need to get to yet. I'm trying not to spoil it too directly as well. Haven't finished all of the areas that you need to get to in there yet. But essentially once you get there, there's like 3 sections you need to go through and do a bunch of stuff to like set those areas free and help some people in them. And the first one I went to was the one that is based around art, and it is 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿 themed. This will make sense when you get there, but this is me speaking vaguely right now. And dude, they've done a lot recently where they just kind of like change the gameplay style entirely for certain sections, and I think it's really fucking cool. Neri mentioned that they had like some sections that had like side scrolling and other quests and stuff, but they do that again for some of this. And like, so, you know, when I played Linnea's story quest, I mentioned that there was a whole part where she's going through her emotional thing, and again, I'm trying to be vague about it, where it basically just turns into What Remains of Edith Finch, and I genuinely think it was inspired by a game like that, or at least one similar, because it is like so very heavily similar, and that is a good thing. I like that you can sense the inspiration in it. I like when they pull from other games and references and stuff to make Genshin more creative. But in this section, if you know anything about Superliminal, they just do that, and it's insane, absolutely insane. I love it so much. It's really cool, and it's really cool how it works for the sake of like telling the story and explaining how this area works. I love how surreal everything feels the whole time that you're there. Very fucking cool. So I've been enjoying that a lot. So thanks, Linnea, for getting me back into Genshin. I mean, I've also partially just been doing my dailies and everything because I wanted to make sure that I don't waste the Welkin that I got for her, because I did get Welkin specifically to help me get Linnea, but she hasn't come home yet. But also I know I had like no pity when I started, so that makes sense. I think I'm at like 30 right now. I wish I had fucking streamer luck, because so many people hang on. They have like, you know, the so-called streamer luck, where the second they do their gacha on stream, then everything's good. But I do not get streamer luck at all, not even slightly. When I pull on stream, I get nothing. The second I go off stream, I get like 𝘆cie and Yaoguang in one pull. But I wish I had streamer luck so I could abuse that, but I've not gotten her yet, but it's not gonna work on stream either. It's so sad. It's so hard to be an Emmy. It's so hard to be a Linneakin. I just give him little eyebrows like this. I think that's fun. I just want my twin. Like, you'd think since Linnea's literally me, then they'd give her to me, but no. No, this is like literally like putting my likeness into a video game and then not letting me have it. Like, isn't that kind of fucked up? Do you not think that's kind of fucked up? Do we not agree that that's pretty fucked up? I don't know. Personally, I feel like that should be like illegal or something. You can't really put my likeness in a game and then ban me from accessing it, no? No? That, I don't know. Hey, Hoyaverse, you're free to respond. One time I saw, I think it was Barry, maybe. Was it Barry? Or maybe someone else. Make a joke like this about a game where where they had a character that looked like them, and they were like, oh my god, I can't believe they used my likeness inspired from me without telling me. That's so funny. And then people took them so seriously and got mad about it. So now when I say it, I'm kind of nervous, but I feel like it should be pretty obviously silly. Okay, I like this. And I think I can use the empty space to put like silly text or something for this one. But also there's like, I don't like this gap here. I think the hair's kind of wrong because it in the ref it sort of swishes into their hood a bit more, and the hood at the moment is kind of doing nothing. So I'm gonna bring some of this hair down here instead of how it was going around the back before. That's not right. Something about this hood looks wrong that's bothering me. But I was also kind of planning to make this one just colors rather than lines, so maybe I'll fix it in that. I think it's because this hair is going inside of it and this hair is going outside, and that's like they're inconsistent right now, and that's not great. But I also might just lower the whole thing slightly to cut some of it out and give more focus to the ears, to be honest, because it's not sparking joy as it is right now. Yeah, I like that a bit better. For the hair that's back here, let me make it look more purposefully thrown behind the... purposely thrown behind the hood by changing the way that it flows over here. I think I drew this hood coming too high. That's part of the problem. I tend to stylize hoods in this way that makes them really squared off at the top, but it looks really unnatural in most circumstances. So I have to be careful with it. There we go. That's a bit better. Hi! Hello, Gloopy the Glob. I like your username. Here's hoping you don't lose your pity. No, it's okay. I will... Something fell over my desk and I have no idea what it was. I will get her. I will get her. I will have such high pity. I'm just gonna make myself look as pitiful as possible. I think that'll work. I think next time I go to pull for Linnea, I just have to start like looking really sad and pathetic. Like I'm gonna do gotcha, and instead of looking like I am right now, I'm gonna pull up and I'll be like, I'll look at them like this as I press the button. And I'll make myself extra British and everything and sound like a little British orphan covered in coal, who just wants Linnea so bad as their only gift as they step out of the little British orphanage, where they're a chimney sweep. And the only thing I want for Christmas, if the true magic of Christmas, yes, I know it's not Christmas right now, exists. You know, for my birthday, because my birthday just passed, the only thing that this little British orphan wants for their birthday is Linnea Genshin Impact. And I'm just gonna be like so scraggly and small, and it's like I'll have like a broken horn and everything. My little swirlies, they'll be like falling off because they're hand-me-downs. I can't get them in my size, and my bangs are all small, and they'll be like dirt and twigs coming out of my hair at every angle, and I'll be covered in like smog and ash and dirt. This will be me. And I'll look at them like this, and I'll be shaking, and I'll be like, please sir, it's my birthday, and I'm not allowed birthday presents usually, but Linnea came out for my birthday, and I'm just a little British orphan who's covered in coal and works in the chimney sweeps, but I saved my paws that I got together from doing my chimney sweeping, and I kept them from my evil orphanage lady, and the only thing I want to spend them on is Linnea Genshin Impact. Please, sir, please, can you give me Linnea Genshin Impact? And then they'll give me Linnea Genshin Impact, and then I think that'll work. That's how I'll get more pity. You think, you know? You feel like it'll work? I was right, you were British. I am British, correct. I say this a lot because a lot of people don't realize it. Contrary to popular belief, I am a British cow. But yeah, that's how I'm gonna get more Genshin. Oh my god, it looks even more pitiful from over here. That's how I'm gonna get my pity up for Linnea. I kind of want to do some kind of hand thing. I could do like a peace sign over here. Does that work? Y'all see the vision if I do that at all? And I could maybe put one over here, but I feel like I'm putting hands in these too often because when it makes it so much harder for me to do anything. But I think that kind of hits. Makes them look more like a chill guy unless like they're bothered with you. And then of course they'll have claws for this one because they're a red panda. Yeah, I fuck with that. Can tell by your accent. I can't tell by your accent even though you barely have one. Yeah. See, because what's it? My accent changes by the day and by the situation I'm in. I've said this so many times. My accent morphs around and changes all the time. I think this is really common with people who are autistic anyway, especially if you like talk to people from a bunch of different places, because you tend to just sort of adopt their accents and their masks and everything while you're engaging with them. So I do that a lot. And like I definitely sounded more British when I was younger, but it also again changes just situationally. Like when I'm with a lot of my British family, then I become way more British. And in fact, I have several different times. I have like several different kinds of British accents depending on which family I'm speaking to. I sound like I'm from different parts of the UK all the time when I'm talking to people IRL. But I talk to a lot of American people online and watch a lot of American streamers and everything like that, and used to watch a lot of American TV growing up. So that means that I absorbed a lot of that, or there's like parts of me where my voice automatically changes when I'm talking to people on the internet, because it just kind of is used to picking up what they're saying, or I'm used to switching some of my vocabulary to be the American version so I don't have to like explain after. And then I think once I started streaming, my brain was like, okay, you're talking to people online, which means you're American. And I'm like, no, there's nobody talking back. I'm talking to myself. I could just be British. And my brain's like, no, you're American. And I'm like, what? So it's just like that and we're stuck. I'm Scottish. Hell yeah, so is Crimson. You're twins. We're having like a Scottish... No, I lost my words. I had like a word and then I lost. We're having a Scottish. 10 out of 10. Guys, aren't I such a skilled streamer? Like, if you think about it. I say incredible sentences like, we're having a Scottish. This is why you come to me to watch me talk about literature and DDLC. I make the overstimulation chamber for you. Really, you get content here that you couldn't get anywhere else. And that is insane. Like, for free? For free? Crazy work. At this point, I should just make all of my streams paid content. That reminds me, actually, I do need to do more members-only streams. I really need to practice more on my guitar so I can do members' guitar practice streams, which sounds contradictory. Like, I'm practicing so that I can do practice streams, but I want to at least be, like, comfortable holding it and playing a couple fucking notes first. Before I do guitar streams, you know, especially so that they won't be like too awkward or spend entirely on me fussing over the very basics of actually picking up my guitar. And then I'll do member streams where we like that emote flew by the screen so fast it caught me at the corner of my eye. What was I gonna say? Where we like practice and I learn certain songs and everything, because I think that'd be fun. Because I've barely touched the guitar that I got yet because I've been too busy. That's so cool. And to be honest, I've been watching too many British YouTubers. I don't even know if I'm subscribed to an American YouTuber. And you're also an amazing... Thank you. But yeah, no, exactly, that happens. It's like how, you know, there's loads of little kids. There's a lot of little, like, American kids who raised watching Peppa Pig and they start developing British accents, or they watch Bluey and they develop Australian accents, stuff like that. Okay, I can't decide how much I want to line this, actually. I say this every single time. Every single time I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this one just colored, or I'm going to do this one with lines. And then I get to the stage of coloring or lining it, and I'm like, actually, I don't know. I can't decide. But I kind of like the sketchy vibe of this, so I think I'll just do like some chunky loose lines. I'm gonna try and play with it in the same way that I did for like my early VGen comms. Like, kind of like this one, the first one that I did. I wanna try and line it in this manner. I'm gonna get a thick pen and we're just gonna go and we're gonna see how it goes. Okay. But I also actually, I kind of want to change the, actually no, I won't change the color. Then I'd have to erase underneath it. People tell me to go play the bagpipes and I say, is it because it's Scottish in it? Yeah. I used to, honestly, considering how many people say like, oh my god, I couldn't tell you were British, you sound so American, or how in real life I get asked where I'm from more for like my accent than for, you know, being black and an alien. Like you'd think it's the horns and the skin tone and like the swirlies and everything that makes people be like, oh my god, where are you from? No, like, where are you really from? But it's not even that anymore, because most of the time when people ask, they're like, oh no, you sound like you're from, like, are you like South African or something? I'm not. Are you like American? Are you sure you're not American? But then when I talk to American people, especially when I was younger, they used to immediately be like, oh my god, you're so British. Or like one of my friends, the first time I spoke to them when I was little, they said I sounded like I had a silver spoon shoved up my ass. This ear is kind of messed up. Need to have more curve to it. I like ear with a little bit of curve. What song is it I just referenced? Hang on, I've got a song in my brain, but I don't actually know which one it is now that I'm thinking about it. I quoted it and then was like, hang on. Because the sentence there is not supposed to be ear. It is meant to be dick, but like, what? Hang on, I gotta search I gotta look this up now. If I look up this sentence, I'm not gonna get song lyrics, am I? Okay, hang on. Guys, pray for me that I don't just get jump scared by a bunch of porn. Hi! Hello, Brielle Robson. Ah, it's Captain Hook by Megan Thee Stallion. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hang on, let me check these lyrics. Dance on the dick now you've been served. I like dick with a little bit of curve. That's the lyric. That's the lyric. There we go. Okay. Whoo, you doing commissions? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. This type of commission, you can get this in my VGen account. If you go into the description of the streams or into my bio, like anywhere, you can find my VGen, or also just find it linked through my COD. But these are special comms that I do that are way cheaper than my usual ones. They might be going up soon. At the moment, they're £10, but I'm probably gonna up them to like 15 or maybe 20. But they're Skeb type commissions where it's a surprise. I just get the OC ref or maybe a little bit of info about them or specific things that you absolutely don't want, and then I do whatever the fuck. I open MS Paint and draw whatever the hell comes to mind of them. But since they're done in MS Paint with my mouse, which means I can't really guarantee the same amount of quality and control that I have on, you know, like CSP or something, and also they're Skebs or they're surprises, so, you know, you don't really get like fine input over everything and revisions and stuff like that, then that means that they're a lot cheaper. I try to do them in one sitting compared to where my usual comms I spend quite a while on. And they're a fun little surprise. So I get to experiment with art style and you get to have a little surprise drawing. Yay. My character's on my community post? Hell yeah. When you commission something on VGen, if you're interested in doing it, then it gives you a little option to link to any references you have, or put them in like a Google Docs, or link to like a Toyers or something, or make a little character profile in there. It's very handy. You streaming at nighttime? Right now it's the middle of the day. It is 2 p.m. right now because I'm British. I don't usually stream at night, but I do occasionally. But unfortunately my room is right next to someone else's in my house, like as in the wall that my computer is against is on the other side of the wall is the head end of someone's bed. So I can't really stream super late at night, or it just gets it'll be really loud for them and then they can't sleep, you know. So I tend to stream in the afternoon. It's nighttime in my country. Yeah, it's 2 p.m. in the UK right now. I really like drawing with a thick pencil and MS Paint. I just really like the texture of it. It feels kind of like, I don't know how to put it. It feels kind of creamy. which doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense to me, and that's what matters. There's a squishiness to it. It's kind of creamy in the same way as like buttercream, which also doesn't make sense because it's like got this crunch to it. You know, it's hard. It's kind of like buttercream, like as in the icing. It's got a little crunch to it because of the pixelation. But when it's with a thick pencil like this, I don't know. It's kind of goopy, kind of creamy, kind of smooth. I like it. I just like the feel of it. You know, recently I was watching a video by Ginger Ninja OWO, or actually Ray, one of my favorite artists of all time. And it was interesting because they talked about their process for line art and stuff and how it's changed over time. They've been doing a lot of like, you know, like self-reflection, art style changes and art improvement and everything, as all artists do. But, you know, even when you're really far into your art career, there'll often be specific times where it's like, no, I want to relearn everything. I want to rethink how I do stuff. And I think it's really interesting because I've been doing a lot of that recently as well, like simultaneously. And one thing that they mentioned, which was really surprising to me, is that they actually do their line art very slowly. Of course, so I talk a lot when people ask me about how to do lines. And how to get them stable, about learning more confidence in your lines themselves and doing like bigger strokes and everything rather than just chicken scratching something out. Because even though you saw me there, you know, like join up the line where I need to by a bunch of little bits, I didn't go like this the whole time, because once I do that, then things get really messy. Whereas if I can practice with doing bigger strokes, then it means that for a lot of those, I just get to go like this. Which takes, you know, a little more undoing and whatever. But I can go like this and then join it up, and then I get a way cleaner line afterwards. And it means you can keep like the flow that you want of your big shapes rather than worrying so much about little parts that you end up with something that's really stiff and unnatural. Like this. That part was a better example because I did that in like 2. And for Ray, they have line art where they try to focus, they mentioned on like just getting the line right the first time rather than undoing over and over again, like I just said, in order to get it perfect. They like having a little bit of wobbliness or a little bit of all those kinds of things to it to keep it natural. And what I thought, actually, from looking at Ray's art, is that I imagined that they'd probably try to start doing it faster. I think I've noticed that they do sometimes when they're like sketching and everything, that those can come pretty loose and fast, especially because they have really nice like gestures and motion in their art. It's like very vibrant and flowy and expressive. It's very cool. And they like limit the amount of lines that they use, and when they're sketching and like scribbling and everything, they're really good at keeping it down to just what they need and showing like the flow in and motion in every single part of like clothing and in a body. So what I assume is that they did their line art speedy, because a lot of people who have art like that, especially where they limit, you know, like where they don't put like a billion weight and detail into specific lines. And let me show you the art I'm talking about. Hang on. One moment. Hang on. Because I realized I'm saying all of this, but a lot of you guys won't even have actual reference for what the fuck I'm going on about. Here's a random sort of recent piece from there. It's from, I think, when they got commissioned by ZZZ or something. But so a lot of people have line art like this, right? Where it's just like the singular lines and it's not a lot of weight on everything. They get this by doing it fast. That's how I do it when I line like this, where it's like boom, 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 in order to keep this like a sharp, clean, speedy and everything. Or when I limit my lines and everything, I actually paid attention in the past to how people who do like official like murals and graffiti painting do it, because a lot of them have really clean, sharp lines, and they do that by practicing their stability and just doing everything speedy in one go, because you don't really get the chance to like scratch little things out. But what Ray said is actually they do their line art really fucking slowly, and it really surprised me, because you can tell by the motion of this that they sketch probably pretty quick. You know, like it's focused on exactly where you need these folds and how everything flows and these bigger shapes rather than just every single tiny detail. The little details come after, but it's first all of the big parts that you need in order to make up the motion of the image. But then with their line art, rather than giving themselves like forever with an undo tool and doing everything quickly, they just like take their time holding it slowly like this. and learned their stability and everything like this way. And I think that is so cool and very fascinating. Because it's kind of the opposite to how I've always drawn. But I'm trying a little bit with some of this. And for some of it, I'm like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. Like, if you can practice getting your hand that stable, then sometimes you do benefit from doing it slowly like that, rather than just rushing and undoing over and over again. There's benefits to both, and it really depends. Because again, I don't think everyone should do everything like as slowly as possible. It really depends on what feels best for you. A lot of figuring out how you want to do art is literally just based on feeling. Because, you know, you need it to physically feel good. And then it's like, yeah, that's probably right. But it's interesting learning people's techniques, especially when they're like opposite to mine. Because like I'm thinking about it with stuff like this, and for so many of these little curves, I'm like, oh yeah, that does work better if I just do it slowly. But you know, also when you're a beginner artist, I don't think you benefit much from trying to make every line as slow as possible, because you'll lose sight of what you're going for halfway through, I think. But yeah, it's so fascinating. See butterflies? I don't think I did. How's it like living in the UK? Broad question. It's alright. It's alright. Like, I don't know. I don't have much specific to say about it. I think the UK on the whole, living here, like, there's a lot of similarities to it and America, although I will say, like, altogether, obviously, like, the actual experience living and among the culture is very different. But I think, like, if you just want me to comment on, like, the base quality of it, it's probably similar, you know? Because they're very similar countries in a lot of the state in the world, or place, I guess is the word I'm looking for. So it's kind of similar in that regard. But I will say I do like the UK overall. I do like the UK overall, and from what I know about America, even though I've not actually been there myself ever yet, I don't think I'd want to live there in comparison, even though I'm saying they're kind of similar in quality. The UK is like, I'd say it's pretty chill, but I think the thing about the UK, I won't stay too long on this topic because it's going to get a little bit political. The thing about the UK is it seems a lot chiller than it is because it has, like I said, a lot of similarities with America in its state in the world and its politics and stuff like that. It just does it in a different fashion. A lot of the things with America that go on, like with politics and with a lot of moves and everything, are very loud, whereas the UK just kind of does it all quietly, which does not make it better. It just means they're doing it without you noticing. Because, like, you know, a lot of big political changes in the US are always very loud. America becomes a lot of the center of the world when big things go on. And there is, it is based in a lot of the roots of what makes, like, true, like, a America, fuck yeah, culture, you know? It's like that kind of, it's like that kind of pride in the country. And things are about being loud and being proud. Whereas for Britain, I think it takes, the traditional culture of it takes a lot more focus on their idea of, like, politeness or doing everything correctly, which sometimes means doing it quietly, but again, that does not mean that it's doing well. Because you could have, like, the same fucked up law passed in the UK and in America, and just in America it will come with a lot of yelling about it, and in the UK it will happen without you realizing, and then you'll just be stuck with it. It doesn't mean that everything is secret. That makes it sound more like we've got, like, you know, secret agents. But I just feel like, yeah, the UK has a lot of the same issues that America does in a lot of its political climate, but it just kind of does it more passively. I guess the UK is like the passive-aggressive version of America, especially combined with being, like, way smaller. But I do think overall I like England itself. I like being here. I like the scenery of it. I like the climate altogether. But climate, actually, aside from the political one, like actual nature climate, mixed feelings. Mixed feelings. I like the UK altogether, and I like how middle ground it is. Like, it's kind of a nothing burger when it comes to the nature. That's one of the big differences it has from somewhere like America. Because even, like, quote-unquote extreme weather for British people is just, like, really normal weather for everyone everywhere else. It's really funny because there's so many parts of Europe that are extremely hot or extremely cold and everything, and the UK just has none of it. The UK gets neither direction. It's just mid. Like, our climate, nature-wise, is just, like, the definition of mid. Assigned mid at birth. Because like there's parts of Europe, like for example I've been to Iceland before, where you know you get like limited daylight hours throughout a lot of seasons of the year, where it's just like constantly dark. You have like you can see the northern lights there and things like that. You have like ice everywhere, it's frozen, you got to be prepared for all these things. They have all this culture based around it. Or we have hot countries, you know, you can like head over to fucking Spain or something, and then it's boiling hot and there's all this kind of stuff. And then the UK is just neither. It's just neither. It's just this little island where fucking nothing goes on with the weather. Except it's so nothing burger that now, because of climate change making everything different, then we do get these like spikes in the weather, both in the cold and in the hot direction. And when we do, we're really unprepared for them, so it sucks. Like, I don't know if you've seen British people complain about British summers before, but it really fucking sucks, man. Because the thing with British people is we all know that we're kind of like, I don't know, I guess overreacting a little bit. Because it's not, you know, like it could be worse. When it's really hot in Britain, like a heat wave in Britain is like average spring temperature for somewhere like Spain or Brazil or something like that. It doesn't even get that hot here overall, objectively. But because the UK is built to handle such fucking lukewarm temperatures all year round, or at most, it's prepared for it to be cold, because we get colds more often than we do warm, or at least that's what's intended to happen. You know, like UK is famous for being rainy and stuff like that, because we rain throughout a lot of the year, and when it's in winter it gets a lot colder. We get like rain and wind for a lot longer than we get sun. But as time goes on and the weather gets hotter and hotter, then that means then when it is sunny, our buildings and our stuff are not made for it, which is why British people complain so much. Because like this summer out here, like I said, you gotta imagine, right? Let's say you're an American person. I don't even know if you are, by the way. I imagine you're not. But let's say you're an American person. I'm gonna make you this green one. Let's say you're an American person and it's the summer, and this little blue one here is gonna be the British person, and it's the summer. It's the summer in both these countries. And let's say for this little guy in America right now, well, actually for both of them, right? It is, what, let's go like 30 degrees Celsius. Let's say it's 30 degrees C right now. It's nice and sunny. It's nice and warm. And for this little guy in America, or maybe in just like some other hot country, I don't know, in some other hot country right now, what he's got in his house, it's meant to be this hot over here. It is intended to be this hot. So his house is made in a way that is meant to like, you know, like reflect off the sun. This is probably better for somewhere that's you know, like an actual hot country, like let's say fucking Spain or something. His house is made in a way that's meant to help like the heat escape, and he's got air conditioning in his room. In fact, all their houses have air conditioning in to keep him nice and cool, so it's nice in there. The buildings are prepared for this. Their streets are laid out for it, because this sea is expecting this level of sun. So for him, he's like, yeah, this is just like normal temperature. This is a nice afternoon. And then we take this little British guy, right? Hi style lover. We take this little British guy, or this goes also for any other cold country like this. But his house is built specifically to handle the winter, because usually his people are like, yeah, you know, we never get any higher than like what, maybe 20 on a crazy day, so we don't need to focus on that. But it gets really windy and rainy when it's cold outside, so let's make a house that's like really, really thick. It's like got super layers specifically so that when it's in winter, whatever heat you have inside, you keep it all in there and it doesn't escape. We don't want any of it to get out, because it's gonna be too cold otherwise. And we don't need air conditioning or anything, because why would you need that? Because it's never that warm. You can just open the window when it's slightly sunny. But right now this house is built so that it stores the air, it traps it all in here to make sure that you stay warm. There's no AC. If you open the window outside, then it's just going to be like stale heat right now, and it's going to get trapped more inside your house, which is why the British guy goes, it's so hot. Even though this guy's like, what? That's a normal temperature. So this is why British people complain so much about about summer, even though our temperatures are not that crazy. They're like, on a whole scale of the world, British weather is just like really normal. It's always in between. It's never actually that crazy interesting. Like we don't get tornadoes, we don't get like crazy snowstorms compared to anywhere else, or like hurricanes generally. We don't get like tsunamis or nothing. It's kind of just normal. It's just always mid. But whenever it does peak, whenever it does have like some crazy spike because of climate change and stuff, then it's like we're not built for it because we're supposed to be mid. So every time something goes crazy, we'll panic. Otherwise, though, the weather, I think it's kind of fine. It's like fine most of the time. But it also helps that I prefer colder temperatures myself because I get hot really easily. It might be because I'm used to being like space and everything. It's kind of just like a vacuum up here, so there isn't as much temperature difference that I have to worry about. When I go somewhere really hot in space, I'm already in like my whole like insulated cow mode, and I can do whatever I want. On Earth, you don't really get that. You don't get to be in a spacesuit. But I prefer cold temperatures generally, so I can like regulate myself, because I feel like when it's cold, when it's cold, you can just get warm, right? Like if it's cold outside, you can just you get to all the things that you need to do in order to get warm are nice. You can wrap yourself in a blanket, you can have a little cozy meal, you can have some soup, you can have like some hot chocolate, you can cuddle with someone, you can get all wrapped up, you don't open your windows, you listen to the rain outside, you eat hot things, you snuggle up together. And obviously it's not always nice being cold. You can be cold in a way that is bad. But it's like getting yourself warm feels nice and it's easier. You can always put more layers on, you can always eat more hot things, you can like keep adding to it. But when it's hot, you can only get so much colder. So I fucking hate when it's hot. Especially because I get hot really easily, and I hate sweating. Loud and correct buzzer. I feel like what's her name, Jade from Victorious. I wish I was like her. That one episode where they're stuck in like that trailer or whatever while they're at, I don't remember what it is they're at, but they're in the summer, and Jade says like, no, sweating's gross, so I don't do it. I want that so bad. I wish I could switch off the fucking sweating trope on me, but I sweat too easily and I hate it. I hate sweat more than anything. Specifically on me. It's fine if it's on pretty yaoi boys, but anyway. So, and I get hot easily, so it bothers me. But it's like, when it's cold, you can keep doing more stuff. You can keep adding more layers. You can get another blanket. You can have more hot food. You can keep making yourself hotter. You can do something active. But when it's, like that works when it's cold, but when it's hot, I can only take off so many clothes before I get in trouble for public indecency. I can only cool down so much because everything's heating up again. And I can only do so much because, like, if I don't move, I'm going to be stuck in maybe, like, a room or something that's stuffy, and then I'm going to get extra warm, and it's going to all be wasted. And I'm just, like, stuck, and I'm hot, and it's gross. But if I do move, then moving uses energy that makes me hot. You're like, oh, it's humid and it's stuffy and it's hot. Why don't you fan yourself? No, the motion of fanning yourself is just going to make you hotter. Okay, well, turn your fan on. Nuh-uh, the air's not going anywhere because your windows are closed. Okay, open the window then. It's like, no, it's hotter outside. So you actually need to make it cooler inside because the air is so stale outside that it'll just make you warmer. And I'm like, why are we here? So it's pretty lucky for me that the UK has such mid weather. Because it's just like, our weather is just like ultimately never that interesting. Even when it feels crazy for us, it's overall pretty tame. British people, it's so hot. Yeah. Right, yeah, sorry, you must have gotten one right as I was speaking. But yeah, basically, British weather is pretty mid. But I like living in the UK overall. Honestly, my main reasons, I just realized my gain on my mic has been up. I'm so sorry if I've been peaking this whole time. I was recording something yesterday, so I changed my mic settings a little bit. Sorry if I was really loud earlier. Let me take a drink of my water as well. Okay. I have sick blankets, the cold's not catching me. Exactly! See? Like, there's so many ways to fight the cold. And fighting the cold feels nice. It feels nice to wrap yourself in 6 blankets when it's cold. That's great. You get to be a little cozy snug in a bug in a rug, and that's awesome. When it's fucking hot, what do? Shed your skin? Like, no! And like when it's hot, there's just like everything. I feel like everything's fucking miserable. Because again, you know, like cold can be hard too. It's not like cold is always, it's not like it's always cozy and easy getting warm. I've had times where I'm too cold, you know, at night and I'm just like shivering and I hate it and it sucks. But it's still like, I feel like it's less awful the whole time. Because when it's hot, it's just like everything makes it hotter. At least when it's cold, doing something makes you warmer. When it's hot, it's like I hate everyone. Heat waves give me kill everyone disease. Because it's like the second that it's super hot outside, it's like, no, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to get up. I can't like, you know, sit by myself and record and or like stream peacefully because I need my windows open. It's going to get too hot. And then when it's hot, I'm just like stressed and pissed off the whole time. And I'm tired easily because I'm overheating and everything. I can't like work out because that'll make me hot. I can't like spend time with people because it's just like, oh my God, you will have body heat. Go away. Shed my skin is what I do. I mean, well, if you're a Cosmo, then I guess that makes sense because you can just like unroll, right? Like I'm imagining right now. You're like this, yeah. And you're like, is that what that guy's called again, by the way? I forget. You're like, oh, it's hot outside. Oh, it's really warm. Okay, I wanna cool down. You know, I wanna cool down a little bit. So what you gotta do is you just unfold yourself. You just gotta unfold. I don't remember what color this dude is inside, but let's pretend it's like this for the cream. You just unfold. Unfurl thyself. And then you can cool down. You play Dandy's World once in a while. I only started playing it, I guess a few months ago. I started playing it a few months ago through a couple friends of mine, because I'd been asked to play it a lot ever since I started streaming, actually. There are a lot of people who suggested it to me, so I considered checking it out, because I play Roblox, like, itself. I am a Roblox enjoyer, but I had just never tried Dandy's World yet. And then some people suggested it to me. And I had my friends Addie and Webb help me out, and I actually was part of a Dandy's World tournament, so if any of you guys like Dandy's World, you should check that out. But my awesome friend Weebemez, Webemez, Webemez, you can also just find them linked on my channel and stuff, hosted a Dandy's World VTuber tournament of like 2 teams against each other, and I helped him as a commentator for that. It was very fun. So I'm not like a Dandy's World pro, and I don't play it super often, but I do know enough about it. His inside is white, by the way. Ah, I see. Well, there you go. Because you wouldn't be able to see it if I did it white right now. But you know, see, you can just like unfold it, because this is how you make these types of pastries. It is just like one big pastry that's laid flat out, and then you just kind of like roll it up. So if you want to cool down, you just gotta unfold yourself. Just unroll a little bit, you know? Just unravel, and then you'll be fine. Then it's all good. Easy peasy life hack. Life hack for anyone else who is a roll cake. There we go. Just grow. Yeah. Oh, I need to burp. Hang on. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Right, yeah. Once it's hot, I just like hate everyone. Because I feel like, you know what I mean, right? Once it's hot and you're sweaty and bothered, everything just like so. Because also, actually, I feel like when it's cold, if I'm really cold, then obviously there are some times that's kind of miserable and sucks, but overall, I don't mind it too much, and it's like starting to feel an issue from the cold is like eventually I'll feel like, you know, it might be, I guess the biggest issue for me is because I have kind of achy bones sometimes, then when it's extra cold outside, then I get more stiff and achy, like my joints get more fucked up. If you have those kinds of chronic issues, then the cold can really worsen them, and that sucks. And that does make me kind of like tired and stressed, but it's also mostly that it's tired and stressed, where it's like it's hot outside. If it's really hot, then I'm tired and stressed anyway. I'm tired in the sense that I'm just like exhausted all the time because I'm overheating. And then it'll be like I do one thing, oh whoops, actually bro, you got heat stroke. Whoopsies, you're dying. And you gotta worry about having sun cream on. I hate having the feeling of having sun cream on, even though I should wear sunscreen all the time anyway, but I hate it. And you gotta have that all the time so you don't get burned. And being burned sucks. And it's like anything you do with anyone makes you hotter. It's gross. So I'm glad that the UK leans towards cold, to be honest. Benefits me specifically. I don't like that curve I just did there. I don't think I fuck with it. It's kind of too styled and not natural enough. It's gonna bye 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 bye. The drizzle on his head is gone. I don't know. I was not referencing how he looks. I don't remember. But you know, you get my demonstration of how to unroll yourself. So try that next time it's hot. Pro tip. I need a darker brown that I can use here. There we go. Oh, I remembered what I was saying before now, right. One of the things that actually does make me want to live somewhere other than the UK is specifically just the types of stuff I'm into. Like, being this type of nerd, weeb, otaku in the UK is not easy. And I've been doing it forever, and we are getting more and more interesting stuff in the UK now. Certain like cultures get bigger and everything, but God, I want a cooler range of food. I want stuff to go do. I want, like, I would love, honestly, to go to Japan one day. And in a dream world, I'd probably consider living in Japan if I had the money. But I'd also have to think about the actual like culture and everything of living in there. And I don't know if that would be for me or not yet. But it's like, I think I would be at home there and be in paradise, not even because I'm one of those people that's like, oh my God, thing Japan, everything's just perfect there. But just because, like, if I just had access to permanent maid cafes rather than only occasional pop-up ones on the other side of the fucking country, that maybe a convention that I can't afford to go to, and like underground idols in areas, if I could just like access stuff like that around me, and there were like buildings and stuff specifically made for it that I could go to all year round, then I would be fine. I don't need it to be like thing Japan. I don't need to think that Japan is perfect in order for it to be my paradise to live there. You could give me all the same issues in Japan. I could still have every single physical issue I have. I could have not a fucking penny to my name. I could be poor, have shit taxes, every single political thing fucked. I could take trains that take like 1 billion hours to get anywhere. I could do everything else could be wrong. But if I have permanent maid cafes, I'll be fine. Because that's how I get through life here anyway, bro. The UK has a bajillion problems, but I just think to myself, okay, listen, bro. You gotta listen. At the start of each year, anytime things are rough, I just remind myself, hey, it's this many months until I get to go to a new con. Or it's this many months until I get to see an idol group that I like at a con. Or I get to go to a con and just sit at the main stage and meet 1 billion new idols. It's this many months until I get to do Woe again. Watch you on my tablet because I don't want to type anymore. Hell yeah, go for it. So just imagine if I could do that all the time, if I always had idols accessible or like maids accessible, then I'd be set. I'd be set for life. But yeah, the UK is it doesn't have much in the way of conventions and nerd stuff, or at least like weeb and otaku stuff. But it is getting more and more over time. There's a lot more cons nowadays, and a lot more that are specifically for anime or Japan-related things. And idol stuff as well. I'm so glad that more idol stuff is taking off in the UK. We're starting to get more like events that specifically have idol fests at them and everything, which is very cool. Because a lot of idols otherwise, it's kind of similar in America, where a lot of them for a long time just kind of applied to cosplay masquerades and everything like that, because that was kind of their only way to perform. Until they started getting idol fests. And now over here we're getting more of them as well, instead of idols just having to apply to be on like a general stage and hope that someone's there, which is very nice. Okay, I think that fluff looks kind of cute there. I should probably get a reference of like a regular Panda, but I'm kind of just going off of his. But I think I'm sort of getting it. Guys, actually, first of all, what's your favorite animal? But second of all, I have a question. If you're presuming any of you guys aren't furries already or don't have like personas of your own, what animal would you make yourself as if you were one? And also, what animal do you think other people would assign you as? Because I've been I like asking people questions like that are not just, you know, like what your favorite thing is, but what you think would actually suit you or what other people would perceive you as, because I think it's really interesting playing with perception in games and everything. Back on my tablet. Hiya. But yeah, so like what animal would you assign yourself as? Like what animal do you think is actually most you if you're gonna make some kind of persona of yourself? But what also animal do you think other people would see you as? I saw this game that someone suggested the other day that I kind of want to play with some friends sometimes. It's just like kind of a talking game, just like almost like a conversation starter. But the idea of it, I think they said they called it like this changeling game, where the idea is that it's like a hypothetical where, you know, you've been like swapped out for a fake clone of yourself, like in a movie where there's like a clone that replaces you, and then you go, tell me something that only Emmy would know, or something like that. Or you've been changed out for some changeling or whatever, like they're trying to be you. And then you have to think about what things it is that would give it away to your friends and other people that it's not you. Like what would be the tells that they're a fake? So you've got to think about stuff that the changeling would know, or changeling would assume about you that it wouldn't actually know correctly. So the changeling, I think in the concept for this game, has access to all like public information about you. They, you know, like they can find all of your internet history, all the things you say online, the parts of yourself that you share. They've done like a full research on you that way. They've done their whole background check, but they don't like have your brain. They don't know your memories and everything. They don't actually know how you work internally. So based on that, what things do you think they'd assume about you that would be wrong? And I think it's a really interesting idea. Because it's like, I feel like there's a lot of characters and media and concepts that I guess it would be presumed I like based off of stuff like that, or like morals that you'd think I'd have off of that. Like I think the person who did this mentioned that because they're kind of like I don't know, I guess they do a lot of like shitposty things or like game talking and everything, and you'd assume that they don't like organized sports and everything, but they're actually a big football fan or something like that, or you'd assume based on their taste that they like fantasy media when they don't. Me personally, the fact that I like everything does not really help for this. It is a little bit of an issue when I'm kind of into everything ever to think about a concept like this. Because with pretty much anything, I'll hear it and I'll be like, yeah, I'll try it. I'll try it out. I'll hear you out. Or someone could tell me about something and be like, I don't like it, but I can see why you do. Or I'll even be like, I do like it, but I can see why you don't. And I'll be like, wow, it's so interesting that you don't like it. Good for you. So I guess that's not very helpful in my case. It's probably gonna be a tricky time. Guys, please, if there's a clone of me, be careful. Be careful, because it won't be hard for them to trick you at this rate. But I wonder what things about me I feel like something like that would assume that they wouldn't actually, you know, like know from inside my brain, you know? I wonder. There was something that was gonna come to mind, because I feel like there's a bunch of like characters and shows and everything that I don't actually like that people assume I do at first. If there's a clone of me, be careful, because I love. I mean, you never know. There's a lot of things that can happen. Because I can already transform enough when I have all my tropes and everything eaten up. And you get a lot of stuff comes from space, dude. You know how many different dimensions I've been through? I don't know. I don't even necessarily know how all of my dimensional stuff works. I could fuck it up one day. Be careful. You might run into a clone of me one day. You gotta be prepared for the signs. You gotta watch out, because it'll be very easy to pretend to be me in this regard. Although I guess the thing with me is because I am so open to everything, then it's, you know, it's pretty easy to pretend to be me with my interests, right? Because it's not like, it'd be hard for them to fuck up something by saying like, oh yeah, I like that, because there's a high chance that I probably do in fact like it. But I think the thing with that is a lot of people in their attempts to understand me end up boxing me a little bit more. And it's like when I say that I'm kind of into everything, then I really am. So they'll end up limiting it more than that. and not understanding like the range. It's hard to capture someone's gap moe without being inside their brain, I guess. Like, actually, the example I was gonna give was a little bit freaky, so maybe I won't. But it's like how a lot of people, because I'm so silly goofy, won't necessarily know how it is that I act whenever I'm serious or something like that. You know? Oh yeah, I need to get this fucking curve right. Weesh, weesh. I should zoom out. I think I should stay zoomed out for more of this, so I can look better at the full picture and not fuss over individual lines so much, because I wanted this to be kind of chill and be more like the first one of these I did, in which case for most of that I was just kind of loose with it and I just kept coloring over if I didn't fuck with something. I'm trying to be looser with my art altogether lately, because I find that I enjoy my art process a lot more and spend less time just stressed out about it when I play with it more naturally. Well, I know something I'm still mad about happened 2 days ago or yesterday. I forgot what day it was on. Sure. Oh, I have it on Roblox. Oh shit, all kinds of things can go in there. I really want to do more Roblox playing streams. I haven't played it in like a while. I think I should do more Dandy's World. I should ask whoever, Addy, if they want to play with me again. This is very fun. The hard thing about being British, actually, for Angel who asked earlier, even though I know Angel's gone now, the hardest thing about living in the UK is not anything about the culture or the climate or even the political climate or something like that. The hardest thing is being a fucking VTuber, because all of my friends are in the opposite time zones. And to be honest, I stay up late anyway, so I think I would be fine with the time zone shift if not for the fact that I live with multiple people. If I lived by myself and just like didn't have like neighbors next to me immediately or something, then I'd be totally chilling, because I don't mind staying up until 5 a.m. for something if a friend asked me to. But because of where and how I live, the amount of times that one of my friends is like, hey, do you want to play something with me? Do you want to hop on this? Do you want to do this event? Especially Web, because Web invites me to a lot of things and I very much appreciate it. It's very cool. But the amount of times that Web's there and I'm like, sorry, dude, I'm going to sleep right now. Or like, sorry, it's past my streaming bedtime. I'm not allowed. It's past curfew. It also means that oftentimes, even if not me sleeping, then it's like my schedule for the day altogether doesn't line up with people, because it's like the time that they'll hit me up rather than when I have free time to stream will be when I'm working on comms and stuff offline, you know, things like that. Makes it very tricky. I don't like how small the hair is on this side. I think it looks kind of fucked up, but then when I flip it, I think it looks fine, so I'm not sure. I think I'll fiddle with it more later. I want to make this a harsher angle. So I was just playing this game and you're supposed to guess who's the spy that doesn't know the theme. So these 3 people decided to join. Oh, right. Okay, I know the kind of game you mean. Yeah. But yeah, I'll let you explain and then I'll read all of it after. How does that piercing on here work? It goes like an angle through both sides of the ear, right? Because I think I need I kind of need to draw the depth of the ear here more. Yeah. That is a song by Barry, and I forget the title because it's really long, but I like it a lot. I'm so excited for Barry's third single to come out, Gimme Till Barry. I got to hear it while I was at I don't think I've actually mentioned that actually. I think I did in my Zatsu about going to 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. But she performed both of her released original songs, and then also her third one, Gimme Till Barry, and then a cover of a Hello Project song, and the name of it I have forgotten. But I'm very excited for it to come out. there's been, actually, I was talking about stuff for the UK, but there's been more and more, not just like spaces and events for idols in the UK lately, but more idols that I'm seeing in the UK, and that makes me very, very happy. Like, there's always been a bunch of British idols, you know, growing at the same time as like Kai Guy idols in other places. But I'm seeing more and more like full groups and everything, more that feel like fully produced and with more passion for the J-pop altogether. I'm not sure how to word it. It feels like a lot of people are taking idol stuff more seriously in the UK, I guess is the best way to put it. And I very much enjoy that. It's very cool to see. Because I love people who just, you know, dabble in as a hobby as well. Or people who just do like cosplay groups and everything, or occasional little maid things. I think those are equally awesome. I love every single one of them. But it is also really cool to see a bunch of groups that are like fully putting their whole asses into it as like a full J-pop idol career. I think that's super cool. Ooh, okay, right. So I was playing this game, and you're supposed to guess who's the spy that doesn't know the theme. So these 3 people decided to join. It was just me and 3 other people, and they were matching avatars. Very important for later. Whenever the round started, I was the only one who said something. You have to see something according to theme. And then the 3 girls didn't say anything. Whenever it was voted, they all voted me. Oh, so they were just teamers who were just, like, doing nothing so that then they could get points in the end. That sucks. That sucks. That's ass. Unfortunately, you always run into people like this on games that are as open as Roblox. It is very annoying. Sometimes you have to just try and not only get you and move on with your day because it's not worth it. But it really sucks. Because people like this is like, dude, what's the point of playing the game, you know? Like, how is that fun? Just sitting there doing nothing and then clicking the same button together at the end? It's like, at least if you're teaming and actually putting effort in, I almost get it. Like, you know, when people play something like Dress to Impress together, and they play with a friend, and then they both always vote 5 stars for each other, or maybe they vote slightly less for the others. When I play, I'm not the type to, like, not vote at all for anyone else. I do vote for the others based on my actual taste for them, but if I'm playing with, like, my little sister, I will always give her 5, you know? But, like, at least in that case, it's like you're actually putting the effort in and you're just also trying to give each other a boost. But if you go to a game just to do fucking nothing, just to do nothing and then stand there and then basically press, okay, this person at the end with each other, it's like, why are you even playing? What's the point, bro? Like, how is this fun? You're not playing anything at all. There's no game now. It's like, not only did you ruin someone else's fun, I feel like you ruin your own fun when you do that. Boo, that sucks. Okay, I want to move this a little bit. I can just redraw it anyway, but I want to shimmy it to the side of those so that I don't fuck up where it is that I want it when I'm lining over it, because I feel like the air should be more this way. Yeah, I'll curve it a bit more. I like ear with a little bit of curve. Like, I feel like it should start like there. Oh, that's way too big. Hang on, let me look at it from this side. I think I want it to go like yay high. I need to ask Neri later, or any of you if you feel like Googling it, what the origin is of people saying like yay high from when they want to say like, you know, like, oh, this thing is like this tall, or like they're about this high. I'm curious why it's yay. I mean, I'm sure it's literally just like an old ass English word for that same sort of thing, but I'm curious. I like to know. I like to be a knower. This is partially just because I live with Neri, though. Neri is my partner in crime and everything. My awesome... I don't even know what it's called. I guess, because saying just, like, partner makes sense, but it's not like I'm dating Neri, even though we like to seem like yaoi because I think it's funny. But, like, because it is technically right. We're almost, like, business partners, and also we live together and do, like, literally everything together. But it's not like, cool, I'm like my twin. We look nothing alike. But Neri is my awesome partner in crime. You can find his channel on the homepage of mine. He's very cool. He does a lot of music and stuff. He helps me out with a lot of things, and I help him with things, and we stream together a lot and everything. But he is also a linguist and a fucking nerd. So pretty much any time that I'm like, I wonder why this phrase, or we see something, he's like, hang on. And then he goes and does full research on it. I think he has like Wiktionary. Like I think he has like a fucking browser extension that has it basically just like always pulled up for him. It's always ready to go. It actually, it's kind of because he's so research pilled in that regard, it means it's really funny whenever he tries to search for something normal when we're doing something. Because if I tell him to search like, hey, can you search this thing about this character? Then he'll just search their name without any of the context because his brain is routed to just like, you know, searching a term on Wiktionary or whatever and then going through all the definitions. So if I say like, hey, can you look up, what's a character named after a thing? I'll say if I'm like, hey, yeah, can you check why this detail about Amber Genshin Impact is like that? Then he'll just Google the word Amber. And then it'll be like, oh. Right, and last sentence, my avatar looks like a girl, even though I'm there. Whenever I went into a round, it's kind of like dance already have to go. You don't need to say, let me explain in another comment, by the way. I can tell when you're explaining it multiple. You can just continue, it's fine. It's kind of like Dandy's where we have to go into the elevator. So whenever I went into inside one of those, no one will join. So if I go inside someone else that has players, everyone will go, oh, that sucks. That's so annoying. Boo. Some people are just such party poopers, man. It's so pointless. Nobody has fun that way. Not even them. Like, what's the point of playing a co-op game if you don't like cooperating? I'm definitely getting some of those lyrics wrong. That reminds me, I need to record. My voice is still like slightly in the recovering stage from 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Not crazily, because you know when there's been times before where I've like really had to go on vocal rest, and that's different. You can very much tell the difference for that. But in this case, it's like, you know, I did use my voice a lot. I still have to be gentle with it. Why am I so eepy today? I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I didn't think I'd be this much of an eepy sleeper today. But you know, like, yeah, my voice is still a little bit worn. I still have to be careful, not stream too much and not like record anything yet. And I'm still like trying to drink a ton of tea and everything like that until it gets back to its usual shape. But there's so many things I want to sing and record. I want to prepare things for my karaoke at the end of the month. I want to sing stuff all together. I've been wanting to like record for more covers recently. Like this was gonna be like the time that I can get to work on a lot of things. But oh well, we bull. I want to ask you guys what covers you want to hear from me more often, because I want to do more like shorts covers. It's very fun to do, like that one 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 one I did. And stuff like that is honestly really easy. Because especially when it's like the little shorts like that, I'm trying to learn to mix myself all together lately. Especially now that I've got like a FL Studio and I'm learning to use more DAWs and do more music things myself, like do more full production. Mixing is on my list, and I did do that 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 one in BandLab instead. Because it was easy just for me to test the waters. I did the same for like my yokai party set, actually. That was all mixed just with Audacity and BandLab. And those programs are not ideal. They don't give you full control over anything. But for when it's just little short things like that, that means I can do it myself, you know? And it's nice to just be able to do stuff like that, pop a little thing out and just like make something. Whereas otherwise, for all of the bigger things I do, it takes a lot longer because I go through a lot of other people for everything. Hi, Madeline. Hello. Hiya. Good morning. I hope you're having a good day. But yeah, so I want to do more short covers like that. And it's nice to get you guys' feedback on what kind of covers and stuff you want to see, you want to hear from me for those, you know? Do I want to have line art here, or should I just leave it to the face pattern? Because that's not something I'd usually line. I think I won't line it. I'll just color that part. I really want to play a bunch of music right now. Like, I wish I could shuffle through my Spotify playlists, because I have a bunch of songs stuck in my head and I want to sing them all. But that's not how that works, because then I get copyright struck. I could, however, potentially do what I did before, that one time where I just like pulled up my karaoke instrumentals in the middle of doing an MS Paint com and made it like karaoke MS Paint. But like I said, I'm not even supposed to be singing much at the moment because my voice isn't resting. Like, I can still sing technically, because like I said, I say like I said a lot. I gotta change it up. So as was previously mentioned, it's not like my voice is severely damaged to the point that I fully need to be on rest at the moment. It is just a little, like, used up. It's just a little tired. It's kind of like rather than it needing to be so imagine that basically that I went and like did a bunch of sports or something, right? It's not like I've actually pulled a fucking muscle or broken anything right now. It's just that my body's a little achy. That's essentially what's up with my voice. So I shouldn't be going and getting into a big fight immediately. Which is what doing karaoke right now would be. So like I'm fine, but I shouldn't be busting into karaoke. But I've got so many songs stuck in my head, and for half of them, the only way that I could maybe get this out and listen to some music is if I that hand is not right. Hang on. Which side would the fingers be on for this? I need to look at this in my brain. He's going like this. That's this hand, so that would be on the upper side. The only way that I could get these reasonably out of my brain and listen to them is if I was doing it karaoke, because I could pull up like my car fun instrumentals. But I can't do that right now because I'm not supposed to be singing much. You gotta like take a shot for every single time I sing that little melody today. Hello, old YouTube account. Wonderful name. Society, if YouTube let me see people's display names instead of their usernames again. I still don't know why they made that change. It's so weird to change it to people's usernames. It was so much nicer when it was the display names, because everyone can set their own little nicknames per channel. Like, you know, if someone has a certain 𝘆cie, then they get to have their nickname as like, you know, 𝘆cie's this thing or this thing. It's just like cute, it's handy, and those are clearly the actual names that people want to be referred to by, rather than their usernames, which for half of people, especially on YouTube, are just like random string of words that they said when they were 12. I really don't get the point of it. Like, what's the point of display names if I don't get to see them in chat? Where are they to be displayed, dude? And it's kind of awkward when I want to say hi to someone and all I see is a username that I know doesn't necessarily represent them when they probably have an actual name they go by, or like a brand name on their channel. But I'm you know, it's like a lot more work to actually go find them that way. So it doesn't even really benefit me as the person running the chat. Because what you might think is the intention, and I think I saw some things from YouTube that were saying something like this at first. They were like, oh, it's for moderation, you know, you can see someone's username, so you know how to get rid of them, rather than just their display name. But I'm like, man, just put both. This is worse. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. What other languages do I know how to say 6, 7 in? How do numbers in German go again? I haven't done German in years. No, I don't know 6 and 7 in German. Fuck! What is in Spanish? In Español? I don't know what 7 is in Spanish. Change my handle because you reminded me to do that. Hell yeah! Oh man, I wanted to be shippers. Wait, hang on, I'm gonna look up what it is. Oh, wait, I should know it in Swahili. Do I know it in Swahili? Cause moja tatu mbili ne. Fuck, what the fuck is 6? Hang on. I'm gonna feel stupid when I see this. Right, yeah, Sita Saba. Sita Saba. Moja tatu. Moja mbili tatu ne tano sita saba nane tisa. Right, yeah. Sita saba. 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. In German, 7 und 6. Isn't that 7 and 6? Rather than 6 and 7? Right, yeah, 6, 7. 6, 7. What is it in Spanish? I should know the Spanish and German numbers. Just like, I feel like those are easy ones to know, especially if your first language is English something anyway. But also because those are ones that I did like at least one lesson on in secondary ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How do you pronounce siete? Wait, hang on. Spanish to English. 7. Siete. Oh, right, yeah, it's not French. I said te like it was French. It's siete. And 6 is... 6! I'm doing it wrong. I'm still thinking like it's French. 6, 7. Okay, so we got 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 6, 7, 6, 7, and what was my Swahili ones? Swahili ones. I've forgotten it again. Sita Sava. 6, 7. For Russian. Oh, wait. Let me see if I can even pronounce it in Russian. English to Russian. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, sim. Hang on. 6, sim. 6, sim. 6, 7 isn't even all that funny anymore, but honestly, I personally find 6, 7 funny just by it being nothingness. I think that is endearing. As much as it kind of pissed me off at first, I enjoy memes that are just nothing like this, because I think it's nice when a meme is just stupid for the sake of being stupid. I think maybe it's because I'm biased, because I saw a lot of people at first, especially if they're older, who were like, this is stupid, it doesn't fucking mean anything, and I was like, yeah, that's the point, it doesn't mean anything, that's why people find it silly. And they're like, what, but that's dumb, and I'm like, no, but loads of old memes were like this as well. So many memes, especially early ones, either like I feel like for a lot of older memes that went funny, either it was specifically like a fully worded joke, like a whole like regular comedian stand-up joke with a punchline, or it is just like one fucking thing from a Vine or something that sounded funny and then people keep spamming it. And that's the same as 6, 7, and I think that's funny. And I just think it's funny when something that is this nothing burger gets like associated in your brain so much that you hear it in normal sentences and you're like, ah. I like that kind of brain rot. I think it's endearing. I like brain rot that's like this instead of made from like some fucking AI thing or made just from like rage baiting people entirely. I think it's endearing that this is just nothingness, because then it's like just silly. But I also get why a lot of people find it is, yeah, Schwest sim is what the I'm definitely pronouncing that one. Schwest? How did it pronounce it again? Hang on, I had the fucking thing up. Schwest sim. Schwest sim. I wonder what other language I can do it. What is it in Korean? Wait, no, I should know the fucking Korean numbers. I definitely know Korean numbers. What the fuck is, 여섯, 일곱. Korean numbers. Because it gave me two. Oh, so it should be 6, 7. 6, 7. Because I think what it told me there was 67 rather than 6, 7. 6, 7. 6, 7. Hang on. 6. Ah, that's Russian. Yug. Yeah, so Yug, not Yug. Yug. And 7. Ilgov. Yug Ilgov. Yug Ilgov. It just feels so silly saying with the fucking tone. What other languages do you guys have? Flip the number 6 and the number 7, you will get 9L. Yeah, I suppose so. Correct. 9L. Ah, I almost started singing a song that is unreleased. I will not do that. Man. The amount of songs that I write for that I can't sing on stream, but they get stuck in my head. Like, there's so many songs that I've worked on. This happens when you are in a household where you guys are all creative. But it's like every art thing that I'm doing, Neri usually knows about, and every music that Neri's doing, I usually know about. Or same for us with like writing for people or any other creative thing that we're up to. But it also means that we both, you know, like, hear each other's music all the time or whatever song the other person is working on. Like, Neri will get a song stuck in his head if I'm recording it, and I will get it stuck in my head if Neri's mixing it, especially because we ask each other for feedback. So it means like I get a song stuck in my head while I'm writing it. Neri overhears it while I'm writing it. Neri gets it stuck in his head. Neri sings along when I'm singing, and then we're just in a loop forever. So the amount of songs that I write, they get stuck in my head all the time because I'm working on them. And then it's just like, oh, but I can't sing them. I can't sing them because they're not released. I need to write more songs that are just from me, because then it wouldn't matter if I sing them on stream unless I particularly plan to keep them private for my own reasons or something. Because I feel like, I don't know, I write, most of the music that I write is for other people or for other idol projects and stuff. That's usually like what I do it for. I write like trans lyrics. And it is partially because that's, I think, where a lot more of my passion lies. I don't write stuff for myself as often unless I have like a specific spot for it. Otherwise, for a lot of things, I like writing them around like characters and stories more. I don't know, I guess I have less motivation for myself in that sense, even though I want to write a billion music for myself one day. But it's like someone can tell me a character or a thing I need to write for, and then I'll sit and get like a billion ideas and brainstorm all these things about it. But when it's like, if it was like write a song about you, I'm like, well, and if it doesn't spark joy, then I won't write it, you know? Like, I can't pull a song out of thin air. I've got to have the inspiration, the motivation there. I've got to find a vibe to sit on. I can't just force one out or it's going to be awesome. I'm going to hate the whole process and I won't do anything. So, if I don't hit for myself, then I don't do it. Which means I don't have a lot of songs for myself, which means I can't sing them because then they rely on other people releasing them. Or, you know, me finishing them in the projects that I'm in. Oh, wow, my voice got really crunchy there. Hang on. I'm trying to think of songs in my head right now that are mine that I can sing. I think the issue is a lot of the time that I do write songs for myself, it's usually like vent art, essentially. A lot of them are so very personal that it's like they're not very interesting to sing on stream or something. Or, you know, with some of them, I feel like, oh, once I get better at doing more producing stuff on stream, or even if I just went into Synth V, we could do songwriting streams together, you know? Like, I did a songwriting stream before, working on that song for B. I suppose I can sing that, because I did that live. Working on that song for B that I need to finish. Say, hey, it's reminding away the wannabe, painting the me I thought that I'd forever be, and see my resolution here and being. Brand new dreams set in motion with a brand new me, buzzing bright on the screen, and now go rhythm and harmony. From A to B, I'm upgrading my techno be. That one. I did that live, so I know I could do songwriting live, but also that one, like, I had the instrumental there for, so it helped. But the thing is, for a lot of the songs that I just write about myself, that are most finished, it's like they're so quiet. They're just like tiny little vent things that I write at like 3 a.m. So I don't think they're very interesting to do publicly, because they won't really have any interest to you guys yet, and it's like, it's kind of, the process for them if they're event related is so personal that I won't really get anything out of like working on it publicly. I don't really want to share them until they're done. And maybe when they're done, you know, people will be able to relate to them and everything, but it's not like I can sit and workshop with someone the lyrics on them, because it all comes from my own issue too much. But I would like to one day just write a song fully with you guys or something on stream. I think that'd be fun. Like something out of nothing. Just, we'd have to like come up with a theme together for it, but I think that could be fun. The issue is just that because I don't play an instrument yet, and I'm not that great, I'm still like, you know, learning with FL Studio, then all of my songwriting process when I'm writing for myself is just the top line. And that can only be so interesting live. However, I am getting better at vocal arrangement more and more lately, which is good, because it means that then if I did do something like that live, even if I couldn't make the instrumental for it yet, you still do get a fun experience out of watching it. Because as I write, I come up with like harmonies and backing vocal parts, and then it kind of fills in for music. And I'm trying to start, at least as I practice with stuff like FL Studio, I'm trying to start with just like writing out like the bass chords on a piano MIDI or something there. Because then I can give that easier to someone else to produce. My playlist dedicated to my OC. My music request is the playlist that I gave most love. Hell yeah! I have so many OC playlists. You have no idea. I make playlists for like every OC. I even make playlists when I'm writing. Oh my gosh, why am I saying when I'm writing stuff for like canon characters and things, I have playlists of my own for them too. And ones for like sharing OCs and with other people. I have like one specific OC I use and stuff. I love making OC playlists. That's part of where I get my inspiration for songs. Because that's actually the thing as well. Like, half of my personal things, like, songs about me, nah. Song about an OC that I'm self-inserting into? Hell yeah. So I honestly think one day when I start releasing more of my own original music, half of it will just be me telling a story, acting as some other character. But that makes sense, because, you know, since I literally, like, eat tropes and everything, that's kind of what I do. I'm meant to transform like that, so... Honestly, I used to think a lot in the past, and still do sometimes, that I would love to just be Honeyworks, like the entire company. I don't know how many of you guys recognize that name, but you've definitely, if you engage with like any anime or J-pop stuff on the internet, you've probably heard a Honeyworks song before. Like for example, they wrote Fansa, the Suki ni natte motto watashi o mite motto, and also kawaikute gomen, kawaikute gomen. That song. And a billion other very popular songs. They also did a song recently in Cosmic Princess Kaguya and stuff. There's a lot of songs of theirs, they're old Vocaloid ones that were very, that were covered a lot. One of my favorites from back in the days, was Honeyworks by Suki Kira as well? Hang on. Was it them? Yes, so they also wrote Suki Kirai, like popular old vocal songs like that. Suki o kirai la da da, kirai suki no kira da da da. Or I remember back in the day really liking, I say back in the day, it's not that long ago, but it's probably like at least 10 years ago for me, or something like that. I remember back in the day liking Diagnosis Love Sickness. I think it was Reichi's, was it Jupi's or Reichi's cover that I listened to a lot of it? One of those two. When I fall in love with me, you'll see you would agree. Loving you is bitter alone, so bad I can't think. Da, 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 da. But basically, Honeyworks make a lot of great songs. They, I believe, got famous first mostly for writing Vocaloid music. And they still do some stuff with vocal synths, but also nowadays they work a lot with like popular seiyus and independent vocalists and everything. So but all of their songs are basically OCs. They're essentially just like giant fucking OC project. They just make music and people eat up their OCs, and I fucking love it. It's like how for things like Alien Stage by Vivinos, right? That was basically, Vivinos used to just draw their OCs and random little stories and things here and there, and then occasionally made some that were slightly longer series like Pink Bitch Club and stuff like that. And then eventually they made Alien Stage, but all of those started from just being little OC things that they did here and there, and maybe writing songs to them and everything sometimes, or having songs written for them. Honeyworks is kind of like that. They did Vocaloid things, but then also did some with their original characters, a lot of the original characters actually, and sometimes they would just be like one character randomly for a song, or sometimes they would be consistent ones, and they hired different vocalists for each thing, but they have all these like characters and everything, and now they have like a whole anime and all this stuff, and they're a very big established thing, but I would love to just be Honeyworks. That's a lot of my dream in my head has been a long time, because I like writing songs for other people and for stories more than for myself a lot of the time. If it's just like plainly about me, it doesn't really spark joy. I need like a vision to go off of. But the thing is, when it comes to that as well, it's not even like they need to be made up about some random ass thing. Whenever I write songs that are like for a character or at someone else's request, I think about all kinds of different ways you can interpret it and all kinds of people that could listen to it, you know? Like I think, okay, this is a song about this character in this specific moment, but that doesn't mean that I just write that exactly. I like to think about the message here, the kinds of themes we could go for based off that, the kind of themes that could represent that more vaguely, other ways other people could interpret it, so how I can write essentially about multiple things at once. That's why it's so fun. So I would love to just be Honeyworks. We were planning on doing an AU for the Amazing Digital Circus show. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I still haven't watched the Amazing Digital Circus. I really need to get around to it. You'd think I would have. Actually, you know what? You know what? Hey, circling back to the thing I said earlier. Oh my gosh, okay, I can explain it again. So I mentioned a thing earlier when only Cosmo was here. I mentioned a thing earlier that I saw this person come up with this game online, right? I think it was on TikTok that I saw this. So this person come up with this, well, talk about this game that they have, which I believe they call like a changeling game. So you have to imagine that you're getting replaced by like a clone, like in a movie or a video game. You know, when a clone of a character shows up and then they have to solve it with being like, tell me something that only Emmy would know, or something like that, you know? So there's like a changeling of you, and they have access to all publicly available information about you. They've done like a full background check, all their research. They can find like everything you've said online and everything, or like records of you, but they do not know your brain. They don't actually have a copy of your brain. They don't have like your memories and thoughts and feelings. They just have everything that is like public about you. So what things about you what things do you think the changeling would do or say that would make it obvious to people who know you personally that they're fake? It sounds really complex when I explain it like that, but it's like really simple. It's like, what would be the giveaways? You know, what things about you do you think the changeling would get wrong by assumption? And stuff like that actually was a good example for me, because I was gonna say that, like, because I kind of like everything, honestly, the changeling would have a really easy time with me because they could say like, oh yeah, I like this thing, and it'd be probably hard for them to get it wrong. Like, I'm kind of into everything, or at least we'll hear everything out. But I feel like the easiest giveaway for me, the easiest thing for me is because I like so much stuff, there'd be at least one point where it says like, oh, I like this thing or this character or this show, and it would get it wrong because it seems like I would based on all my genres, but it's just one that I haven't gotten into yet, or somehow it doesn't hit for me. And the fact that I haven't watched The Amazing Digital Circus yet, I think if there was a clone of me right now, they'd think that I'm already a fan. Yeah. I think, okay, listen guys, this is important. This is important for if I ever get replaced by a changeling, okay? You have to be ready. You have to be really ready. Because it might happen one day. You don't know. You don't know. If I get replaced by a changeling, you've got to see if it thinks I've played Splatoon and watched The Amazing Digital Circus. There's so many things that I'm basically just like a tourist fan of because I haven't had the time to get into them yet, or I don't have like the console for it or something. Or I just like ADHD'd my way out of it where I like wanted to, and I've been on the, oh yeah, I've been meaning to get into that stage for like forever. But I still know that I like them or will like them, so I still talk about them on the internet or share things about them. You've got to test things like that. That is why you lie on the internet. Yeah, you've got to ask the changeling things like you've got to ask the changelings like my opinions on like Sonic and Splatoon and The Amazing Digital Circus, all those kinds of things. You've got to check with the changeling stuff like that, because I bet it's gonna think that I know all about them. You've got to ask the changelings my opinions about Pokemon. Although to be fair, the fact that I haven't played Pokemon much is publicly available, but I do still talk about Pokemon more than you'd expect for someone who's never actually properly played a Pokemon game. You know? You've got to ask the changeling how I feel about Descendants. And several Disney Channel movies, actually. Yeah. I feel like things like that would be my giveaways. It's that because I'm into so many things. What the fuck is that loud ass noise outside? There's gonna be at least one thing, anyway, that a changeling thinks I'm into by association of my genres that I'm not, or haven't gotten to it yet. Like, ask the changeling if I like prepara. That sounds so weird saying it like that. Prepara? Prepara? Prepara. I'll give you a hint of the AU, it's water. A question mark, okay. I'm just gonna imagine for myself now that your AU is the Amazing Digital Aquarium. Why does it seem something my friend's asking me if I have autism? I don't know. That feels like a random correlation, but good for you. No, yeah, a lot of people think that I'm assume that I'm a Sonic fan. And like, I should be. I really should be by now. It's one of those things, again, where it's like, I should have gotten into it. I should have played something or watched more stuff of it, but I just kind of never got around to it. I just happened not to be raised on Sonic. I watched Sonic Underground a bit when I was younger, so I still get the theme stuck in my head. Sonic Underground. I long for my children, but I have to wait. To act too soon could seal their fate. But that was just because it happened to be on TV. And I played like half an hour of a Sonic game once when one of my mom's friends had a DS with a bunch more games on it, and they left me with it, and I played that, and then I got bored because I didn't know how it worked. And I used to play Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games a lot on DS, and I liked all the Sonic characters in there. So it's like I have favorite characters, and I like a lot of the Sonic art style, and I used to follow a lot of Sonic fan artists and stuff as well. And my art style, I think sometimes it looks like it should have come from Sonic. It did especially used to look like it came from Sonic. Back when I was more fully in my Ever After High stuff, because my style was actually taken from that, and then along with my moe anime stuff, kind of fused together into looking Sonic build. So a lot of people had that misconception about me, but I just haven't yet. Same as how I should be into Pokemon by now. You've also got to ask the clone how I feel about Kirby, because I should also have gotten into Kirby by now. It's so Emmy-coded. It's also like, that guy's literally me. He does the same thing I do. He literally has the same powers as me, and he's pink and round, but I just have never played a Kirby game. There we go. At used to be obsessed with Barbies and Monster High. The Monster High addiction never left. Oh, mine neither. Mine neither. I still love all of those things. I love fashion dolls. I love collecting dolls. I have a bunch of them in my room. I have a bajillion on my shelf right now. I'm still a collector of a bunch of doll things. In fact, when I was younger, I had less of them because, you know, I didn't have my own money to choose what to spend. And my family's pretty broke. But I collect Monster High G3 dolls. Also because, to be honest, even though I always liked dolls, and I always liked the shows and everything for the world about, like, I love Barbie movies, I love Monster High movies in the TV show, I love Ever After High movies in the TV show and all those kinds of things. I think I'm way more passionate about the G3 dolls now than I was about G1 dolls then. Because a lot of them back then, I was like, yeah, they're pretty, but they also didn't spark joyfully. I genuinely think that G3 dolls are way better made overall. They're better quality, they come with more stuff, the dolls are more sturdy, they're more diverse in their bodies, and because they have that more diversity, their bodies are way more like the dolls physically feel better to hold. You feel less like they're gonna snap every 2 seconds, and they still have like such a great range of fashion. I love them. I just love fashion. Yeah, same. I'm big on all kinds of alternative fashion and just fashion altogether. I really need to do more outfit design streams. I forgot that was one of the things that I wanted to do sometime soon. Maybe next week, but I'm not actually sure because I'm gonna be busy halfway through next week. What was I gonna say? Right, yeah, because I want to do more outfit design streams and costume design ones, because I don't do that much. I did it a little bit at the start, but I think I struggle with design streams a lot, because it's like, my design process, especially when it's for commission, is a little bit trickier and more tedious and more back and forth, and involves a lot more communication with client than regular art ones do, you know. It's part of why a lot of my art streams that I do are the skeb ones, whereas for bigger serious things, then I need to take a lot more time on it. So I'm less yappable while I'm doing it. So most of the time that I've done design, other than a couple ones that I did like for Mirage and Frenary that I didn't finish, it's been those random ones where I did my little like a random character, like my random idol outfit design thing, and I want to do that more, but I also want to do some regular design streams. And I thought something that would be fun this month is to design an outfit for me together with you guys, because I did say before that I was going to try and spend this whole month, as Emmy wants, since we didn't get to actually celebrate my birthday together, I was going to try and fill this month with a handful of more fun things to sort of make up for it. Even though this week itself has been pretty normal, there will be, you know, like little fun surprises and tidbits here and there coming. Lots of little fun little bits. And I thought that would be fun. Because I've only had one alternate outfit so far, actually, if you think about it. I had one for my Christmas one that I did, but I feel like I should have done more. Because I love drawing outfits, and I love drawing different outfits on myself as well. Because I'm narcissistic like that. So I think it would be fun to design one together and get you guys' input. Like a birthday outfit for me, or just a second outfit altogether. We could just come up with a bunch of Emmy outfits. You really do be a busy bee or well a busy cow. I very much do. It's partially because just for some reason within this last couple months, it's like every time I think I'm not going to be busy anymore, or I'm just going to, like, there was, for the first few months, I was like, okay, my goals, I'm going to get through all of this. I'm going to finish this commission and this project that I'm in. I'm going to reach flow state and I'm going to get everything done. And then for some reason, that's suddenly when everyone that I know IRL all asked me to, like, see them at once. It's like my fucking family. I'll just like not see them for ages, not for any particular reason, just because we're like, you know, don't have any plans. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, we're going on this trip, we're going on this trip, we're going on this thing. And I'm like, okay. And like, obviously it's up to me whether I want to go with them or not. I need to drink some water. Hang on. I only just realized I was thirsty because I was yapping too long. Give me 1 sec. Hydrate. Nonde, music. Hang on. Okay, anyway. By the way, that thing I did, that's like a Japanese version of basically saying chug, 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 chug. But a lot of people, because nonde is just drink, and means that I did is water. But a lot of people do that at like idols in Japan on concert. Like when you see them on stage and they take a bit of water, you're like nonde. But anyway, I yap so much sometimes that I forget that I have basic needs, and then I'm like, oh, I'm thirsty. Whoops. Anyhow, what was I saying? Right, yeah. Because obviously up to me what stuff I go to when it's with my family and everything. But I have a tendency to turn things down quite a bit because I don't always want to go outside, or especially like go on trips and stuff with family things. Or also, I just also like, even aside from turning things down if they don't spark joy, a lot of the time in the past, especially for the past year, right when my family is asking me to do things with them, just happens to be when I'm getting like really busy, or I have a bunch of work to do, or I have like plans with other friends and everything, or I get sick. I have really bad luck with timing for getting sick. It's always like I say this a lot, but it's just like, I feel like I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, you're written by a woman, you're written by a man, or something like that. It's like, I'm written by a fucking comedian. I'm written to be comic relief. There is like a god up there with great comedic timing over my life, and they're pissing me off. Because I will go like a full year or two without any illness, any problems, and then it's like the second I have a plan to go somewhere, then suddenly I'm bedridden and everything's fucked, and then right as it's ending, I'm good again. Some shit like that. It always happens to me. But then because of that, because there's been so many things that I turned down before, then recently when all of my family suddenly start asking me to go to everything, I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, I'll say yes. I don't want to just like turn everyone down forever. I kind of look like a dick. It's nice to actually do things together. But then it all happens at once, and I'm like, oh, I'm so busy. I have things to do. Don't you know I have stupid little people in the internet to entertain? Also, hi, Norin. Norin. I went to say Norange, and then also just gonna say Nora, and then neither of them came out because I was swallowing my drink at the same time. Do you think having Cane of Ill in my ear is a good idea? I know nothing about the Emerging Digital Circus. I cannot comment on this. I still haven't watched a single episode of it yet. I've been meaning to for forever. And like I said, see, this is what I said about the clone thing. Like, I definitely look like someone who would know everything about the Amazing Digital Circus. But I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet. So I cannot comment here. I'm not very helpful for this. What if I shove this guy's tail in the back here? I think that's fun. Yeah. Also, yeah, we were talking about dolls, right? And you got Nora like the curtain, yeah. Talking about dolls before I joined. This is my bread and butter. Yeah! We were having doll time. Oh, right, yeah, I didn't even finish that sentence I was on. Can you tell I have ADHD? But yeah, I love dolls. I love dolls. I still collect dolls. And in fact, like I said, collect them more now than I used to. And I love old doll media. Oh, I remember why I got off topic now, right? Because I was talking about fashion. I need to finish that topic too. I really need to do that thing that I mentioned that I saw in 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 of Hololive English Myths recent Zatsu, where she had like a little counter on the side for all the tangents that she got in. She had like a list of them. Of the tangents that she got onto. I should do those, especially in Zatsus, or in like an MS Paint stream like this. Because when I'm gaming, I don't, you know, I mostly talk about the game, or maybe I'll come up with another topic halfway through, but it is mostly about whatever thing I'm doing. But for art streams, especially the MS Paint ones, where we just kind of yap more because it's just, you know, me doing a little simple thing. I see so much random stuff and forget where I was at, dude. But anyway, I need like a tracker so I can get back to them after. But anyway, fuck, I forgot. Right, yes, dolls. Doll stuff. Yeah, I love fashion dolls and everything, partially because I love fashion and partially because I love dolls, and also I love just this genre of like kids media and girl media and everything. It's just right up my alley. It's my favorite stuff. Like, I am a kid content enjoyer, you know, like I watch Bluey, and I'll still watch kid shows that I used to watch when I was little and everything. I still love MLP and everything like that, but I also just like, especially for dolls, it's like a big passion of mine. Hi, I'm late. No, you're fine. You're not late. We're only like, what, like 2 hours in? It's an MS Paint stream. We got a while ago. Unless you're here right as we're ending, you're basically never late for a stream. Especially for an alt one, because I go for a while. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I love doll stuff altogether. It's a big part of my tism. Like, I keep saying this constantly, but I really want to do Barbie movie watch-alongs on stream. I think they'll probably be member stuff. But I really want to do those someday so I can really expose to you guys my Barbie movie tism. You have no idea. because I already have a lot of the fixation and passion about every other doll media, right? Like, I love Ever After High and Monster High. I have so many Monster High dolls in my room right now, because it's the main thing that I collect lately, and Ever After High was so formative for my brain. I made so many OCs for Ever After High. I did so much writing and role-playing for it, and half of my art style I owe to when I was obsessed with Ever After High, and I still want it back. But like, Barbie movies? Dude, don't even get me started. I know like everything about every single one of them. I've watched every Ever After High thing and Monster High thing a billion times too, but for Barbie, it's, I don't know. It's like, because I am passionate about the Barbie dolls and everything too, but it's like, especially the movies, is where a lot of my brain lies. Every single Barbie movie, aside from the ones in the last like 2-3 years, because in the last couple of years they had a big decline. This is a hot take. It's not really a hot take for anyone who's actually into dolls, because I think most people are very well aware of this, but if you're not, then it might seem surprising to you. But to be honest, Barbie as like a brand is kind of doing the worst quality wise compared to most other like fashion doll brands for kids and everything these days. There are a lot of things about Barbie in the recent era that are really good. Like, I'm still really happy all the time every time I see how diverse Barbies have become. They do so many more that are themed around specific things, or like specific like disabilities and representation. They have more body types and everything. That's really cool. But for some reason, at the same time, and to be clear, these are not related things, because they can do diversity without cutting the quality, because Monster High is doing that. Barbie has also just been like constantly dropping in quality and everything. It's kind of just become, I hate saying slop, but a lot of it is kind of slop, man. Which sucks, because simultaneously, I feel like a lot of other big brands are getting better and better, especially because Monster High, which is under the same fucking overall brand, they're both under Mattel, is doing better and better. Their quality keeps getting better. Maybe some places they cut it here and there, but the dolls themselves just like keep improving. They keep getting more diverse as well in their bodies, their stories, their culture, their like disabilities, all those kinds of things. They keep like branching out and exploring different styles and people and everything, while also getting cooler and cooler dolls and not sacrificing any of the quality in the interest of them. Whereas for Barbie dolls, you only really get one or the other, I guess. They're so ass lately. they cut quality in a lot of them. It's like the dolls are way more cheaper made, even when they don't need to be, but then still cost a lot for them. They took out half of the like mobility that they have. You get less pieces for the outfits. They're way simpler made, and you get cheaper prints and everything like that. They just like give you the bare minimum for Barbie at the moment lately, I guess. Hatchers was making my own Barbie clothes because they don't make them high quality or make the fashion look good and all the body types. Yes, exactly, which sucks, because Barbie is supposed to be like, you know, that's the one. You're supposed to be the best at this. Like, for example, actually, let me show you guys an example. We're nerding out now. Here's our big tangent today. Also, who was it? Sorry. The Barbie doll's quality is battle, but the LOL doll's drama. Oh yeah, there's a lot for all those other brands. Something that actually really made me mad lately. It pissed me off really bad. But actually, okay, first of all, for example, I'll show the difference in Fashionistas dolls for the Barbie Fashionistas line, right? This is current Barbie Fashionistas. And also, to be clear, I do not have a problem with Barbie having outfits that aren't like immediately like supermodel runway ready. Barbie is allowed to have casual clothes. Barbie's allowed to be in cute little simple dresses and everything. The issue lies when they only have those and have no form and everything, just to make everything as cheap and simple as possible. But these are Barbie Fashionistas. They're cute, but like, you want to see what they were like just 10 years before that? And those top ones are the newer ones. Notice also how there's like no connection in their body. This is the same line. See how they've got joints here? They can move their knees, their elbows, their wrists, all these parts. For these ones, nothing. You get like nothing except their head, generally their waist, and for some of them their feet. But actually on most of these ones, you can see that there's no joints. They can't even move their fucking arms. This one only has it because her arm is permanently posed. Is that not fucked? And like this difference in this hair and this ponytail and everything that Barbie had here, and this one, and like all of the pieces that went into their outfit, all of the quality, the layers of it. It's not the fashion style that is the issue here. It's just the quality of it altogether. Hello, I'm back. Hi, I'm ranting about Barbie now. Because I love Barbie still. I still love it so passionately as a concept, as a brand. I love the character and everything it stands for. And again, I love how much more diversity they've gotten lately. But that is unrelated to them cutting quality. Because you know who else has gotten more diversity and hasn't cut quality? Monster High! Because like, for example, Like, there are people who like there's a reason my furry stuff, because they're fashionistas made to move bodies. Exactly. There are people who'll see like, oh, there's, you know, like there's this black Barbie now, that's cool, so we're just gonna ignore all of these quality issues. But look at, for example, a normal line doll from Monster High. One that I was really excited for being cool and diverse. And remember, this is the same brand. They're both under Mattel. She's got like these, all these individual braids that isn't even just loose hair. It's like this like yarn that they use, and so it's individual braids for her. It's sculpted here to have braids on the side. She has her edges laid here. Each one of these things is a separate piece. That's 2 shirts that she has. All these different belt parts. Her shoes have like a cement texture on them, and you can see little holes in them so that you can see that there's vines cracking out of it. Those vines are separate to that part. These are 2 separate socks that she has going on. All of these accessories that you get with her. This part is like made to be like spray for her hair, but also because she's a plant and everything. And like with like every single Monster High doll lately, all of their bags, even though this one's already open, most of the backpacks and everything do open and come with multiple parts. She moves here and in her feet and in her wrists and in her hips and in like her elbows and her shoulders and everything, all like that. You can pose her entirely. And even with most of these recent Monster High dolls, because they're so sturdy and generally thicker, even for the thin characters, they can stand on their own. See how all of that is cool? And then this is what you get for a Barbie 1! Barbie, what are you doing? Get off the floor! So it's like, you don't need to, like, diversity versus quality. You do not need to sacrifice one for the other. They're not mutually exclusive, because Monster High keeps getting better in both areas, but Barbie's just declining in one of them. And the part that pissed me off that I was going to show, oh my god. I will not spend too much of the stream on this, but I'm very passionate about it. There was recently a Barbie doll that I was very happy about, but also have very mixed feelings about, because the doll itself existing makes me so happy. However, the way that Mattel markets it and their quality decline pisses me off. So this doll, I love her. I love her in theory. This is a Barbie Fashionistas doll that they did that was specifically autistic. That's really cool. I like these little details about it. Look, she has like a little like a fidget toy here, and this thing she has is not like an iPad. I forget the name for it, but it's specifically like a device made for her to communicate, but for like being nonverbal that a lot of autistic people have. So it will like have little like buttons you can press that say certain things, like, you know, it's for her needs. So you can communicate. That's super awesome, right? She has her little headphones and everything, and I think people mentioned that her clothes were like a simple and soft or whatever to be more comfortable. However, those things are cool, but the audacity that Mattel has, dude, because so much of the rest of the doll is just them cutting quality and then selling it to you as if it's special. Because one of the other things that was advertised for her, and that every single person who's been sponsored to talk about her says, is like, yeah, look, she has more mobility in her arms. They put extra joints in her arms and in her wrists so that she can stim. And every time I hear that, I'm like, no. They took them out of the other dolls and then put them back in her and are selling it like it's a selling point. Is that not so fucked up? Because again, like, I need to show you the fucking... I showed you before, right? The Barbie dolls used to have those joints. They're supposed to have them. They used to have those joints in each part of their body. They should have them by default. Like every other fucking brand has all of those joints in, like, you know, in their knees, their elbows, their wrists and stuff like that. But she doesn't have them. They notice how they're not even in her legs. Yeah, she can barely even sit down. Hi, Serena. I'm ranting about Barbie dolls. And so they stopped putting these in their default dolls for this line, right? Like the other ones we showed. They stopped putting these in their default dolls. They just cut quality on everything else by default because they felt like being cheap about it. And then they put the bare minimum of having joints back into this one. And then they're pretending that that is a selling point that was done specifically for the sake of representation. That is so us. That they're like, yeah, no, she's a special doll who has extra movement compared to other dolls to stim. No. She has normal movement, and they're selling it as a stimming detail. All of the Barbies are supposed to move like this. And like the outfit, some people claim it's like, oh yeah, she has like a really simple, soft outfit, so it's not overstimulating. Loud, incorrect buzzer. That outfit's like, oh, dude. Because even you could still make it simple and cute and comfy without it just being this like one piece of striped fabric, because this is also the way that all of the fashionista dolls look right now. And she doesn't even get ankles or knees. Dude. Skirt, knobbed hand, autistic Barbie, no major articulation, and certain crowd got matched at a promo. Exactly! And like her unders, her hair and everything, like it's... So like in concept, there are a lot of things that Barbie are doing lately that make me happy. I like seeing all doll brands branch out more and like their diversity and all that kind of stuff. That's why I love Monster High so much, among a billion other reasons. However, Barbie is just like dropped so much in quality lately, and they're every now and then trying to use the new diverse part to like cover up for it or act like it's like, you know, to trade one for the other, but you don't, because Monster High does both at the same time. It makes me so sad. But anyway, the main point I was getting to with that was that's why, even though one of my main big interests, my super fixations, or I guess special interests, is Barbie movies, because I love Barbie altogether, as you can tell by the amount that I talked about that. And I love Barbie movies, but they too got a huge major cut in the last couple of years in the same way that the rest of the Barbie brand did. But this part I can yap about while I'm actually drawing. Love Twilight so much. I want to get headphones. Yeah. You know what? Actually, let me bring that doll back. Hang on. That's a great example for what I'm telling you guys about the ways that this one is just kind of them taking away stuff and giving the bare minimum and then branding it as if it's special for that doll. Because again, I do love stuff like her little the little non-verbal sound pad and the little fidget thing and her headphones. Those are cute things to come with. But let me show you what else Mattel could do and how they're just giving nothing for this one and saying that it's special. Because they have another doll that is notably autistic in Monster High stuff. And again, Monster High is also under Mattel, just so you know. They have the same parent company. This is Twyla. You see the difference already, guys? I can't fit her in here. But like, notice how she has joints in all of these parts. There is joints in her hand. Why can't I get my color? Joints in her hands here, like at her wrists, her elbows, her shoulders. She has one in there in her waist. She has them here, her thighs, like everywhere. She has all her joints everywhere. She has a full outfit with all this interesting stuff. She has a little pet. She has a bag. This bag opens. You can fit her books in it. She has a bunch of specific books because that is part of her like fixation for special interest. She basically like lives in the library of Monster High, crawling around and spooking, like being all spooky in the dark through it because she's like the daughter of the boogeyman. But it's just because she likes reading and she doesn't like loud praises. She like knows every single book in there off by heart. And she actually also has a little fidget thing. She has this bracelet with a little dangly bit that's made out of beads. And in the show, she's always like fiddling with it whenever she's stressed or whenever she just wants to regulate herself. She also comes with like a little hood and everything, all these details. And this is the one that you see the difference. They don't need to sacrifice quality for it. It makes me so sad. But anyway, the movies did the same thing, because with a lot of their recent movies and stuff in the last few years, first of all, generally they're not really like original movies the way they used to be. Most of them are essentially just like episode specials from their usual TV or web show that are then also sold on DVD. And they Twilight's cobwebs and nerds. Yeah, the doll is so detailed. But let me hang on. I gotta show you all this. Like, they just, oh, the difference. I'm gonna show, because yeah, I'm really passionate about Barbie movies, and I still like the stories and everything for a lot of them. But yeah, they just kind of cut the quality on them nowadays, and they're basically just specials of the web series where they just maybe go on a slightly quirky adventure for one episode, and then they call it a day. I need screenshots from this fucking movie, because it looks really bad, and it really bugs me how bad it looks. Bum ba bum ba bum. Spider, yeah. But anyway, good afternoon, Serena Sylvain Tiller. Where is my list of all of this? There we go. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Like, guys, look at this. This is the state of current Barbie movie stuff. This shit is so awesome. Like, it's the way like, there's so much. I love these two characters. They have, nowadays, one of the cute things that the recent Barbie does, they have two Barbies. They nickname each other Brooklyn and Malibu because they're both named Bobby Roberts. We come from different parts, and I think that's really cute. But so with all Barbie movies, they've always done a thing, especially when they're like, especially when they're in like their special main transformed magical outfit at the end of the thing, right? Where they are designed to look at least a little bit like the dolls. You can, like, they're doing their buy our toy things. Like how for Precure and other magical girl shows, they'll have 3D models for their weapons so that they look exactly like the ones that you can buy. But the thing is with that, is they're meant to be designed high quality and then transferred into the dolls. You see how with these ones, they look like budget dolls? Like, it's... Somehow, the fact that they have the ability to render things in higher detail because of modern technology has led them to making it look worse. Because that sure does look like plastic. That is a very realistic texture, because this looks like cheap doll hair. This looks like plastic that you've refused to paint in multiple colors. Why do all the colors clash? That's because they don't want to put multiple pieces on it, so they just put a bunch of random bright colors to distract you from that. These look like the dolls that you get. Like, they look like knockoffs. They look like knockoffs, bro! So a lot of it is like this, and the animation is generally really stiff, and the stories are really weak, because again, it's just meant to be a special episode where they do something kind of silly for you to look at, or go on a mini adventure, rather than before where they were like entirely original stories for each one. Like, for comparison of another magical movie from the olden days, let me pull up, what's one that I could compare with this? You know what, let me get up Secret Door. Because that was another one that is like a movie with like all the magic and fairies and everything that's in a billion bright colors. But the difference is astounding. I need a higher quality screenshot than this. You know what, let me just get this. This one, these screenshots are a little filtered, but see how even for, these screenshots are have a saturation on them, but see how for this, it is also meant to look like a doll still, like, you know, her hair is all like in these big chunks rather than entirely individual strands, and you can see that this is gonna be a doll from this outfit, but it like looks nice. It's nice to look at. There's effort in this lighting and everything. She has a whole original story. Look how pretty all these shots are. She's in a world in this one that is specifically meant to look fake, because she's basically stepped inside of a storybook, but everything looks so wondrous and pretty compared to what I showed you a second ago. So anyway, all of that was my way of saying I have big Barbie movie autism, and for every movie, every single Barbie movie except for the ones that came out in the like last 2-3 years maybe, you can ask me like anything about them, and I've definitely watched all of them, like at least, I will say at minimum, except from those last ones, I've watched them all 3 times. But 3 is not the average. That is the minimum of how many I've watched them. I think maybe I haven't watched Puppy Chase that much, but I need to rewatch it again. I just stopped with that one because it was the first one where she had an objectively really fucking ugly outfit. But for all the others, like 3 is the minimum amount of times I will have watched a Barbie movie in my memory, but I also think that's really low. It's probably more like 5 for most of them. And then the actual average that I've watched of movie is probably going to be somewhere between 10 and 20. And then for the ones I actually like, I'm personally extra passionate about, uncountable. I want to say Barbie Style Adventure Lost World. Yes, I agree. God, this is such a Barbie conversation now. This is just like a Zatsu. But yes, Barbie Style Adventure was exactly the turning point for me as well. Because I feel like right before that, it was sort of when they started in their decline, because they had some movie, you know what, I should just share my screen at this point. Hang on. Rather than pulling these up in MS Paint, let me just do this real quick. I have a button for this. There we go. So right before this is Barbie Style Adventure. You can see here how it's like a Secret Door was the one I just showed you in 2014. And then after that they had I have mixed feelings about Princess Power. Princess Power is actually really fucking ugly. But so they had a bunch that were in, that were like mixed in their quality for this. Like I do not like the way this movie looks. I really hate this Barbie model. She looks like 50 and 13 at the same time, but they were also going for a comic book thing. I think it's still a decent story, but it's like, you know, leaning a little closer to the quality that they have now that I showed you guys, right? It's like halfway there. You can sort of see that they were cutting stuff, but it is still a totally original story with original characters and everything. And then there's Rock and Royals, which I think is really good. but it also has a slightly different style. But this one I think is really good. This is when they did yet another version of Princess and the Pauper, because really funny, Barbie has like 4 Princess and the Pauper movies, because they have Princess and the Pauper, then they have Princess and the Pop Star, which is a parody of Princess and the Pauper, and then they have Rock and Royals, which is basically a parody of Princess and the Pop Star, but also based on Princess, but is also essentially just riffing off of Camp Rock and Pitch Perfect and Princess Charm's at the same time. Long story. Long story. But this one I think is good. It's like, again, you know, leaning, they've sort of, you can tell that there's a shift in the way that they make their models and everything. They do look more plastic than they used to. They have a different whole art style altogether, but it's still like really original and creative and fun. It has a lot of the charm that older Barbie movies have. And then they have a couple that I don't like. Is this the one that I'm thinking of? Okay, this one's fine. This one was another Sisters movie, and this is where they started with models that they use more in their webisode stuff. I like these ones better than the current web models that they use. These models are both mostly the same ones they use in Spy Squad, but it was meant to be a cute little Sisters one. And it's like, you know, you can, again, you can see the shift compared to how it used to be. Like, let me compare it to, what's another good Sisters movie? I like Perfect Christmas a lot. Or Ponytail. You can see the shift compared to a lot of their older ones, but it's still just like, you know, cute little sisters doing things. We don't talk about Puppy Chase. We don't fucking talk about Puppy Chase. And they had Spy Squad that I mentioned. But so for a lot of these ones, you know, like Rock and Royals was a parody on an older thing. Princess Power, they were still sort of getting into this point where they go a little simpler with it. Puppy Adventure and Puppy Chase are both just really simple sisters movies, and Puppy Chase is really fucking ugly. I like Video Game Hero, and I think Dolphin Magic is kind of cute, but after Starlight Adventure, a lot of them are just basically episode specials. They are very simple. They use as little original assets and like story and everything as possible. They're normally contained in like one location. It's usually all within the same world the whole time, because they had where is it, Big City Big Dreams, which I do still like, but that was where they introduced their second Barbie, Brooklyn, that I showed you, the black one from before. I love her. And did like a whole musical number, and from then on all of them are just specials from the show that she was introduced for. Like 𝘆cie Lost Birthday is also like an episode special kind of thing, and Princess Adventure is the same kind of thing, where because eventually they realized that they liked their little vlogger Barbie, the Barbie that does YouTube stuff and vlogs and everything, and sort of made that her main character and made all of the movies just parts of her life rather than individual stuff. Starlight Adventure, to me, felt like their last time that they really tried to go out there. Like, it has such a unique world. It has like a whole different style and everything to it. The model is, you know, like references from some of their old ones. That's how Barbie stuff works. But it has like a really unique, fantastical world. It's actually one of their only sci-fi movies as well. They have very few of these. Yeah, Vlogger Barbie was cute. I still like that she exists. I just don't like that that's all they have now. But yeah, it's one of their only sci-fi movies and everything. It has, I think, it captures all of the essence of early Barbie movies that everybody loves, like what's it, like all of the early ones like Princess and the Pauper and Fairytopia and Charm School and all that stuff. It's a Project Hail Mary for Barbie, exactly. Hail Mary for Barbie. Yeah. But yeah, it has all of the magic and all of the feeling of those movies just made in the modern day and in a sci-fi setting, which I think is really interesting. It feels like they really tried to see if they could still do that. It almost felt like it was a test run that didn't work out for them. Because it has like, it's such higher quality in the models and designs and everything. I love the way that it looks even close up. Because like, you know, I showed you in the other one, they have like higher rendering just from having better software, but it looks shitty when you zoom in because everything looks cheap. But these ones, like, look how gorgeous all of the scenery is and everything. It has really pretty songs. It has a whole pretty quest going on. I'm looking for better screenshots, but there aren't enough because it's not popular enough. It has this gorgeous lighting. She does her usual little dress transformation. It has these really pretty stars and everything. Whole fantastical universe. I love it very dearly. And it feels almost like they wanted to see if they could still do that. If this whole life that they had before of all of these original fairy tales and stuff like that, and worlds like Mariposa and like the Island Princess and everything could still work, because it has all of everything that you want from those. Yeah, she does kind of look like Elsa with the braid. Everything that you want from those, but in a sci-fi world and stuff, and just with present Barbie. It has all of that, but as a modern one and in a sci-fi world, and just maybe a little different because, you know, their modern writing team is different. And then they just stopped. After that, they stopped making them like this. And then we go, the fact that Puppy Chase comes after pisses me off. This one is, so it's basically around, I think, Video Game Hero is still kind of unique and I still like it, but they're also kind of leaning into, I think it's basically Princess Adventure is sort of the full cutoff point. So 2020 is generally the cutoff point when it just started being the vlogger world. I still like Big City Big Dreams, but also everything. Princess Adventure is when the shift happened. After Big City Big Dreams is when they just stopped making movies altogether, basically. They're kind of not movies anymore. They're just special episodes that sometimes get repackaged. Puppy Chase is the only one before that full cutoff point. So the only one that when I was still making sure I watched all of them that I couldn't get through the first time I got it because Barbie's outfit in it is so fucking ugly, man. So Barbie looks pretty here and everything, right? You've seen some Barbie outfits. Sometimes they're a little hit or miss. Sometimes they're a little cheap. Let me show you this fucking outfit in Puppy Chase. I hate it so bad. Like, I don't know who approved it. I need to find it. Because in the promo stuff, they look fine, right? That looks fine. That's cute. That's usual Barbie. What is she wearing? What the fuck is she wearing? What is that? What is that? I really don't like the character models here. They use basically these models for a lot of their stuff. They tweaked them a little bit. They had a sort of transition between this and like Spy Squad and everything in their current TV show, but they were really experimental at the time and I don't like them. They look really awkward and stiff. Their arms are like so twig-shaped and flat. Their hair is so flat. I hate it. But what is this? And also 𝘆cie is so small. And their smiles are really creepy in these as well. They just kind of look flat. I don't like it. But what the fuck is she wearing? What is that outfit? What the fuck is that? Oh, you can't even see it. I just realized it's cutting off this photo I'm zooming in on. Look at this. Barbie, what are you wearing? What is that? What is that skirt? I hate it so bad. And also, I just don't like the way the ponytail looks. It's a really bad texture. And it doesn't, like, suit her head. She looks kind of bald. But it's especially this outfit. What the fuck is that skirt? Like, she looks like a knockoff Barbie doll. You know those ones you get at, like, budget stores? She looks like a Barbie doll from Poundland. Those ones you get at, like, budget stores where they're, like, you know, where they're, like, made of, like, a paperish fabrics and they're, like, entirely hollow. You can press on their head and it just, like, folds in. It'll be, like, $1. At least Barbie was special focus in front of Teresa. Yeah, probably. I think so. But yeah, look at this. What the fuck is she wearing? I hate that skirt. Why the skirt? Like, at least if it was just like the leggings and the top, I'd almost get it, even though it still looks kind of dumb. But what the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? The skirt is so distracting. It doesn't look good in any shots. I don't know who approved this. It's so funny to me. But yeah, the most recent one, yeah, is a Teresa special. They look like they're all secretly homophobic trying to look. Yeah. They look like they're gonna be in one of those episodes of what's that YouTube channel called that does stuff like that, where it's like, you know, like 10 gay people have to figure out which one of them is the straight person, you know, that kind of stuff. Anyway, back to drawing. I need to take some water. I need to drink some water. I've been yapping too much. Also, I think Serena, I don't know if Serena is still here, but I think she mentioned what was it? They're in composing hell with Ferris or something like that. Yeah, good luck. Yambare. I need to get myself back to composing jail, to be honest. Well, the songwriting jail. We need to watch more Barbie movies together. We do! And like I said, I want to do Barbie movie watch-alongs as like probably membership stuff, but maybe just all together people as well. And I think it'd be fun if I did some of them on my own or some of them like I invite a guest for each time. Because watch-alongs, I can talk to you guys while I do it anyway, but it's fun if I have a person I can talk with in the room. I don't talk in cinemas when watching movies, although perhaps maybe if I'm like with specifically Neri, I might like lean over and whisper something really, really, really quietly. Because we have our own way of, you know, figuring out how to watch things together. But when I'm watching stuff at home with people, I like talking to them while I do it, as long as I don't like overwrite, you know, speak over the entire episode. Or the entire movie. And it depends who you're with. Some people are better at watching something at the same time as talking. Some people can't focus on both at once, you know. But for watch-alongs, the point is yapping. Being want to watch Bob movies instead of composing jail. No. The Bob movies only happen as a treat for finishing composing jail. Because I can't do it right now either. I gotta do art. Lesbian, I am heard. Watch Bob in A Christmas Carol, hit me up. That's my fave. Yes, base. I should. We should watch it together sometime. We should do a watch along of it. That would be so fun. I love Bobby and Christmas Carol. It's so fucking good. It's so good. One of my favorite Christmas Carol movies. To be fair, I don't watch that many Christmas Carol movies. But it is a great one. There's a lot of animated Christmas Carol parodies, and Muppets is definitely still the best. Like, I think it just like sweeps. It is just generally a great movie and a great telling of A Christmas Carol, but I think the Barbie one is good too. It has its Barbie flavor, obviously, but I think it's just great. It's like, it's honestly, you can even kind of put aside the Christmas Carol part of it. It just has a fun little original world. I think I have a future of being a YouTube reaction channel, because whenever I'm watching something on a TV, I usually pause it and then say something I want to say and then unpause it. That's real. Yay, you can be reaction content. You're getting your practice in it going, what? I love reaction channels too, I'm not judging. I don't know what color I want to do this little hoodie part, because I kind of want to have limited colors on this. I'm debating if I want to do this thing pretty much all monochrome, like the thing I'm referencing it off of, or if I want to put in flat colors of his actual color palette. For now, let me just make this like a slightly colder. Let's go like here. I really want a snack. I want sweets. I want sweets so bad. I haven't filled my candy jar lately. I usually keep a candy jar in my room with me that's like stocked at all times, so I can have little snacks while I'm working and for the dopamine, but I haven't filled it. And I'm also still thirsty. I'm not good at gauging how much, like the ratio of how much yapping to hydrating I need. Because I'll yap for ages and then be like, oh, I'm really thirsty now, I should take a drink. And then I sip for 2 seconds and I'm like, well, I'm still thirsty. Dude, that's because I was yapping for like half an hour about Bobby. I've got a bunch of Barbie songs stuck in my head as well now. I know, like, genuinely, when I say that I've watched all these a billion times, I really mean it. I know like every song off by heart. I know every story. I know everything about all of them. I also think it's fun, like, because I know all the voice actors for everything as well. A lot of Barbie movies, especially the old ones, I feel like they have sort of like an, I wouldn't necessarily say in-house team, because a lot of them work on other stuff as well, but it's like they do have a default team for a lot of stuff. Especially in the older ones, they tended to use a lot of the same cast for everything. So you can recognize voice actors and stuff because they'll have like specific typecasts that they usually are in Barbie movies. Like, oh yeah, this person plays pretty much every old lady in a Barbie movie. Or, oh yeah, this person plays pretty much every like villain sidekick in Barbie. And I can always point out which other movies they're in, and I recognize them very easily in other projects too. Hello. Hiya. I forget to hydrate when locking and sewing. Exactly! I forget so bad. You know, random ass fun fact about me. I'm back. Welcome back. Random ass fun fact about me. I guess I do know now, but for a long time of my life, I didn't know how to like sip. like sip water or any drinks. And this is a very tism fact, because there's a lot of things, especially with autism, where it's like it's just like a basic task. It's not like I did it wrong. It's not like I was like incapable or anything, but it's like I just didn't like get an instruction on it. So I was like, I guess I'll do what I'm doing, and then only realize later that there's a specific thing that people expected of me. But that happens for a handful of like random ass tasks and stuff, you know? Like, for example, there was a time when I was younger where, I had an inhaler temporarily. Like, I didn't have asthma or anything. I think I just got some type of illness specifically for a little while. And I had one of those like big tube ones. And I needed to use it every now and then. But I didn't really get properly instructed on when exactly I should use it. The rules were kind of vague. So I kind of took the little bits they gave me literally. And then I was just kind of using it all the time. And they were like, do you need that right now? And I was like, I don't know. But like, you're supposed to use it when you like, when something like feels bad or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know what bad feels like. You got to tell me when. You got to tell me how much. Like, I don't know. I'm just kind of doing it. And for me specifically, this is partially just also how my own brain works. But for me specifically, that for a long time was sipping drinks. Like, I didn't know how you were supposed to take a sip. But that's not really something you can like ask someone, like, how do you sip something, you know? They're like, what do you mean? You just like take a little bit. But specifically the way that I always would drink things, and I still do a lot of the time. I kind of have to like stop and think about it if I want to do it differently, because I built it as a habit. But what I didn't realize until I actually sat and watched someone do it, right, is that most people, when they're drinking something, let me go over here. The way you drink it. Hello, Mr. Square Man, you're gonna have a drink. So say they've like got a bottle. or like a cup or whatever. And you, hang on. And it's like you pour a little, oh my God, let me have transparent selection, dude. Fuck you. Hello? Transparent selection. This thing hates me. This thing hates me. It hates me. It hates me. I'm fighting so hard for this. Oh my fucking God. Please. There we go. You have a bottle, right? Or like a cup or whatever. And it's like, you know, you take your little sip by just like pouring water in your mouth. And it just kind of goes straight flat to the back of your mouth. You take a tiny bit and like swallow it as you go, you know? It's like all one motion. That's how you do it. You don't really need sipping explained to you for most people. For me personally, the way I did it, because I just wasn't given like a specific instruction on how, was I'd be like, okay. And then what I do is I take whatever like cup or bottle or anything, and then I kind of like fill my cheeks, like fill my mouth with liquid, like I'm a fucking hamster or something. I go until like my mouth is full, and then like, you know, put it down, and then swallow all of that. That's how I that's how I drink. That's how I drink everything. Storm excited and fun, yeah. That's how I drink like literally everything. Like it's not like it's like one fluid motion. So that's part of why I also didn't understand how people like chug anything, because I just didn't understand. Nobody ever told me, I guess, that it was one fluid motion that you do. I don't know. Humans are weird. Because like, you know, I can do it now, but it's like you don't really. Nothing big happens for you. You can just like do it without stopping, right? It's like you pour liquid into your mouth and you swallow it at the same time. It just kind of goes down. That's why there's no big thing for it. But for every single time that I take a drink of something, unless I'm consciously telling myself to sip it like that, then I just, like I said, I fill my whole mouth and then stop and swallow, and then I do it again. So it's like raise cup to mouth and fill, put cup down, swallow, raise cup again. Rather than just like raise cup, liquid pours, and I swallow at the same time, and then I put it down when I'm done. So I didn't know how to sip for a long time, which meant also that a lot of people would look at me without me realizing. Like my I would get told to just take a little sip of something by someone, and they'd be like, "What the fuck? You took a big chug?" And I'm like, "No," because even when I'm taking a little bit, I still do that. I still like instinctively just like would do that and sort of like puff out my cheeks and then stop and swallow, so it looked like I'd just taken half their drink. Or my sister once, she saw me doing that, where I was like holding a bottle up and like drinking like that, and because the bottle like stopped for a sec while I filled my mouth rather than just flowing the whole time, she thought that I was just like backwashing. Ooh, what food did you get? I want food. Can you get me a snack? I still don't know why I drew some of his hair behind him and some of it in front. It's kind of making it look inconsistent. It's pissing me off a little bit. I don't know why that was the choice I made, because I don't really feel like drawing this whole hoodie. But let's give him neck here. I've got Barbie movie songs stuck in my head now. You know, for any of you guys that have watched like any Barbie movie ever, what's your favorite one? Or the first one that comes to mind when I mention it. And I'll see if I can say something about it or a song from it. I definitely can. Have shrimp ramen with soy sauce. Oh, that sounds great. I was gonna have ramen earlier for like my sort of brunch, but I didn't have time before stream, so I had like half of the pasta from Neri and then also a bowl of cereal. So there's actually like a half-cooked instant ramen sitting in my microwave right now. But we're out of my ones. I usually go for chicken ramen, or I go for like seafood flavors like that, or maybe like a curry flavor, but Neri likes a beef flavor, but I am not a fan of it. We're out of lines when they have beef. Sister's homemade ramen sauce. Homemade ramen sauce? That sounds peak. You gotta learn how to make it then if you miss it. Personally, that is way too thin. I developed my own little stupid recipes for ramen depending on the type, because I'm a connoisseur of shitty ramen. I've mentioned this a few times, but it's one of my hobbies is trying like shitty instant ramen flavors from different brands. And when I say like shitty, I mean it needs to be like cheap as hell. Like, cause I love good instant ramen, you know, like I love Shin ramen and buldak and everything like that. Those are all great. I love those too. But the hobby revolves around me getting all of the ones that look like arse and cost like a single pound. Anytime I go to some random little convenience store and they've got like a ramen flavor, like a ramen brand that I've never seen before, and the photo looks like stock footage and it looks crunchy as hell, and I'm like, oh yeah, that seems like it's gonna taste like oil. I need 5. I get like every flavor that I can and I try them and have a little rating in my head. I've been meaning to make a spreadsheet for it because people have asked me to before. I forgot the name of the Barbie movie. It had 2 girls with fairy wings on the cover and they were in a forest, and I'm pretty sure it was on Netflix. Yeah, for 2 girls with fairy wings, it's probably either Magic of the Rainbow. It was like one of the Fairytopia ones or Fairy Secret, but 2 girls. Oh, or maybe Mariposa. Which ones were on Netflix? Because they only had a few on Netflix a little while ago. It might have been No, that wasn't on there. Because I was thinking about the ones that were on Netflix, but they only added a few of them a little while back, especially after the you know, like the Barbie movie came out. But it was. All of the ones on Netflix are either the really recent modern ones, or they had a few of the especially old ones. So in which case it was probably Fairytopia. Because they had a few classic ones. Which ones was it? I think one that goes to pink on the dress and the one that had blue on their dress. It was probably Fairytopia. Hang on, I'll get reference for you. Because it might have even been Fairytopia Media. Or actually, maybe... No, see, because I was going to say Mariposa and the Fairy Princess, but I don't think that was ever on Netflix. Because I remember... I actually didn't watch Mariposa and the Fairy Princess for a long time when I was younger. Like, I didn't watch it much at first, because the first time Mariposa was one of my favorites for forever. And then when Fairy Princess came out, I was really disappointed that she changed back to the regular voice actor instead of the one that she had. I'm forgetting both of their names. But essentially, Barbie has like a few voice actors that she'll cycle through depending on like the generation. But for Mariposa, they didn't use the current main Barbie voice. I imagine it was like some kind of, I don't know, schedule conflict or something like that. And instead had a different voice actor who voices a lot of other Barbie characters, but she's usually side characters or villains. And she voiced Mariposa, and I really liked it because I thought it suited her character and it made her really unique, and I connected with her more. But then for the sequel, they changed back to her usual voice, and it pissed me off as a kid because it didn't feel like her anymore, so I didn't watch it for ages. But so because of that, I remember when I watched Mariposa. And that was around the same time they started putting Barbie movies on Netflix, but I watched it not on Netflix. Because the ones that they put on Netflix were like specifically really old ones. I think maybe they had Charm School there for a sec, but it was like Princess and the Pauper era. Because they were specifically just doing a bunch of old ones that I suppose were easier to get licensed for, and they were only there for like a couple of weeks. But it could have been... There's a chance it was Fairy Secret. Yeah, see, like 2021. There was a chance it was Fairy Secret if you mean this one. That might have been on Netflix temporarily. Was it these girls with the 2 wings? It could also have been Secret Door, but then there's less with the wings for that one. But this is one I'm thinking of one with pink and one with blue. This is the one where Barbie and Raquel go and become fairies. No, okay, cool. Then there is a chance it was one of the Fairytopia movies, which look more like this. These are the older ones. Like this. But there's quite a few of these, and I don't remember how many of them went on Netflix. Because it also might have been Mermaidia, but she doesn't have wings. But they had this girl. It could also have been Secret Door that I showed earlier. I think this is... Oh, okay, so Fairytopia? Yeah, probably. That makes sense, because again, all of the ones that they added to Netflix were mostly the older ones. They generally added the older Barbie movies to Netflix when they did that, and took them all down later. So I would guess it was this. These ones. But there's also Secret Door that I showed earlier, but there aren't many characters with wings like that, especially for one with blue. Because there's these 2, but only one of them has wings, and only at the end. Secret Door might have been on Netflix, but I don't think so. Because Secret Door is one of my favorites, and I remember where I watched it. There aren't many other fairy options that would apply, I think. mind me. I'm just doing this to get the full list of them. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Wish you know what happened to my Bobby Island Princess doll. Yeah, Bobby Island Princess is really good. Yeah, because there's also Mariposa, in case it was that, but I don't think it would have been. Because if there was one with pink and one with blue, then it would have been Mariposa and the Fairy Princess if it was these two, rather than just Mariposa. But I don't think this was on Netflix. And it also doesn't really look like Fairytopia because it's in way higher, fancier quality. Because I think I would remember if this one was on Netflix, because I'm very passionate about Mariposa. Mariposa Fairy Princess is actually a really great story about xenophobia and cultural erasure. It does a really great job at explaining those kinds of concepts to children. I think it's great. And then, yeah, there aren't many other fairy movies. So it's probably Fairytopia. Hell yeah. In which case, actually, I can't really sing songs from that one because it's not a musical. But I do know how everything sounds in that one. I love Fairytopia. I think the Fairytopia movies were my first Barbie movies, which makes sense. But I think, yeah, Fairytopia was my first when I was little. And it was a perfect one to be my first because I felt like a very outcast kid, which, you know, makes kind of sense when you're a fucking alien. And Fairytopia is a lot about being different, and essentially, in this case, being disabled almost, but since she kind of works around that at the end, I feel like it's not necessarily the best for being disabled, but it is for being different. It was on Disney Plus or Netflix. I don't think they have them on Disney Plus because of the fact that they have a deal with Netflix going on right now. They probably wouldn't have been on Disney Plus. But so it probably, if you're thinking of a streaming site, it was probably on Netflix, especially around 2020, 2021, because that was when like they had a few of them on there for a little while, especially alongside the release of the it was probably more like 2022, alongside the release of, you know, the live action Barbie movie. That's my assumptions. There we go. Could it be Fashion Fairy Tale? That may be left field. I don't think so, because then, especially Fashion Fairy Tale, I guess it might have been on Netflix for a little while. But Fashion Fairy Tale, I don't think you'd remember it specifically for having two girls in those colors with wings. Because actually, but yeah, there's nobody with wings in Fairy Tale. I forgot about that part. There's no one with wings, because the Flairies don't have wings. We are Flairies. See? No wings. Bunch of the Bob movies are on ITVX or 04. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, for a UK streaming, that makes sense. Because they show those on, like, TV channels still. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-bum, bum. Okay, I need to actually make some more progress on this art. I like the peace sign thing less now than I used to, because I feel like it kind of looks like the hands are coming out of nowhere, especially this one. It kind of doesn't work with the angle that he's at, so I might get rid of that one. But it's like, I like it in theory, you know? It's like he's like leaning to the side and sort of like posing at the camera. You know what I mean? Like the idea is that he's like got his arms up like this to pose for you. He's like, yeah. Pretend this all makes sense right now. I know his things also don't cover his like hands and everything, but you know, you get the idea. Is that he's like this. He's like posing at the camera. He's like, yeah. But I think when it's cropped, the hands just kind of look like they spawned there. You know what I mean? Do you guys think you see the vision, or do you think the hands just look kind of randomly floating? Which one we feeling? Because I'm not sure. One time I was telling my friend about these two fandoms that both of us are in, and I was telling him about the wikis, and he brought up another fandom. I told, oh, okay, I'll wait for you to finish that before I read it. Oh, actually, also, what is helpful if you want to put things in separate messages, but don't want to have like a whole long comment saying like, oh, I'll put it in another comment like you did last time. What I usually do on the internet, if I want to split something to multiple messages, is I either put like the numbers, like I put like 1 and 2 in brackets or whatever, or I just put like a little plus at the end. Plus can be pretty handy. I think I want this brow to be higher so he looks a little bit more calm. Like more like he's having fun with it. I think that works. Okay. No echo. I really want to plan Barbie movie watch alongs is now. Maybe I should see if I can do one this month, because that would be a fun birthday thing for me. But I'm also really busy this month. Ah! Told him about the wiki, then he said, what's it next? A Peppa Pig wiki? There is a Peppa Pig wiki. That doesn't surprise me, actually. If you mean like a regular Wikipedia, of course, but if you mean like fandom wiki, then that is very funny. But yeah, no, it doesn't actually surprise me. A lot of kids shows like that are real famous still do have like big audiences that are passionate about them. It's like every now and then when I end up on Horrid Henry Twitter. Horrid Henry Twitter. I love when you like, I love the feeling of randomly getting to expose to like a side of the internet, to like a little niche that you didn't know existed. Like there are people into things that you never would have considered had fan bases, you know? And I think it's so fucking fun. I love when there's like a community that you stumble into for something really specific. Like this time recently on Twitter, I've ended up with, it's mostly based on one guy who does this, but also some other people that then follow in his footsteps who are really passionate about sticky toffee puddings. And I think that's wonderful. Or, you know, like you said, when it's like, oh yeah, the Peppa Pig fandom is up in arms on this about Twitter. And it's like, there's a Peppa Pig fandom? Hell yeah. What? It's that fucking BDG thing. What? Hell yeah. What? Wonderful feeling. Looks kind of like he's naked under the hoodie. So I need to change that. There we go, that's right. Okay, I've got to get rid of the tiny little pitiful Emmy now, and also the unfolded Cosmo. Let's crop this back to its actual size, which is 850. I don't know why I do all of my MS Paint canvases at 850. It kind of just worked out as a balanced size, where I can use all of the brush sizes without them becoming too small or too big. I can zoom in enough for them to not get crunchy. But it is really specific. And it does mean that, like, my images, my MS Paint things can only be so high quality for other stuff, you know? Because when you look at them like this, when we're streaming, you can see, like, every single pixel, especially on my end, and it looks like it's really clean. And then you post them and they're kind of blurry, but that's just how small files go. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of him for a sec. Because we're gonna do some cleaning. Ooh. I need to change the color of this really quick so I don't fuck this up. I don't think anything else is in that color than sketchiness, so that's fine. Let me... Maybe I'll erase my through this one and select... Nah, I'll do it this way. Okay. Right. What we're gonna do. I need to remember how I do this. Right. Inspired selection. Control A. Control X. Bonk. Bonk. There we go. Nice! I probably should have lined his eyes before that, but I don't really care. It's fine. I'll figure it out. Then let's drag his ref back in. I need to copy paste it again. Oh, the hands really do look like they're floating, don't they? I feel like I at least need to move that upper one. But it's like every time I tilt it, it's like I see the vision again. Hang on. I'm gonna move this one. Or don't flip it is what I meant. Like, I think if I at least move this one here, it'll look more naturally like it's his hand. I think that's a bit better. And then I'm gonna change the angle of it a little bit. I know it's kind of tedious to do on here. Let me grab this like over here. And make that finger tilt more that way. And then I'm also gonna get rid of this part that is pressing under his nail. And then I'm just gonna like put more curve to this so it leans more to the side. Yeah, that's more what I wanted. I wanted his fingers to be rounder anyway, because they're kind of like fluffy and a little bit stubby and round in the original. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. This is better. This is better. I've got a ton of Barbie songs stuck in my head now, 'cause I know every single one off by heart. I ended up on Horrid Henry YouTube and found out how TV Henry was toned down so much they ended up being an abuse victim. Yes, yes, very much so. Yeah, they had a lot more variants to it in the book stuff, but in the TV stuff, especially because of the way his parents treat him, then his life kind of just sucks. But that is also partially the point of Horrid Henry, is like, you know, there are times when he's horrid, but also a lot of the time it's just kind of like a product of the way that his family treats him. The same as how for Perfect Peter, he's like, he feels whiny and annoying when you see him through Henry's lens, but also he is trying really, really hard to always be good while Henry becomes the scapegoat for their family. Like, it is meant to be, you know, you're meant to sympathize with him because he's not just born evil. But it is crazy just how much his parents fuck shit up in the show. I feel really bad for the little guy. Don't think I can watch you anymore right now. That's fine. You don't have to let me know if you need to go or anything. You can just go. It's alright. Have a very lucky day. When I see a Horrid Henry just talking about his parents was rude to him. Yeah, exactly. Stop being so horrid, Henry. And it's a regular child reacting to the situation. Exactly. It's crazy, dude. He'll be like, hey, this is kind of, I don't like that. And his parents are like, can you fucking die? And it's like, oh my god, bro. He did nothing. He's like 10. When anatomy confuses me, I sort of had to do the pose to myself. I was doing Tai Chi the other day. I forgot how our hands work, so I was copying my hand pointing. No, yeah, same. I do the poses myself a lot as well. You just like can't see me doing it. But I do that all the time. It's part of how I think it's funny seeing it in my room as well, because I do the same for like all of the like idol poses and stuff I draw. Because a lot of the poses that I draw for characters when they're full body aren't really very static ones. They're like in big motion, or they're jumping around, because they're usually like for idol things. They're in like poses where they're meant to be like in the middle of a dance, which means I do those IRL as well. It looks very silly sometimes if you get a peek into my room, especially because sometimes I'm trying to figure out how a pose would work for one that I can't do, because even if I can't fully see myself doing them, it's like I just want to figure out how the flow of it is for the sake of the dynamics and how it feels physically, so I can picture in my head if it would work. Or sometimes I'm imagining multiple people, so I'm like doing one pose and thinking about how you'd fit the other person in and switching between them. Like, for example, there's a piece that I want to do in the future where what I wanted to have was for like a song that I'm doing at some point. What I wanted to have was characters where one of them has like their leg kicked up like this, and one of the others will maybe be like down here. Let's say this is their hand with their leg over here like this. Let me give them a hand here. Just imagine, like, you can kind of see how these are people, right? Like, that's their foot. And then for this one, I'm gonna make them red instead. I'm gonna put their hand up here just for now, but so they'd have their leg like over here, and maybe one of them here or something, but like all kicked up, you know, you get the idea. And so I was trying to do this in my room and trying to like switch between both to imagine how the poses would be laid out. And every time I'm doing idol poses, I do those like fully myself and everything. Because I like to feel how it works basically a lot of the time. Even if I can't fully see myself, you know, that's partially what getting other references are for, taking pictures of yourself. But a lot of the time my way of understanding it is feeling it, and like the way that I extend my body and everything, because then I can figuring out how it feels helps me figure out how to make it dynamic. Like if I want a character who's like posing like actually, you know, I can get my own references for this. I can just look at my own art. Let's pull up where are they? Where are the ones I did for Intergalactic Disco? Do I not have them here? I know I have them somewhere. Fuck, are they in a different folder? Ah, where did I put them? I can't show these ones. Fuck. Where did I put these files? Ah, I've posted them before and everything. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna find the example that I wanted. I'm looking through my fucking like Discord server and everything for my own shit. Actually, no, this would be quicker if I looked at my own Twitter. Bear with. But yeah, I feel like because sometimes obviously your goal, I think it's important when looking at references altogether, that, you know, at first a lot of the time what you want when you look at a reference is to figure out how the anatomy and everything works, but what's more helpful, especially if once you feel a little bit more solid about your anatomy, is to think more about the way that people move, like the feeling, the dynamic of it all, rather than just exactly how their like pieces are in place. Because that's why I do poses myself, so I can feel it out and then I can figure out what parts are most important to accentuate. Like, for example, this that I did of me. It's a little tricky to draw a pose like this sometimes with someone like leaning like this. And actually the sketch I had for it looked a lot messier and a little different too. But so when I did this IRL, it's like, you know, it's not hard to imagine how to pose with someone who's just like leaning and everything, or just like has their hand up by their head. But what I was figuring out wasn't exactly just like how an arm goes up, but like where you push and stretch your body. Like I want to I stand there and I do this pose, maybe not even in the mirror, but and like feel how my hand like spreads out here and how this is where all my energy goes and everything, and like how it's like, you know, you really push this part if you want to lean like that, how like this is pushed forward so you got like for the curve there. It's kind of hard to explain because I think about things so in like not words. Such a visual thinker and all feel, so it's like all vibes, me going like pichoo, pichoo, but you feel basically where your energy and your center of gravity goes, you know? Like for example, I feel that my weight is here, so then while I'm drawing this, I'll curve this foot way more over to this side to make sure that it's still sort of balanced, even though I'm floating in a space. I'm like, yeah, I need all of the gravity to be here, so you want this to go like in line with the center of you. So I like stand there and do it, and then I keep pushing it and think about what is most important. So like these are like the key points of it for me, you know, that your arm goes out this way here to go like bam, and your hand spreads all the way out here, and there's this kick here, and this leg goes here to have all of your gravity in this important point, and this is where your arm is pushed out. So then I get to accentuate those parts and exaggerate them in my drawing without it breaking the anatomy, because like, you know, when I was doing it, my leg probably wasn't quite like this, because this leg is like sideways. I would be folding over if I was standing like that. My leg would have been flat on the floor like this. But I can lean that over and think about it because I know where I want the weight to be, so I know what is most important about that. And I can push this hand out extra more than I could have done mine, and try to make sure you can see all the fingers to make sure that the pose looks really dynamic and bouncy. Didn't explain it very well there. I think I usually explain things like this better, but yeah. What's another good example? This one might be a good example. I'm literally looking through my own fucking tweets for my aunt. Yeah, I can't find jack shit. But like this is another one where I would have posed into an IRL, and obviously it looks a little different because I wouldn't have been able to get a picture of me kicking like this. But it's again, you know what? Actually, I need to do a thing sometime when I explain how I do poses altogether. I think I need to put it in a video because I think idle poses are one of my specialties with art. Because there are specific parts of art that I became a nerd about, like gravity, which makes no sense. Like I'm not the best at anatomy overall. It is something I'm generally confident in, and I get compliments on it sometimes, especially because I like drawing a range of body types. But it's more that I think in my own little way and then unpacked other things to make sense of that. So I like thinking about where exactly your gravity lands in order to make sure that I can make floaty poses without them looking dumb. Because I think that is a thing that often becomes people's issue when they're trying to draw poses that are like dynamic and fun, is when someone's floating in a space, especially when you want them to be floating. Like this girl is objectively floating, you know. She's not standing flat on the ground. She is still floating. She's in the middle of movement. But if they look too unbalanced, then it kind of looks awkward no matter how good your anatomy is. So you want to learn the rules of anatomy and things like you know, how your gravity and your balance work, so that then you can break them with purpose and you can push them. Like I know, like with the other one, that this all of her weight is on this foot, so I need this still to sort of like line up here. She's leaning this way. This foot, you want it to curve around here, because that's how it will be when you're standing. You want it to curve around here a little bit so that you can put all of her weight on her heel and she can still be like in the middle of stepping over to the side. If her foot, for example, was like over here or something, I guess she'd have her Disney knees going on, but she'd look really awkwardly unbalanced, you know? Especially when someone's leaning over, you really want to think carefully about where their weight actually goes. Otherwise, it just looks like they're kind of stiffly bending in half. MS Paint Day, it is! But if her foot was over here, then it would look a little bit awkward that she's leaning. So I do them IRL to figure out how it feels more than how it looks. Most of the time, I don't even end up taking a photo of myself. Because yeah, for example, if I did this one without posing it, I might have put her arm here and everything. And then we'll pose like this. And then maybe I would have given her knees like this to be kind of shy about it. But like this is kind of uncomfortable in the pose that she's in. Especially if both of her feet are floating like this. I kind of like can't do that. My knees don't want to lock like that. So I do IRL and think, okay, where am I most comfortable if I want to kick this leg up? It's most comfortable if this leg is going this way so that it can all flow to the side in the same way. And then I guess she can be holding, you know, her skirt in the wind and everything. So I think about this part being exaggerated so that it goes like bam here for where the energy is. And then her gravity is there. And then this part gets to like float off more softly with a soft curve. I want her hand all splayed out here so that you can see the motion of her skirt, etc., etc. Basically, I'm putting this all in words that don't really mean much right now, but someday I need to do like a little mini course on how I break down poses. Is this for another Emmy collab? Those were, yes, those are for an intergalactic disco collab that I'm in. And those are actually all done. I just did the sketches for those, and then someone else, there's Amias, who I collared with a while ago, did the line art and the colors. Those are done. I think it's just we're waiting on animation to be finished and maybe mix. But yes, a cover of Intergalactic Disco by Interlunium. I did those sketches on stream a while ago, actually. But I was showing them off because I was yapping about like practicing doing poses IRL to figure out anatomy and stuff. Because yeah, actually, personally, a lot of the time when I'm doing that, I pose IRL. Sometimes I take photos of myself so I can figure out how the anatomy works. But oftentimes when I'm figuring out how body works for that, it's more about the feeling, I think. Either way, TLDR, guys, use references. I think a lot of people kind of almost scare themselves out of using references even when they don't mean to, because they'll be like, I don't know, I never use them, I don't need to. Or also get sort of like a misconception in their head of what that means, because you'll think at first that what using a reference means is like, for example, you might think, oh, so if I was going to use a reference for this piece, what you'd imagine in your head is me pulling up like an exact picture of someone doing a peace sign in this way at this angle and everything and trying to study over and copy it, but it's not the case. It's more like if I was struggling with the hands here, then I'd go look at examples of people doing peace signs or like look at it myself to figure out how a hand works and then study it, or be like, oh, okay, how does this furry work? Let me go look at actual red pandas and stuff like that. Emmy livestream, hi web, yeah! Real Emmy livestream, not, I almost said not real clickbait. No, real, not clickbait. Actually, yeah, this is not real. This is clickbait. There's no Emmy livestream here. I don't know. But yeah, use references, chat. They're very helpful. And yeah, I do like every single pose that I draw in real life. Mostly so I can figure out how it feels in my body. Because I can kind of learn a lot of the anatomy part of it. Or, I don't know, I guess the nerd part of it by looking things up so I can get different references. His eyes are at different angles at the moment, but that's fine because I'm going to mostly color them rather than drawing them anyway. I don't even know where I'm lining them right now. From looking stuff up and looking up studies on it. For me, when I do it in when I do it IRL, I can't make sentences right now. Jesus Christ. When I do it IRL, it's so I know how it feels so then I can get the motion right. Let me drink some water. I think that's part of why I'm not making sentences, because my mouth is sticking together. I'm out of water! What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna drink my cold tea. I made a little tea that's like lemon and honey earlier. And then I forgot about it, so now it's cold. It's still kind of yummy. But it is cold. And cold honey tea is kind of just sticky water. But hi Web, how are you guys doing? Okay, let's get coloring. I'm still not sure what I want to do for the colors, because I was considering making this all like kind of monochrome, because the way I lined this and went about this one, I was kind of thinking about this first one that I did of my MS Paint stuff, Because I reference this every time I'm talking about how my MS Paint things have changed, because they're barely ever like this anymore. This one was so like rough in the sketch and everything, and I like put like no color in it. Because when I first started doing doodles in MS Paint for friends, when I opened these comms, it was like this. I just like doodle for maybe a couple hours, or even just like less than 1 hour with one color and see how it went. And then they got out of hand, and then you end up with stuff like the last comb that I did that looks like this. But I think I want to do something more like that for this one. But I don't think I want to make it like white like the other one was. Like the other one kind of just had shading. I think I do want colors in here. I just want to limit them. Wish me luck. I gotta get to write my critical analysis essay. Oh, good luck. Yamare. Essays are very tiring work. But I believe in you. You got this. You're gonna be goated. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I'm going to change his line colors, but I will do that after. His hands are brown, aren't they? Yeah. And his ears are this color, kind of. So let me switch this line out color out for something else. I have a vision for for the color palette that I want here. And it's going to be very warm, but I don't know exactly how to explain it. I think I could probably get things with a similar color palette to what I have in mind, but that would take me a while, so it's unnecessary. Because you're just going to have to trust me. You're just going to have to trust the process, and then you'll see my vision. It'll be like, oh yeah, that's really yummy colors, Emmy. And when I say color palette, it's basically just going to be his color palette, but I'm going to limit it a little bit more. Using like all oranges and creams and all these like neutral tones alongside blue like this makes very nice like a warm cozy palettes, because the blue gives you just a little bit of contrast, and depending on how you use like the saturation and everything, you can make it really pop, but then sticking to the rest of the earthy tones makes this sort of like brick colors. It looks really natural and cool. Or hopefully it'll come out like that when I'm actually done with it. You know what? Web and Addy, while you guys are here, if you guys are still here, I was asking chat earlier, because we were talking about Barbie movies for ages and Barbie stuff. What is your favorite Barbie movie, if you've watched any, or just the first one that comes to mind when I mention them? Partially because I've got songs stuck in my head that I can't sing, so I want to get Barbie songs stuck in my head because I know every single one of them, so I can just sing that instead. We're gonna find it. I love all of that. I'm trying not to influence you. Ah, perfect. I was about to say Diamond Castle because I had the song stuck in my head just now, and I was gonna say that I love all the songs from there. They get in my head a lot. But yes, they are gay. I love it. I love Diamond Castle. It's so peak. And honestly, even aside from shipping them, it is just like a great Bob movie. It's definitely up there in top tier for me. I should do like a ranking of them sometime, but the thing is, like Barbie movies, it's kind of hard to rank them just like plainly for me, because I like a lot of them all for different reasons, you know? Like, for example, I didn't watch Island Princess for a long time when I was younger. It's kind of funny to tell, because when I was little, I heard about this one and I saw it on TV and I was like, oh, she's a princess from an island? Because Barbie Island Princess, for anyone who doesn't know, is basically the same concept as like Ariel, except just Barbie's a girl from an island rather than a girl from rather than a mermaid. She lives on an island. She was like a little girl who was on a ship when she was a baby, and then the ship crashed and she washed up over on this island on her own, and the animals took her in and raised her. We're not going to talk about how she survived too much. The animals took her in and raised her until she was an adult. And so she was just the only human girl living on this tropical island amongst a bunch of animals and everything. And she speaks to the animals. She can like fully understand them, and also somehow speak English, but we don't worry about that. But she can like fully understand them and everything. And then this prince from another kingdom, he comes by on like, you know, an exploration mission, and they find her and they're like, oh my gosh, we found a girl. Let's save her. Let's bring her back with us. And she goes back with them, and also with her animals. And then they go through basically every single thing from the Little Mermaid. You know, she like doesn't understand the culture. She speaks to animals and they think she's weird. She doesn't know how to dress, stuff like that. But then they overcome it together. And by the end, they find out that she's actually a princess too, basically. And it is a great movie. I genuinely think it is one of the best Barbie movies in regards to its like story and stuff like that. It also has great music. It's one of the ones from the era where their music was more like classic musical theater. I don't really know how to explain it. I don't necessarily want to just say classical because that'll sound like I'm talking about the genre. But like Some Barbie movies in their music lean more towards like pop and sound like modern musicals, you know? But some of them, especially in this era, especially ones from like Princess and the Pauper and stuff, it's like a lot more classic musical. It's like it feels more like something you'd watch on Broadway a billion years ago. Anyway, so it's very good. It's very good. And it's also very good, mostly good visual quality aside from the ugly elephant. But when I watched it as a kid, I heard about this, right? I heard about this island princess and I thought that was a cool concept. I like the idea of that. I was always really attached to characters like that, where they like, you know, where like really out of place in that way, or they come from some other place, or they like talk to animals. Those were always my favorite kinds. They were really interesting. And then I went to watch it and I saw her. And the first thing in my little baby brain was just like, why is she white? You know, if Island Princess was released in this modern era where we have multiple Barbies, because they have Brooklyn and Malibu, it probably, maybe I would never have hesitated. Or even honestly, it would have just worked as a movie where the princess wasn't Barbie, but obviously they wouldn't do that. But now, you know, they can have Barbie be anyone. But yeah, so that was my first thought when I was a kid. And then I didn't watch it because it just kind of ruined my immersion. And I was like, that feels dumb. I don't know. I don't like it. And I think I definitely did watch it, is the thing, but I never like put in any effort to rewatch it, because the next time that I watched it again when I was older, I remembered all the same story beats and everything. It's just like so much of it was just like, for other Barbie movies, it's like I have every second memorized, but for that one I was like, oh right, yeah, then this happens, oh right, this happens, you know. I'd forgotten a lot of it. But yeah, because I need to show you, by the way, it's really ironic, because it's not just that she's white because she's Barbie, it's like the whitest Barbie that they have. She's one of the palest Barbie models they've ever done. Because again, mind you, she washed up onto this island when she was like, what, like 5? Like they show a little toddler there. And then this is the island girl. This is their island girl from the tropics, from an island. She lives on, look at this. This is the island where she lives. There's a fucking elephant there. And she's lived here her whole time. It's entirely like sunny all the time. They pretty much never show it raining and everything. This whole big tropical island where she washed up onto the shore. She's lived there her entire fucking life. And it's like she didn't even get a tan. Not one tan? It's not even like I'm asking for her to like to be from the island. Obviously the point is that she comes from their little European kingdom and then ended up here by accident. Like she finds her family and stuff by the end. That's how the movie works. But it's like why is she pale? How is she pale? How is she this pasty after like 18 years in the sun? Girl, she don't got sunscreen. She don't even got shoes. Why the fuck is she so pasty? But yeah, she's like one of the palest Barbie models they have. Even her hair is lighter. She's like glowing at all times because she's that pale. And I don't understand why. It's so baffling to me. They could have just given her like at least a little bit of a tan. Just like a little tan and then make the prince paler, and I think it would have made sense, but no. So when I was a kid, little baby Emmy was just like, what? That's not how that works. I don't get it. And it ruined my immersion enough that I didn't watch it for ages, or at least I didn't rewatch it for ages. I actually also think, what's it? I think the part of their like plot holes in this regard are also really funny with the language barrier, because by the language barrier, what I mean is they don't have one. Which doesn't make sense. Because again, she washed up there when she was like a baby. I think she was probably no older than like, I would say no older than 6. I don't remember what age they specify, but she was like little. She was really little. And you know, those are the times in your life where you're in the middle of learning language. I don't know, in case you didn't know that, most people are still learning how to speak properly then, or learning how words work and how to communicate with other people fully. Or frankly, even if she was like 10 years old, that's still like at least a decade that she spent with nobody to communicate with other than animals. Like there's literally, she talks fluently to the animals, and this isn't because of magic. They clarify during the later stuff that it's not that she has magic that lets her talk to animals. She just has spent so much time with only them to talk to that she understands all their little animal noises. Like, because when she's talking to the animals, you see it with her, and she's like, yeah, and the animals will be like, oh yeah, let me tell you about this thing, and she's like, no way, that's crazy. And then they cut to the other people's POV, and the other people are just seeing Barbie going, yeah, and a monkey going, or something. So it's not that she has magic. She straight up just has only communicated with animals, so it feels like she's speaking fully to them. That's just like for your perception. So how the fuck does she speak English? She speaks English on like a full adult level with the other characters? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. That's not how that works. I don't believe you. It's so silly. But yeah, otherwise it's a great movie. Anyway, I don't even remember why I got onto the topic of Island Princess. Oh, right, yes, because I was talking about movies that are good. I've gone so many tangents today. You know, I thought before that I kind of go on, I kind of get less stuck on tangents, or at least less intensely, ever since I got my ADHD meds and everything. You know, like, that's kind of the point, that they help you, like, organize your brain a little better. You focus better. But I just, no, today it's all over the place. We're talking about everything all at once. Anyhow, my point that I was going to say is, yes, it's kind of hard to rank some Barbie movies, even though I'd love to make a ranking of my own taste for them, because I rank them all on different scales. Some of them I like and think they're great just because they're fun, even though they don't have stories that are very high concept. Some of them, like Island Princess, are incredible because I just think that it's a great movie, objectively. However, it is not my favorite. It's not one of the ones that I rewatch much because I have other faves. Anyway, Diamond Castle is one of the ones that I'd say is up there in just like being like great all around. It's really fucking good. The story is really good. Each time it's one of those ones where I rewatch it, and when I rewatch it, I'm like, damn, this is way more intense than I thought it was. Because I remembered it as a kid, and like, I think when I was little, actually, the thing I was most scared of was, when, oh, why am I forgetting their names? I know their names, but, you know, when one of them is like brainwashed and everything, and she basically like almost kills the other girl, or just sort of leaves her to die. But I don't even think it was that scared me. It was the brainwashing itself, and brainwashing to the sense that she like forgot that she cared about her friend, that she just like didn't care about her and stopped caring and let her go. They separated and fought. Them fighting with each other was the part that upset me most as a kid. And then I rewatched it, and it's like, these girls are barely alive from the beginning. They're so poor that they have like a single slice of stale bread and maybe like a scrape of jam, and that's all that they've been eating for forever. But they're happy solely just because they have each other, and they try to sing to get through their days, but all they have is flowers maybe to sell, and then that gets destroyed. Their entire home and every single thing they have is trampled and burned down within like the first few minutes, so they have nothing. They are on the road with literally nothing but the clothes on their back. And they like talk about that directly, because they're like, holy shit, we're gonna like die out here. And I just didn't care. I guess as a kid I was like, wow, oh well, they're in a new field now, yay, and they're gonna sing a song, yay. But yeah, the stakes were really high in that movie, and somehow I just never clocked it because I was little. But yeah, all the music in Diamond Castle is great. They're so gay, they're so pretty. I love the designs, I love the story, I love the songs. I really want to cover like every song from the Diamond Castle. If I could wish for one thing, I'd take the smile that you bring. Wherever you go in this world, I'll come along. I think I'm singing the harmony. One thing, I'd take the smile that you bring. Wherever you go. Okay, no, I wasn't. In this world, I'll come along. I know both parts to it, so every time I sing it, I end up singing both of them. If I could wish for one thing, I'd take the smile that you bring. Wherever you go in this world, I'll come along. Together we dream the same dream. Forever I'm here for you, you're here for me. Oh, oh. Two voices, one song. No, yeah, I know the upper part is the harmony. It's just like the melody for both of those is really similar, and I have a tendency to sing the wrong one compared to whichever one I intended to sing, because I kind of did it for a sec but lower. Wish for one thing. That's way higher it needs to be. Wish for one thing, I take the smile that you bring. Wherever you go in this world, I'll come along. Together we dream the same dream. I spent so long just now trying to figure out the exact color that I wanted for this, and then I accidentally got rid of the custom color. Fuck. Dream the same dream. Forever I'm here for you, you're here for me. Oh, oh, oh. Two voices, one song. shouldn't be singing too much because I'm supposed to be letting my voice have a break. And anywhere you are, you know I'll be around. And when you call my name, I'll listen for the sound. But yeah, all of those songs are great. I feel connected, protected. It's like you're standing right with me all the time. You hear me, you're near me. And everything else gonna be alright. 'Cause nothing can break this, nothing can break this, nothing can break this tie. Connected. Oh, connected, connected inside. I loved Melody as a kid. I think she might have actually been my favorite character out of those. Oh my god, I'm just getting so many memories now. Holy shit. Core memory unlocked that I forgot about. I think as a kid, so a lot of time when I watched movies that I liked as a kid, especially like animated ones, I would just like watch the whole thing and imagine the whole story, then rewatch it again a billion times, and I would just like make up my own self-insert version of it in my head. You know, like if I was a character in this world, or if I just basically taken over the life and had an OC there. It's not even like I was just like, yeah, I'm Melody and you're Barbie. No. I'd just like create a whole OC that's basically just stealing one of the other characters as I was watching, and imagine my whole fantasy life at the same time. And I loved Melody so much. You know, I think that was probably where I got the idea at the time that I used to use Melody as a name for like every character I had to, which shouldn't be surprising for me. Not at all surprising for me and my feelings about music and everything, and the kind of corny person that I am. I used Melody as an OC name all the fucking time. It was always like if I was playing with friends and we were playing houses or something, like if we were, you know, just like playing pretend, then whatever character I was acting as would always be named Melody too. I kind of just like wanted it to be my name for a long time, I think. You know what? I'm gonna do the nails just flat out in that color. I just kind of stole her entire life. No, for sure. Yeah, you get it. I stole her entire life, and I had all these fantasies about being like that and being like one of the like muse things that was like trapped in a mirror and all this and having to sing out of it and like what it would be like. I was so damsel in distress build. I know a lot of kids, especially when they, you know, they're making like their little Mary Sue self-insert OCs, are like this, where it's like, oh, and I'm stuck, and this is everything, and the characters need to like save me, and then but once they save me, I'm gonna be like the most powerful ever and stuff like that. But I did that a lot. I was so damsel in distress build, and I don't really know why. But yeah, I had like a billion ideas in my head about that. I just got like flooded with all of my little fantasies about it just now when I was thinking about it. I remembered all of my little roleplay lore. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I loved that character. Can't go back, so we gotta go on. We'll stick together, growing strong. There's a diamond castle in my heart, and someday soon we're gonna find it. We're gonna find it. Banger. It's just like hit after hit with Diamond Castle. Every song is good. A little bit hungry and a little alone, but it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. I'm trying to figure out how to draw these little finger beans and make them look right. Because they kind of need to be connected in that way that like, they like bump over, but this one, you're seeing his finger so much on the front, so it feels sort of wrong. And I don't want to make them too pronounced or they look a little bit weird. I was very God, no one does anything after myself build Mary Sue OCs. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. We're kind of opposite. It's really funny. Because my OCs were always like a super powerful helpless damsel, you know? I was that kind. Like I was basically like the MacGuffin character. The one that could do everything, but they'd always start off with like a really tragic life and the others had to save them or they were like trapped in something or whatever. But then it's like once they get them out, you know, they're like the one that clears everything. They're just like perfect at everything. Rather than the one that's like leading the charge. Basically, I wanted to do nothing and be praised for it all at the end. Okay, his hair is darker than this. I know he has the color palette right here, and I'm using it as reference, but not taking the hex codes exactly for what I want to do. I might use it for the line color here, though. Now, yeah, because these ones are a lot greener in their tone. I've made everything very, very warm here for the palette I want to do intentionally. Okay, I'm like assembling a list in my head, because I said earlier, I've said a billion times that I want to do like Barbie movie watch-alongs as streams one day, especially if maybe I'll do them as like Menchie streams, as membership ones. And I thought it'd be fun if I like got a different guest each time, or at least for some of them. And what was it? Norn said, my brain is lagging so much today. You'd think I hadn't taken my meds today, but I did. Norn said they wanted to join for A Christmas Carol, which is based as one of my favorites. I will be kidnapping you for Diamond Castle, definitely. And I've got to pick one of the very princess ones for Serena. She did also like the look of Secret Door when she was here earlier, which would be a good one to show, I think. Secret Door is another one with some of my favorite music. It's also one of my favorites altogether. I wouldn't say it's one of the best Barbie movies in the same way that I would about like Diamond Castle or Island Princess. Like, it's not the peakest in its story and everything, but I still think it's great. It's just like really fun. It has a great little story that I was really attached to as a kid, because it's one of the ones where Barbie isn't sociable and cutesy and everything from the start, actually. She's a princess, but she's a bookworm, and she's really introverted and like anxious and shy. She kind of puts off all of the responsibilities that she has that are about like seeing people. She doesn't like to, you know, like address her people or anything, or go to balls and stuff like that. She just wants to stay in her room and read, and she's really into fantasy stuff and everything. She's real as hell. But then basically after fumbling with something she was trying at, her grandma gives her this book about a girl who found a secret door in her garden that led her to a fantasy world, and that happens to her. And she goes into this world where everything is really colorful and ridiculous. Like, everything looks fake. It almost looks like the world, it looks like something out of like a Dr. Seuss thing. It kind of looks like the Lorax in there. Compared to her world just having like normal trees and stuff. Every single thing there is like neon colored and in these silly little shapes. But they have all these kinds of magical people there that are supposed to be mermaids and fairies, but they look normal, because apparently in this world you have like all creatures like unicorns and mermaids and fairies and stuff like that who inherently have magic in them. But princesses are different. For some reason, I guess princesses are basically like a species of their own. Don't worry about it. They are human, but they have magic wands. They can like wield magic. The others just kind of have it in them, you know? Like, it takes magic to be a mermaid and to be a fairy. But princesses have like magic wands and can use it. And there's this evil princess 𝘆cie who's stolen it from all of these characters. She's stolen it so that the fae have to walk around and can't fly. The mermaids have legs instead of tails and keep falling over themselves and stuff like that. And Barbie, her character, who I'm forgetting her name, I think it might be Kristen, something like that. I'm forgetting her name right now. You know, shows up here and has magic and has to learn how to use it to try and save them and everything, basically. So, you know, she does that, figures out that she can be strong for herself and like, you know, put herself forward and things, then becomes more confident at the end, etc., etc. But it is very like silly, goofy the whole time and absurd. And one of my favorite things about Secret Door is they hype up the villain to be, I will show you her. We're going on so many Barbie tangents today, but it's okay. I'm loving it. It's going to make this stream like 2 hours longer than it needed to be. But they hype up the villain as this, like, you know, big evil lady. And you know what Barbie villains look like usually, right? There's usually like an old lady, or like some like evil stepmother type with a very sharp face who's calculated about everything. And they make her seem this way because they describe her as the most evil, who's been like basically being a dictator over their whole thing. She wants everyone's magic for herself just so she can gain more power, because she was born without magic and it made her resentful over time. Her parents are disappeared and they don't know why. So maybe she took their magic or like kidnapped them too. She's taken over all of the power over the kingdom, and she has this like dark shadows around her. And then you see her. This is 𝘆cie. She's just a fucking sticking toddler. And I love her. She is genuinely my favorite character of this movie, and her voice actor is one of my favorites as well, and she does such a good job, and she's so much fucking fun. And her villain song is one of the best Barbie villain songs. She's wonderful. She's great. She's like the worst, but also she's a child, so it makes sense. And they kind of react like that a lot by the end, because by the end of it, her parents are basically just like, oh my god, 𝘆cie, did you try to overthrow the kingdom again? And she's like, maybe. And they're like, come on, you're grounded. And like all of her henchmen aren't really like people that are like, you know, whipped to be like her horrible evil slaves. They're just these big fluffy creatures that are all kind of middle-aged men that are left babysitting her, and they're like, yeah, she's doing her shit. Oh my god, we'll get over her eventually. She's just kind of an annoying kid. She is like the worst, but in a way that is just like annoying. She's not actually all that crazy evil, but she also like is, but it's also like she's just a brat. And I think it's really fucking fun. She has a wonderful song about wanting everything for herself that is so much fun, and it's one of my favorite Barbie songs, and I think I might do it in the karaoke at the end of this month. And it's one of my favorites with her character, because she's kind of unapologetically evil, because she's just like a kid in this absurd world. She's like really aware of what she's doing for how dumb and baby she is, so it makes it very fun to watch. Because like she sings this whole song about taking all of the magic in the world for herself, where there's like another child, there's a young fairy there who's there with her wings, and she's about to take them away from her. She's like, well no, it's okay, I want all for myself, but you'll be fine, you can just like crawl along the ground without magic, it's whatever. And she's like, I don't want that much, I just want to make your life miserable forever. And sings all this stuff, and it's like, oh wow, she like sucks, it's wonderful. And she's about to just like zap the magic out of this fairy. You can see her struggling as basically like half her life force is gone. She's just gonna be essentially like, you know, like disable her and everything. And she sings this whole thing, and the little fairy goes to her, you're mean, and she goes, no, I'm goal oriented, and then does the thing. And I love her. That part stayed in my brain forever. She's not mean, she's just a goal oriented sim. She's like literally, I think 𝘆cie 𝘆cie is what ChatGPT wishes it was. With those, you know those like ChatGPT copy pasta things that people write all the time, where it's like people trying to ask their ChatGPT like, oh, is it bad of me to take the magic from everyone? And they're like, hey, no, you're just goal oriented. You know what you want and you're determined to get it and not let anyone stop you. And honestly, those are queen vibes. 𝘆cie like says that to herself, and I love her. But yeah, all the music in that is great. It's more of the pop musical kind, but I think 𝘆icie's villain song is a little bit more old school and it's very fun. I was the honor roll kid and had bad trust issues from basically I was the honor roll kid and I had bad trust issues from basically since I remember things. It makes sense. No, yeah. The types of self-inserting that we did into these fantasy worlds does make sense to me. It's very funny. You learn a lot about a person by what their Mary Sue OCs were like. Like whether someone's the kind to make a Mary Sue where their life was entirely edgy, or a Mary Sue where their life was entirely magical and perfect. Which movie were you talking about? A Secret Door. One of my favorites. I'm totally taking my breath away. Yeah, I know that you're gonna feel okay because it's better for me. You know, actually, what her song reminds me of, now I think about it, it's kind of like You'll Be Back from Hamilton. She's like that level of unapologetic villain, where she's just like, yeah, but like, I want this, so can you like, shut up? I'll be fine. I'll be happy, so it's whatever. I know that you're gonna feel okay because it's better for me. I want it all. I want it now. Don't make it small. Just make it wow. Life has its dings. Oh, thanks for the wings. But you'll still get around because you can crawl. I want it all. That's all. You'll be back. Soon you'll see, you'll remember you belong to me. They're very similar in their energy. Time will tell. Remember that I served you well. Oceans rise, empires fall. We have seen each other through it all. And when push comes to shove, I will send a fully armed battalion to remind you of my love. Okay. What time is it? Oh my god, it's already 5. Yeah, I need to lock in and stop getting distracted by Barbie. But that I needed it because I have too much shit stuck in my head. The Barbie is helping me get it out so that I don't start singing songs that I'm not allowed to sing. Okay, we've got most of his main colors down now. I want to make this darker. Oh, his nose is darker than that, actually, now that I look at it. Let's make specifically the nose darker, but not this. Yeah, okay. I'm also gonna make the upper eyes darker. Then maybe not the lower ones. Okay, I fuck with that. We need to color in his hoodie. My mirror shoes weren't even edgy. They were just overpowered secretaries. You know what? That's real as fuck too. Overpowered secretaries is a wonderful way to put it. Okay. I enjoy a lot lately picking colors like this, rather than just direct ones. Because I did that in general most of the time anyway, but like I've gotten better over time at picking colors to sort of like, you know, look, I want this hand to move now. If I was in any other program, I'd just grab this hand and rotate it a little bit so it's not coming right out the corner, and then I think it'd look more natural, but I can't do that here, and I'm just gonna leave it. It looks fine. I know it's fine. Anyway. Picking colors to look close enough to something rather than the original one based on like their relevancy of the colors. Like this one isn't perfect yet, but I'm not gonna use the same exact green gray I was looking for that they use in the other one. It's probably gonna stay slightly purpler for this because I'm using a much warmer palette overall. I also need to make the hair darker. It's definitely too light right now. Empires fall. If I could wish for one thing, I'd take the smile that you bring. Wherever you go in this world, I'll come along. Together we dream the same dream. Forever I'm here for you, you're here for me. Oh, oh, two voices, one song. You know, Princess and the Pauper also has great music. I think people know that because Princess and the Pauper is so popular altogether. But my favorite song of it isn't even one of the biggest ones. Because most people know Preminger's song of How Could I Refuse? Which, fair enough, he's goated. He is also iconic Barbie villain, one of the best ones. And it's also another one where his plans are really crazily high stakes sometimes too. Or they think of... the first songs are like I'm just like you, you're just like me, it's something anyone can see, which makes sense, obviously. Those are the important songs. But my favorite actually is I forget actually what its name is somehow, fuck, but there's a song that is her name Erica? I swear it's Erica, right? Yes, that Erica sings to her cat. That is my favorite, and I'm forgetting what it's called. It's called The Cat's Meow. The Cat's Meow. That's my favorite. There is not one hair of you that I would rearrange. I say, if you bark, celebrate it, make your mark, serenade it. Noah's Ark should have had a cat like you. And if what you are is a strange you, doesn't mean you should change you, only means you should change your point of view. Hey, feline, you fetch just fine, to thine own self be true. Your bow wows, the cat's meow, it's how I know you're you. You don't need the bows or tiara, bid your woes, sayonara. Trust your nose, cause it knows the way to go. When you chase your tail, you're enchanting, spirits sail. When you're prancing, when you wail, you're a rover Romeo. There is not one hair of you that I would rearrange. Your bowels, the cat's... Oh, wait, no. I love you the way you are, and that will never change. That will never change. It's such a sweet song. Songs use so many TikTok edits. Well, this one or To Be Free? Because I have seen a lot of them with To Be Free lately. I love seeing Barbie songs pop up like that. I'm always like, yeah, exactly. You guys finally know Bull. To Be Free is great. All of the songs in Princess and the Pauper are really good, to be honest. Like, there's a reason it's such a very remembered and famous Barbie movie, because it is just goated. These piercings are still too light. His are a lot, like, more white than this kind of silver that I've gone for. I think I need to make the line color less blue. But yeah, I love the cat's meow. I don't know why it's so dear to me. It's just so sweet. Because literally they're singing to her cat about accepting him. Because she has a cat that acts like a dog. It's so cute. It's cutie-ful. And I just love Erica's voice. I think it's really funny thinking about this. Yeah, half of this stream is just about Barbie, but whatever. To be fair, every single MS Paint stream is me talking about unrelated things while I draw, so this should not be surprising. I mentioned this before, and I'll definitely go over it sometime when I'm actually doing like a Zatsu or doing Barbie watch along. But Barbie genuinely has like four or five? 4 versions of the Princess and the Pauper. It's really fucking funny. They have so many. And mind you, Princess and the Pauper is already a parody. It's a parody of the fairy tale of the Prince and the Pauper. So like that is already a parody. And then they have like a parody of the parody. And then they have like a parody of the parody of the parody, which is also parodying other movies. And they have another one. Because like, how do I explain this? So there's Princess and the Pauper, right, that we start with. And again, that is already a parody itself. It is based on the old fairy tale of the Prince and the Pauper. This is like their version and, you know, Barbie style. And then later they made a movie called Princess and the Pop Star, which is directly a parody of Princess and the Pauper, not Prince and the Pauper. It is based off of the Barbie Princess and the Pauper thing, but, you know, set more modern. And this one, they have fucking my brain lagged. Hang on, I'm forgetting one of the characters' names. What is her name? Why am I forgetting her name? I know her name. I've watched this one so many times that I could watch it in my sleep. Tori. They have the Princess Victoria and shortened to Tori, and this pop star called Kira. So it's the same sort of thing, but you know, it's like in a modern setting. It's meant to be super modern, and it is sorry, my brain lagged. But yeah, like, you know, referencing the old one, but it's like, oh, but she's a pop star rather than a pauper, and they still do their whole switch place thing, but they also have like magic involved in it now rather than just looking the same. So it basically takes all of the old one and then parodies it into like a Barbie of the time period, where it would be like modern fantasy, and they'd always have like an extra fairy or some extra magic wands that they could have a transforming dress, and there'd be glitter and pop songs and stuff. And also for some reason, that one is a jukebox musical for half of it. It's not entirely a jukebox musical, but it partially is, and I don't really understand why. Princess Hot, sorry, Sister Carol. No, you're good, you're good. I'm just showing the script to the AU. Hell yeah, I hope you're having fun. I hope you're making good progress. I hope I work as background noise. But yeah, because so like the first songs you have in Princess and the Pop Star, by the way, I watched Princess and the Pop Star so much as a kid just because I had it on DVD, and it was my favorite for a while when I was little, because again, this shouldn't be surprising. Princess and the Pauper was one of my favorite things ever since I found it, and then they released a new one, and it was all bright pink neon colors, and it had an idol in it, basically. Like, of course, little Emmy loved it, but I also think it's actually not that great of a movie. Like, I watched it on loop because I had it on DVD, so I watched it while I slept, and then I just know everything of it off by heart so much that it doesn't excite me anymore. And the jokes fall kind of flat in it. It's really awkward in ways. It has like this odd little comedy where everyone's just kind of a little, I don't know, odd, a little awkward. It's funny, but it's like, they make some odd choices. I think it's kind of mid, but in a way that's endearing. But also every now and then, like when it hits, it really does hit. But anyway, for this one, right, their main song of the movie is called Here I Am. That's Kira's like pop song that she sings at the start, and it's like the main one they've referenced a lot and that they sing together at the end. It's like, you know, their main push, their big song they're trying to sell, about her being herself and getting to where she wants to be and living her dreams and everything. I love that song. I actually want to cover it one day, especially because I was so attached to it as a kid. It was here I am, being who I want, giving what I got, never down now. Here I go, burning like a spark, light up the dark again. You can tell that it's a 2010 pop song. However, right, the way this movie starts, you know, in The Princess and the Pauper, the original, they have To Be Free at the start, right? Where they both sing about their lives, and it's like they're overlapping with each other and talking about their different lives at the same time. And then they like, you know, they come together and you tell how they have like the same motives and everything. Like they both just want to be free in their opposite ways. It's really pretty. These big dramatic comedies. For Princess and the Pop Star, because it's meant to be all like modern and silly, and you know, it is blatantly out loud, like the point of it is that it's a fun parody, right? It's taking itself a lot less seriously, even though it does have its serious moments. They start with a mashup instead, where they're both singing different songs. Because, like I said, it's like really leaning hard into being quote-unquote modern version, right? It is meant to be fun, glittery parody. So they do mashup, and she's a pop star, all this stuff. So, how do I put this? No, Addie, your autism's gonna go worse in a sec. But, so, like... I just think it's funny because I can't think of the song I'm about to mention the same anymore. But so, like I said, it starts with, there's Kira's pop song at the start, right? Here I Am. That's their original song. It's their big push of the movie. And while she's singing that, it starts with that, with a shot at her with her pop concert, and then you cut over to Tori, who's watching it from her balcony, and her aunt is like, Victoria, you need to get ready for our party, and she's like, okay, fine. And so then she starts singing over the same beat. They do a mashup. You know the song that they choose for this? Rather than having an original song, she sings Girls Just Wanna Have Fun, except Princesses Just Wanna Have Fun. Or just, well, specifically Princesses Want to Have Fun, because I can't fit the word just in there anymore. But it's also really awkward. Like, it kind of falls really flat, because you can tell when you listen to it. Yes, it is. You can tell when you listen to it that the voice actress for Kira, I'm forgetting her name, even though I know. Oh, wait, no, it's Ashley Bull. It's Ashley Bull. I know her name, because it's Ashley Bull. She's Rainbow Dash. Ashley Bull, she was instructed to sing in a way that is so very obviously 2010 pop star, right? Like when I said, here I am, that's exactly how she sings. It's great. It's very fun energy. But for the Princesses Just Want to Have Fun thing, because they kind of wanted Tori to sound, I don't know, more like a regular princess, her voice is a lot less soft. It has less of a rasp and less of a power to it. She actually sings her own version of Here I Am later, and her voice is like really soft and smooth. It has a different flavor to it. But for Princesses Just Want to Have Fun, she's kind of not allowed to give it much energy. She sings it really normal, and it's a really like normal song compared to the other one, because there's not much variation in the melody for this, so it just kind of falls really flat. Yeah, she's so stilted. So while you have that whole hype thing going on, she goes, princesses wanna have fun, oh, princesses wanna have fun. And she doesn't even get to do that's all I really want. I think she doesn't do it for for most of it. They kind of cut that out for the sake of the mashup. I wake up in the morning like the Duchess is when you're gonna live your life right. I know she thinks that I'm the fortunate one, but princesses wanna have fun. Oh, princesses wanna have fun. There's a star that's bright inside you. It's such an odd choice, especially because it's like it almost feels a little bit out of touch for the kids that were watching it. Like, I knew this song when I watched it, right? But it's also, I kind of only knew the song because my parents and my sisters were listening to it. It's not that old of a song, but it's just old enough that for a movie released in, when was it? 2012? A lot of their younger audience is only gonna like barely know this. It's not like it's like a thing that's like, oh yeah, I know this song, she's singing that song, but a parody of that song, you know? It kind of feels like it's her Bobby's song, but like not quite, so you're like, huh? It reminds me of a little while ago, I went on a trip with my family, and at one point we were at this, because it was at like a family park thing, like one of those little like entertainment things, or like caravan park. They had a little entertainment area, right? You know, where they have like the little kids disco and a bingo night and stuff like that. And for the kids disco, I always loved going to those things when I was a kid. And in fact, I even like, I think I danced with one of my sisters there for a bit. But they had one of their like mascot characters up there acting out songs while they sung, and they were doing covers of a bunch of fun songs. Usually how this goes is they might do a cover here and there, but most of the places in my memory for these is that they'd sing like kids party songs, you know, the kinds of specifically with the instructions baked in, or you do like big fish, little fish, cardboard box, or they'd have like a, you know, silly stuff meant for you to dance to. And if they do covers, it's like a current song that kids might like. It's like kids pop music. For some reason they had this mascot character singing songs that were like just a little too old for me. Personally, I'm still a Cyndi Lauper. Like, no, yeah, based. It's a great song. But like, how do I put it? Like, so I don't remember half of the set that they had for this, but you have to remember that the kids here at this thing, I'm gonna draw it again, were like 10 years old max. So you had this like cute mascot on stage and whatever. You had this cute mascot character, I don't know, maybe it's just like a fucking bunny and a fairy or something up there who's acting out. And also you have to, at these things, the mascot characters always have one tone of voice that they do everything in, even when they're covering a song, because they're not allowed to like sing the song properly. They just have to stay in character voice so the kids can sing along to it. So it's really awkward. And there's all these little kids that are like this big. Most of them are like 4, maybe. Some of them are maybe like 7 years old. Okay, so these are 7-year-olds in 2026. You know the song that I first noticed she was singing? Telephone by Lady Gaga and Beyonce. And she was trying so hard to give it her energy, but not a single one of these damn kids knew the song, because how would they? They're 4 and it's 2026. Like, I know this song, and I think it's fire, and I heard it on radios and stuff, but again, it was also, like, still a song that, like, my siblings and parents that would have been like released when they were there, and then it was already released when I was a kid, you know. It's like something that I heard on the radio and I'm like, oh yeah, it's that song. I kind of know that one, and I listen to it now because I'm older. These kids are like 4. The music's both too grown for them and too old, because there's some songs that you can sing that you know, it's like a clearly an adult song, but they make a kids pop version of it. Like say if they sung a current Lady Gaga song, like I don't know, fucking Abracadabra or something, would have been really fun to see her try and do that. The kids might have recognized it from hearing it. Some of them might have recognized it from hearing it on TikTok or something, and they could have made their kids pop version. But like they're too young to recognize this from TikTok or something, because they're all babies. But she was also doing this in the character voice, so it means that she's going, hello, I can't hear a thing. I'm busy at this caravan park and I've been dancing. She has to stay in character voice the whole time. She can't even make it cunty. So it was just really awkward, because none of the kids were dancing or even jumping. They were just staring at her like, what? While she's awkwardly talking this song that's meant to go really hard. She goes, stop calling, I don't want to talk anymore. I left my head and my heart on the dance floor. Stop calling, I don't want to think anymore. I'm having fun with my friends on the dance floor. So this kind of out of touch feeling is sort of how princesses want to have fun feels to me in Barbie, Prince and the Pop Star. Princesses wanna have fun. Anyway, but yeah, other than that, it's mostly original music for the rest of it, except in the middle, they also have Perfect Day. As in the one from, as in the one from Legally Blonde. I don't know why as well, by the way. It's a really odd choice. Like it sounds great in the movie, and in fact when I was little, because I was too young really to have watched Legally Blonde, I thought it was a Barbie original. I knew Princesses Wanna Have Fun was a parody, even though it felt kind of awkward to have that, but I hadn't heard Perfect Day yet, so it was a really odd choice. And it's like that one's from another movie. It's not even just like a regular pop song. How did you license that? Sun's up a little after 12. Yeah, except it's different in this one. Sun's up a little after 10. I don't know why they changed that. It feels kind of like the fucking Michael Bublé Santa Baby. All my friends and my Mercedes Benz. What are the Barbie lyric changes? Hang on. think I have perfect day from the blue first too. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's so weird. Half of your audience isn't gonna know this, so it's weird to have it as a parody because most of the kids watching it have not seen Legally Blonde before, so it's not gonna clock to them that it's a cover. In which case, it's like you could have just written an original song there, rather than having to pay half your money to someone else. Oh no, it does start with Sons of a Little After 12. Sorry. Make breakfast for myself, leave the work for someone else. People say, they say that it's just a phase. Yeah. Sun's down a little after 10. I pick up all my friends in my Mercedes Benz. And they even use this song in their finale mashup at the end, as well as Princess Wanna Have Fun. I just don't know why it's like half a jukebox musical. I feel like they should have committed or just made them all original. And they could have made them all original. Like, because the thing is, it's already parody. You don't need these extra jukebox songs. They could have parodied more songs from Princess and the Pauper. Because the only Princess and the Pauper song that is in this is To Be a Princess. And I do like their cover of that. That is the only part of it where they made their little jukebox things good. I love To Be a Princess, To Be a Pop Star, because it has like a slash in the middle for this one. Because, you know, they're going over both their jobs at the same time rather than just the princess instructions. Because obviously, in the original, if Annalise had been given instructions on To Be a Pauper, it would have been really out of touch. It would have been really awkward. But for this one, they do instructions for both. And I like the little remix for it and the way they switch between both their instructions. I think it's really cute. Great little cover. Slaps. That part is where I'm like, oh, this is such a cute idea to have this parody. I really like it. It, like, you know, shows blatantly that it is a parody of one of their old movies. It embraces how fun it is, but also how they're getting a little new fun twist on it, but like it shows respect to it. So I don't see the point in the other jukebox songs. Why is Girls Just Want to Have Fun there, dude? You have a whole bunch of songs. They could have, I wouldn't have cared, honestly, if they did like a shitty trap remix of To Be Free or something. I think it would have at least made more sense. Even though it also would have kind of probably been arse. But you know, I wouldn't have cared if they did that thing that most modern adaptations of movies do. Adaptations of movies do. It's so funny. I love Princess and the Pop Star because it's just so odd. Also, I forgot to respond to that out there, so you're saying, but Cat's Meow Running Your Blubber, yeah, that makes sense. I love it, such a good song. To be a princess is to wear your family crest. To be a princess is to know which spoon to use. To be a princess is 1,000 pairs of shoes. To breakfast made in bed. Tiara on your head. Rooms, foot massage and mani-pedi too. To be a princess is to... Wait. Is there a second verse to be a princess where it stops? Curtsy when princes come to call, wear a new gown to every ball. All through the day there's just one way you must behave. Pose on a golden yoga mat, pose with a feather in your hat. Stretch on a golden yoga mat, bend from above and always wear your gloves and wave. Shoulders back and tummy in and pinky out and lift the chin and gently nod your head from side to side. Breathing gently, stepping lightly, smile brightly, nod politely. Do everything you do with pride. Glide. To be a princess is to wear your family crest. To be a princess is to always do your best. To be a pop star is to know which mic to use. Sorry, it just like I know all of these things so well. I think constantly about 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿's acting as Kira. She does a great job, by the way. I'm not even making fun of her. I just love the contrast in between them because I can't sing these songs without impersonating them personally. Not only do I want to do my little like a musical themed karaoke at the end of the month, I've really wanted for ages to do like a specifically Barbie karaoke. Because I have so much material to work with. I think I still need to make this head darker. Like, it's got pretty much the same contrast as the original, but I need to make it darker because I used like basically, I think it's because I color picked the orange for the fur, but not the color for the hair. So it's inconsistent. I need them to have the same contrast. Pop stars, not fall off your shoes. To rehearse until it's right. Doing a show every night. At a room service with anything you choose. To be a pop stars. What? It's love your great reviews. Taking the latest fashion show. Fly for lunch to Mexico. No time for raisins at your dog and your guitar. Tweet everyone your latest news. You know, it's really crazy how often the word tweet was used in movies and stuff. Especially for, you know, okay. Most lukewarm take ever. Guys, it's almost like changing Twitter to X was a bad idea. But I think about this all the time. Like, it's so crazy that Twitter became X and Elon just like abandoned all of that when Twitter had such a recognizable branding. Tweet was honestly pretty much used as much like the same way that people use like Google as a verb in movies and stuff, you know, even though like Google is way more established as like, you know, like to Google something, but they just, how do I put it? Like Google just kind of became its own verb, divorced from the company really quickly and everything, right? But like tweet was still very specifically Twitter. Because there are other apps they could use. They could just say post. There's still a neutral word for that everyone uses. But so many movies and everything would just say tweet and it'd be fine. So you get it promo from literally everything. And the guy was like, nah, just make it a post. Why? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you abandon your whole recognizable branding for literally no reason? There was no need. Tweet everyone your latest news. Sit through 1,000 interviews with lovers, and no matter how bizarre they are. My favorite thing about the To Be a Princess, To Be a Pop Star parody is the pop star parts, because I like how they shake it up. After she does the part that's like, you know, directly referencing the original with shoulders back and tummy in hand, but Kira's part just fucking going, here's a camera, there's a camera, and a camera, and a camera, and another autograph to sign. I think it's really cute. Okay, I think this hair color is closer. That looks a little bit more naturally like the original. Messing up the color palette I was going for a little bit, but I think we both. I might need to change this jacket color to be greener like the original is. Because I was going for changing up the palette just a little bit to be, I don't know, Emmy-pilled about it. But it's kind of not hitting how I wanted it to. That's mostly because I was inconsistent and I picked the fur color, but then made everything else myself. I should have color picked the fur as well if I was going to do this to be real. Another autograph to sign. This stream would have been like probably done, or I would have been like finishing by now if not for the Bobby talk, and that's really funny because I'm gonna add more shading and texture and stuff to this. But I am keeping this one generally on the simpler side. I want it to be a little more understated and speak for itself with the colors. So if I hadn't spent so much time ranting about Barbie, it would have been like multiple hours shorter, which is really funny. Another autograph to sign. Love, Kira. Crowning. Don't forget to post it all online. Shine. To be a pop star. Yeah, I want this lighter color here. This app fucking hates me. There we go. I kind of want to make this fluff different line color, but I merged it with the rest, so I kind of can't do that anymore. Oh, I can do it for some of it. Okay. I gotta get a smaller brush for this, though. Okay, I'm gonna do this just myself because I wanted this one to have more fun lines like that where I just do everything anyway. Yay! Okay, what Barbie movies am I? This is such a Barbie stream. What Barbie movies do I want to do watch along? I want to do Secret Door with Serena and probably another princessy one as well. We got Christmas Carol with Norange. I gotta do Diamond Castle with Addie after talking about it like this. It would be fun to do Princess and the... I want to do like a Barbie movie marathon sometime. That's all of the Princess and the Pauper parodies. Because yes, I was talking about that. Oh my god, I got distracted. What was I gonna say? My brain is gone. Yes, I was talking about just how many fucking Princess and the Pauper parodies they have before. Because they start with Princess and the Pauper, which again is a parody of Princess and the Pauper, and then they have Princess and the Pauper, which is a parody of Princess. Then they have Princess and the Pop Star, which is a parody of Princess and the Pauper. I'm already getting my words confused. And then they also have Rock and Royals, which is basically kind of like a parody of Princess and the Pop Star. Like, it is basically Princess and the Pop Star, but again, except it is also referencing Princess and the Pauper because they actually use some of the same character names. Like, the Pop Star in this one is called Erica again, and the Princess has a different name, I believe, but like the Pop Star is called Erica. But also they have some references that connect them to the world of Princess and the Pop Star, I believe. And also, though, like, bear with me, hear me out. Guys, some of the persons here, hi! But hear me out, bear with. Beyond that, Rock and Royals is also directly just stealing the entire plot of both Camp Rock and Pitch Perfect at the same time. Yes, there's a lot that goes on in Rock and Royals. I like Rock and Royals, by the way, to be clear. It has great music. It is literally, like, it's basically like them trying to do Princess and the Pop Star again, except different. Like, it has a lot of the same... It references the same thing. It has the same thing of there being one princess and the one pop star, and they switch places. Except for these two, it's not that they like look the same. They just get sent to the wrong places. They're going to these like summer camps where one of them was supposed to go to Camp Royalty and one of them was supposed to go to Camp Pop. This is my favorite thing about how obvious it is that it's a Camp Rock parody, because the movie's called Rock and Royals, and they have two camps, and one of them is called Camp Royalty, and they always say like, yeah, Rock and Royals don't mix, but the other camp is called Camp Pop, because they're not allowed to call it Camp Rock. So you'd think they would have changed it, but no. So it's called Camp Pop. But yeah, so they accidentally get on the wrong boats, and the pop star ends up at Camp Royalty and the princess ends up at Camp Pop, and they're like, oh my god, how the fuck did I get here? But you know, like, they both learn different lives. Like, the pop star learns to work with people via being in the royal stuff where she has all the specific rules to follow, except she doesn't. The plot there is really fumbled and it pisses me off. They don't do their plot right. They just say everything happened but don't actually do the development anyway. And the princess learns to share her music and like come out of her shell in the pop star life and everything like that. And they sing together and like save both camps from shutting down, love lifestyle. But like, when I say they steal the stories from Camp Rock and Pitch Perfect, I'm being dead serious. Like, it's like bar for bar. It's, when I was younger, I used to do this thing whenever I made things on like Movie Star Planet, especially when I was on Movie Star Planet. I didn't do it so much on like any other thing that I had. I used to do this thing when I made things on Movie Star Planet where I would take my characters and basically they just get the plot of whatever recent movie or show I'd watched, and you could tell really obviously, but also if you didn't know those things then it kind of seemed like I was just making my fantastical OC world. But I just kind of take the plot of whatever movie I'd watched and insert my OCs into them, which is what a lot of kids do, you know, because you aren't always that original when you're little, especially if you're trying to come up with a whole movie story. So I basically just made that, but my version. So like I'd have a character like, for example, after I watched Monster High 13 Wishes, I did one with a character that was called like 16 Wishes, where she, actually no, I think that also happened in a Disney movie, but I did my own 16 before they did, whereas a character was on like her 16th birthday or something, and all of the plot was the same because she found like a genie and it was in her attic after she got sent there for detention, and then also there was like a shadow version of her that came out, but I just named everything different, right? Rock and Royals is like that. It's like genuinely, I don't know how they put this out. Nobody called them out for it because they just take both movie plots. Because on the Camp Pop side, it is exactly the plot of Camp Rock, where there's this, like, it's just that she's a princess instead of a poor person, you know? But she's there and she has a song that she has, like, she writes a song about being herself and coming out of her shell. It's literally the same as, this is real, this is me, but it's just like her own song. What if I sing out loud? Because anything might happen. It's the same, and she goes through, you know, that, and there's like a popular mean girl who thinks like, oh, you know, like your music sucks, we're gonna do this, and then they all learn to like be themselves together and they sing together. It's the same as Camp Rock, right? And over on the Camp Royalty side, again, it is literally the exact plot of Pitch Perfect, because for some sorry, it's so silly to me to explain these things. It's like, it's such a silly movie concept. For some reason, like, they have this thing they're gonna do, right? They're gonna have this like music contest against the other camps, because they want to like decide something. And basically one of them, Camp Royalty, wants to expand theirs, because they're both these two camps that like are sharing essentially the same island, but there's just like some empty space between them. Like, say there's Camp Royal here, there's Camp Rock here, big lake in the middle, and there's this extra space here. But Camp Royal wants to expand here, and they make a deal that they'll have this like singing contest. They'll have this like battle of the bands, basically, except they'll only have one band representing each side, by the way. And whichever one loses shuts down. So they do that. And so, you know, Camp Pop is like, yeah, we make music. This is literally where you learn to do music and to be a pop star or rock star or whatever. And you learn like how to do costumes and write songs and everything and dance. And for Camp Royalty, for some reason, they have an a cappella group. I guess that's a thing that princesses learn. I don't know. But so they have an a cappella thing. Yeah, it's not like they do classical music or anything. They do a cappella. That's what the royalty does. They do a cappella, royal a cappella. And Erica, the pop star, gets here and she tries, you know, like joining in with them with their song. They have this little song called When You're a Princess, It's All Up to You. When you're a princess, the good that you do. Because they only sing these very old specific songs about being royalty. Are you seeing already how it's pitch perfect? By this blonde girl, by the way, who runs everything perfectly and has done so forever, and she wants to do it the correct way. And Erica, while she's singing with them, she's really bored while they're dancing, and so she starts improvising and mashing it up and adding, this is literally pitch perfect, starts improvising in the middle of the song to make it more interesting, because it's really fucking boring. So she like does her own ad-libs and harmonies by the end. And then she's like, stop, what was that? You can't just change it up. We have the song. We have our perfect practice songs of how it goes. It's literally just pitch perfect, and it gets even more so. We have our exact song. You can't just change it. We are going to do it, and we're going to do it right. But then basically their principal comes in, and she's like, oh, that's the pop star that we accidentally got from the other camp, right? If we use her, we'll probably win, because she's a famous pop star, and we're not going to win against the pop thing anyway. Like, we're literally in a music contest, but the other team has an entire fucking band, and they're all like pro musicians, and we just have an a cappella group. So let the pop star do whatever. She has a powerful voice. We'll just let her lead it. And then she does, and she makes them a song, and she makes them a really unique song, but it's like, oh, because you just do this stuff without warning. It's like, you know, you do this stuff and just kind of, you're so used to being solo, you don't know how to work in a team, and they like fight and split up for a bit. And it's literally pitch perfect. You don't know how to work in a team. You made this like modern version of a cappella compared to my stiff one, but like, I didn't actually like how you just improvised it. Doesn't everyone else feel like you're just signing things for yourself? And one of the other characters literally has that moment that they have in Pitch Perfect, where they're like, what do you think? And she's like, I thought it sounded good, but it was a little bit surprising when you just did it in the middle of the song. And then she storms off because she's like, oh, separate and everything. And they like beef about it. And then she meets the other princess girl, and they like, you know, talk it out. And we just, for some reason, we just kind of get over this. And she's like, hey, I think we can do it, but I might need your royal touch to help. And then they work together, and they're friends by the end. And they do something where she sings a little more gently, and they incorporate their old songs but also with their new stuff. For some reason, the plot for this really pisses me off, because the music is good, but they just kind of forget how to do their plot. Because they like claim basically that she's supposed to have learned teamwork here, right? Like Erica, the pop star, makes good music, but she doesn't know how to be in a team because she's always been alone. Whereas the other girl, she's mean and she's only singing a boring song and not open to new things, but also she knows how to do these things correctly and to incorporate everyone or something like that. Except that's not true. Because they fuck this up so bad. So to be a princess, everyone else is just instrumental, and they barely have any instrumental that they're doing. Like they're just like ha ha. At least when the rest of them just going do 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 do, and it's really dull. There's like, honestly, they could have gotten away with having like 2 singers for To Be a Princess, and they just kind of like, they dance a little, but they already had that choreographed, and that's it. For Erica's song, she is like the lead singer in it, but she makes it way more collaborative because she, like, there's so many more layers to the instrumental. You can tell that she's a music producer. She has some of them beatboxing. She has a bunch of them doing backing vocals. They're like ad-libs. There's a whole bunch of like layers of their harmonies and stuff. They all get to sing. They all look like they're having a blast because there's like so many layers to the song that she has. And there's a part where they like do like a bunch of like layer stuff together. Where she goes like, unlock them, and the other's going unlock, unlock, la la la. Like there's a whole bunch of mashed up layers. It's really cool. So she actually makes it like involves everyone more. But for some reason, I think the script and the songwriters just didn't communicate with each other because their backlash for this, right, is that the princess girl goes to her and she's like, well, yeah, it's good, but you just kind of made it the Erica show. Like, you just turned all of us into backup and we don't get to do anything. You don't think about everyone because you're a soloist and you don't know what you're doing. And I'm like, what? That's not true. Like, they show you the song and it's objectively not true, but then they just expect you to agree with this because that's what the rest of the plot is based on. I sound like a copy of another movie I watched because it's a copy of it. This is what I'm saying. So this is a Barbie movie, by the way. Like, they didn't need to do this. It's a Barbie movie. It's not like some random low budget one that copied it. But yeah, so Barbie Rockin' Royals is basically like a parody of Barbie Princess and the Pop Star, which is a parody of Barbie Princess and the Pauper, which is a parody of The Prince and the Pauper. But also Barbie Rockin' Royals directly just steals the plot of Camp Rock and Pitch Perfect at the same time. And then there's a fourth one! They made another Princess and the Pauper parody! They made another one. Except it's bad. So then they made another one, and this one is a parody of Princess and the Pauper, not of the Pop Star, thankfully this time. Although it is a musical again, but you know, they all were. But this one is based on Princess and the Pauper instead of the Pop Star, because it's like Rockin' Royals was, you know, directly going with the Pop Star thing. But for this one, it's a movie more in their modern era, because it's with Vlogger Barbie. For context, for anyone who doesn't know, there was a point where they added like a Barbie vlogging series a while ago. I don't remember exactly when it started. It was really cute. Some of the clips trend every now and then, where they had like a voice actor act as Barbie basically, and they had like this like motion mocap stuff where she'd do these little vlogs and everything, talk about life, maybe something about like helping her pick an outfit for a date or something, but also she did like really genuine talks about like mental health and like what it's like to be a girl, and like, or like people saying sorry too much and stuff, or like how hard things are. It was really sweet. I thought it was really genuinely very helpful for young girls. But then because of the way that went, they kind of decided that vlogging was just like Barbie's new thing. So nowadays, every Barbie movie is set within this world where she is a vlogger, and her YouTube stuff and her TV series are all canon. And she's basically, it's like, it's all the same timeline. They don't do original characters anymore. They all just are Barbie in her present life, and maybe she goes on an extra adventure. But so this one is set in Vlogger Barbie universe, where she goes on like this school trip or something to some other kingdom or whatever, and she wants to vlog there, and she meets a princess who feels like really stifled in her life because she doesn't get to do anything, and she wants to go have an adventure and live a more interesting life rather than just doing whatever she's told to do, and swaps places with her. And so the vlogger goes and pretends to be a princess, and the princess goes to like try and like, you know, live out like a regular common person, but also she has like a vlog that she needs to film in time, and the princess has like, you know, princess stuff to do, and I think maybe there's some villain trying to take over her role, because there always is. That's how Princess and the Pauper works. So this one is a parody of Princess and the Pauper rather than the Pop Star. But yeah, there's a fourth one, and it's just kind of bad. It's also just kind of bad. I'm just baby now, I guess. Yeah, it's so fascinating. So yeah, Barbie has done a parody of Prince and the Pauper 4 times. They have, so there's Prince and the Pauper, which is an old fairy tale, right? Unrelated to Barbie. And this is where Barbie starts. They have Princess and the Pauper. They have Princess and the Pauper, which is a parody of Prince and the Pauper. And then they have Princess and the Pop Star, which is a parody of Princess and the Pauper, which is itself a parody of Prince and the Pauper. And then they have Rockin' Royals, which is kind of like a parody of this, except not directly. It's just like basically a second try at this, so I'm gonna do it more like this instead. Basically like a second try at this, which is a parody of this directly because it uses some of the same names, which again is a parody of this, but also is for some reason copied from fucking Camp Rock and Pitch Perfect directly, but they just like don't talk about that part. And then they have Barbie Princess Adventure, which is a parody of Barbie Princess and the Pauper. They have 4 of them. And to be clear, these ones, this one, these 3 are all purposeful. They are very much purposeful, like open about the fact that they are parodying the same thing. Like that's why this one is called Prince and the Pop Star. These ones are directly tied together. They could have stopped it here. They should have stopped it here. Even though I like the music from Rock and Royals, I like it as a movie altogether, mostly because I like Erica's voice. They could have stopped here. Like, I like this movie, but I don't think it's good. But they could have stopped here. These 2 are meant to be tied together because this is directly referencing this. It's like all silly about it. It's open about it. It uses the same songs on purpose. But these ones don't. This one is obviously very blatantly a parody of this, except they don't call it with the same name. And this one is basically them doing this again, and it has a name that's a reference to this, but it's kind of just basically the same thing as this, but with another plot, and I don't know why it exists. And also they don't do the whole swapping places, so it's like not technically a parody because they don't like, you know, look the same and change, fake each other's identities. They just go to the wrong summer camp. But like, I don't know. So that's the Barbie Princess and the Pop Star universe, I guess. I think Rock and Roll is somewhat also a parody of The School for Good and Evil. Might be sure. Probably not. When did The School for Good and Evil come out? Because I doubt it. No, Rock and Rolls came out way before that. Rock and Rolls is in 2015. But it's also just kind of a generic plot altogether. Like, because again, when I say it's Pitch Perfect and Camp Rock, if you watch the movies, it is like straight up bar for bar how obvious it is that they just stole those stories. And otherwise, it is like purposefully referencing the old Princess and Pauper movies because they use some of the same character names on purpose. But it's, yeah, I don't know why it exists. I don't know why they have so many of them. They don't need this many. So they have a parody, and then a parody of the parody, and then a parody of the parody of the parody that's not really parodying the parody, but it's more like a second version of the parody, but worse, but also referencing the parody. Sorry, more like a second version of the parody, but referencing the parody. And then they have a parody of the parody again, but worse. Hope this helps. Surely that's really easy to understand. Okay. I'm gonna keep adding a little color to the line art and stuff. This is where we're in the finishing stages, where I just add color wherever I want it. And we could have been here ages ago if I didn't go so Barbie-pilled. Whoopsies. I don't like this orange on here so much. I think it's kind of standing out a little bit. I need to make it a little bit more toned down because it's kind of making it look like he's burning. And I don't want that. I don't want to look like he's on fire. I just want to bring more of the orange in to make it all look a little more colorful and fun. I think the red is actually the problem. What if I take this color? Oh, that works a bit better. Because it looks like it's like dipped in blood, I guess, is my problem. I need maybe more brown here. Okay, yeah, brown is better. There we go. And then I can actually probably add this like red brown over. Oh, that's not the color. Over here. Maybe. Let's see if that works. When you're a princess, it's all up to you. When you're a princess, the good that you do. I think it's so funny because the camp rock part is kind of obvious anyway, especially considering they literally had to call it camp pop despite all of their branding saying rock because they couldn't, you know, steal the name. But like the pitch perfect bit is like, it's genuinely bar for fucking bar, dude. Because at least for the camp rock part, that's like a generic story, you know. Even though it is clearly camp rock, that's a very generic teenage movie story to do. That like a girl who's out of place, in this case a princess, or maybe in last time it was just like a nobody girl, goes to some music thing and then it's like, oh no, you're lame, and she's too shy, and then she comes out of her shell to try sharing her music. They do that in like every kids thing ever, you know. But like, why Pitch Perfect? You know, like why was it Pitch Perfect? At least I get why Camp Rock, because that's literally the same thing, and again they do it in everything ever. But why was it Pitch Perfect? Especially when the Pitch Perfect one is like, every single fucking scene is the same as Pitch Perfect. So it's not even subtle. I would think they were doing it on purpose, if not for the fact that they can't do it on purpose. Like, you would think that, like, it was intended to be, like, an blatant parody on purpose that you were meant to know, but that can't be the case because it's for children. And if Barbie openly said, oh yeah, we're making our own Pitch Perfect, then it would encourage kids to go watch Pitch Perfect, which I don't think they'd want their parents to do. I don't think their parents would want them to do. Same thing, yeah. It's just like the same fucking movie. You can even hear from that music how heavily it's referencing the Pitch Perfect old songs. I saw the signs and it opened up my eyes, and I am happy now living without you. I left you all alone when you're a princess. It's so fucking funny, man. I love you, Barbie. Me when I'm Ken. all of the songs from Rock and Royals do go hard though. I even listen to When You're a Princess sometimes. Because, you know, sometimes you're just a princess. What if I sing out loud? Because anything can happen. What if I and I show them, I forgot the lyric there, who I really am. They're gonna call my name, and I'll throw this big doors open all tonight. Oh tonight. I always fuck that note up. Oh tonight, just tonight. What if I shine? That version is actually only from the acoustic version that they do in the episode. They don't use it in the regular one. What if I shine? What if I throw a spin? What if they turn away when I show them who I truly am? What if I lose my breath when I throw those big doors open? That looks kind of fluffy. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. If you want to hear more of it, you can go listen to my covers in my cover playlist. I also have a cover coming out soon of Astro Girl by Tsukumo from Hololive English. To make this darker so you can actually see it. Okay. Let's read this orange. This orange. I spend too much time thinking about who I'm supposed to be. I play by everybody's rules, don't seem right to me. I'm cool and polite on the outside. When I get a chance, I run and I hide. If your eyes are closed, it's hard to see. What if I sing out loud? What if I do? 'Cause I'm afraid of what might happen. For that song, fun fact, they did the thing that a lot of, like, I feel like a lot of modern kids movies, especially musicals, do this. You know, when there's like especially for Disney movies, where there's like a musical, then they have a big important song in it, and then in the credits, they have like whatever pop star wrote it, singing like a modern poppy version of that song that's just kind of like slightly worse. They did that for this one. Because like they have the credits and also the music video on the channel is like a really ginky version of it, and it's like fine. I kind of like the modern version, but it's just kind of, it doesn't hit the same as the actual one in the movie does. The one in the movie is really emotional and sweet, but the other one just kind of sounds corny. I spend too much time thinking about too much time thinking about who I'm supposed to be. Play by everybody else's rules. That don't seem right to me. 'Cause I'm cool, I'm polite on the outside, but when I get the chance, I just run and hide. Well, if your eyes are closed, then it's really hard to see. What if I get afraid? Don't be afraid. Yeah, I don't like it. What if I have my face? Don't you hide your face. What if I lose my breath? But then I think, wait, huh? What if I shine? I don't really get the point of it. Gotta head on, it's getting late. Bye bye. Thank you for this. Have a very lucky day. I hope you had fun listening to me yap about Barbie. Bow, bow, bow. Okay. Then we're gonna clean this up a little bit. I want to get more scribbly with this. I feel like I'm holding myself back, and it's not only making it slower, but making it not look as fun as I want it to do. I need more colors for this, so that I can start scribbling and making it fluffy. There we go. Yeah. No, I want it yellower than that. More saturated. I want to finally start actually bringing some light into this. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. I'm gonna scribble that in here because I want to be a little bit loose with this. It helps with like the scruffy fluffy look, but also just like I enjoy embracing the MS Paint texture by letting things be a little more scribbly than I usually would. I want that to be broken up some more because it looks too much like a little shiny texture rather than like fluff shines. There we go. That looks more like it's fluff in here. Yeah, because if it's all in one spot, then it looks like it's just like magically shiny, but that's not the goal. Mixing and matching them is what makes it funky. Now he looks like he's actually got hair there. If I lose my breath, ah, fuck, I got the bad version of the song stuck in my head. No! I kind of want to cover that song too. I just need to cover every fucking Bobby song. I really need to do like a Bobby specific karaoke stream. I got my musical one at the end of the month that I'm going to do to celebrate birthday stuff. And then sometime after, I'm definitely doing a Barbie one. The issue was I got to get like half of the instrumentals myself because they're not going to be on karaoke. It might end up having to be unarchived depending on how mean Mattel is to me. Depending on if they hate me or not, which they probably do. Because I talked so much shit about them today. What if I lose my breath, my breath? Here I am, being who I want, giving what I got, never a doubt now. Here I go, burning like a spark, light up the dark again. There's a star that's bright inside you, so come on and let it out. Find out what you're about and just shout. Here I am, being who I want, giving what I got, never a doubt now. Here I go, burning like a spark, light up the dark again. Here we go. Banger fucking song. I think honestly that song influenced so much of my songwriting growing up. Because I already wrote songs when I was little. They're just really bad. I think I talked about this once before because they're so bad. They're so fucking bad, dude. Like I think this is a pain that a lot of songwriters have. But sometimes you get a song stuck in your head that you like, you know, you get songs stuck in your head that you don't like sometimes, right? When it's from other people. But it's worse when you get a song stuck in your head that you wrote. The amount of times I've gotten a song stuck in my head and I'm like, I hate this song, it's bad. And it's like, what song is it? And it's like, it's mine. And that's why I hate it. I can't even blame it on anyone else. I can't like sing it anywhere. Because it's like, it feels even worse because it's like singing it is embarrassing. Having it stuck in my head, it feels like a... You know when you suddenly get flashbanged with like a cringe memory of yours or something you did ages ago that you regret and you're like, no, and you have to like physically get it out and it just feels wrong. Like, so it's like that but with music. And then I have a song stuck in my head, but I don't even want to hear it because it feels the same way. But when you have a song stuck in your head, sometimes the only way to get it out is by like singing it or listening to it, but I can't do that because it feels awful because I'm like, oh god, no, this song sucks. Having your own song stuck in your head when it's a bad one that you're not proud of is, oh. I was about to say I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but I think I actually would. I would wish it on them, except I don't have a worst enemy. Whenever I get one, watch the fuck out, dude. I'm gonna make you think of all of the worst lyrics you've ever written. I'm gonna make you think of all the worst lyrics I've ever written. But nobody will believe you when you say they're mine, because I won't play the song, so it'll just sound like it's yours and you're lying. And then you'll be stuck and you'll suffer the same as I do. At worst enemy who doesn't exist yet. This is my secret plan. And then I'll like take over the world or something. I don't know. Side quest. Okay, this does not look fluffy enough here. This is not giving fluff. It's giving random splotches. So let's make it fluff. That's more fluffy. I think I should break this part up entirely. Just wanna, just wanna, just wanna, just wanna. Oh yeah, that's way more fluffy now. Okay, this part is also way too sharp here. Let's go like that, probably. Yeah, now he's fluffy. And I want to make him fluffy over here too. He deserves some fluffiness and some shadow under his mouth. A sheet under here. I might add a little to like the nose area to help him have a more defined like snout. I don't know, I'm not sure. Do I like that? Do I like that little shadow there, or does it just make his face look really fucked up in its depth? I think it's fine. Yeah, okay, cool. And I want to fluff him up. I want to fluff him up again. He needs to be fluffy about it. You can never just have a shadow. It needs to be a fluffy shadow. To show that they're a fluffy guy. Let's have a little shine here, because why not? Nice. And I'm gonna just clean up that line a little bit this way. This is one of the things that's really fun with working in MS Paint. Because I'm so picky about my lines and other things. I'm trying not to be so much lately. MS Paint, drawing in MS Paint again helped me remember that I can just do anything. And I don't have to have a billion layers. And I don't need my layers to stay clean anyway. But like I'm usually more picky about them in other things, or because I get in my head that I have layers in certain places, I'm like, no, I need to go back to that one to edit this part and then edit this bit. But then that just makes my dots really kind of stiff sometimes. But when I let myself be silly and just draw everything and remember that I'm like, yeah, I can just fix the line after though. Like I can just, if I go over the line art with whatever color I'm shading with, I can just do the line art again. It makes things a lot nicer. Because who the fuck is gonna stop me? I can do whatever I want. I can imagine anything. Okay. I'm not sure what it is I'm doing with this next shadow right now. I'm kind of not fucking with it, but I think I need to make this part oranger. It's the brown coming in, so suddenly it makes it weird. Let's try like that. Yeah, something like that. But then I think to make that match better, I need to add more of it to here. It's like really unnatural right now. And then I'm gonna get some of this shading color for the light fluff and do that too, so it doesn't just look like they turned brown there for no reason. Okay, that works a bit better. I want the brows to be a little darker. What else do I want to do? Let's put some of this in there. A little bit of this, a little bit of that I was drawing. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. There we go. Give me a little bit of this, no more than the don't you know. Give me a little bit of that, don't you I know you do go. I don't know the lyrics of the song well enough. Baby, I don't sing again. Kiss Shadow. My incredible retelling of the lyrics. Okay. I want to use this color to make the tongue have a shine to it, so it actually looks like he's alive. Love. I'm full of love, baby. You can finna catch me. get you all of this way. Call me pretty and nasty. I think I made his tongue too shiny. It's kind of freaky. I think I'm gonna go with just one shine instead of the two. I don't want it to look like super shiny because it kind of looks like I'm like drawing attention to his tongue being wet or something, which like it probably would be. He's like a red panda, but oh wait, does this guy have whiskers? I guess the whiskers are there on one side. I can't tell if they're meant to be literal, if it's just meant to be one whiskers that float on one side no matter what he's on, or if it's meant to be them on both sides. Let me go see if there's other references. 1 second. They appear to float there no matter what, so I guess I will do that. Okay. Okay, oh, I need to add a shine to this, because this is flat at the moment, but that needs to be silver. I'm gonna, is this lighter? Barely. I'm gonna use that as a lighter color, so I can bring more of this yellow in, and make the whole thing a little warmer. High contrast will also make it look more like it's metal anyway. Yeah! The key thing for shading metal in any context is mostly just contrast. Like, because for really hard things like metal, rather than softly blending from one shade to the other, for any like big hard reflective surfaces, they just shift really dramatically between their lightest and darkest ones. And so like anytime that you want to shade something a little metal, just put like a bright color there and maybe a harsh line and then a dark one, and then it's like, yeah, okay, it looks right. You don't even need to think much harder than that. It saves you a lot of time. But in this case, it means you can also play with it with doing contrast via color, because that yellow color is not that much lighter than the silver, but because it's like warm and everything, it looks like there's a funky light reflecting on it and everything. Makes it look extra shiny, because you have the color contrast fucking with your eyes, not just the value contrast. Okay, I need to shade the hair in their hoodie. Oh wait, let me also add some more to the hands first, because those are currently untouched and they look a little bit flat and boring. Trying to make these look fluffy, but also actually like shade where the shading is. Okay, let's add a tiny touch of dish somewhere. I don't want to add too much shading to these parts, or it draws way too much attention and makes his hands look like really shiny, but I still want them to look fluffy like the rest, so that they don't just look really awkwardly out of place. It's a little bit of a tricky balance for what I want to get. Because I can't make the shines too thin, or they're like look like they're metal. But I also can't make them too big, or it's too much attention. I can't leave none, because then it doesn't look like it's the same fluff as everything else. Although to be fair, his hands would have less fluff there than the rest of him anyway. There we go. Oh, I hate that. Fuck, I hate it. No, I hate it. It's really distracting. Ew. Okay. I'm gonna add just like a tiny little highlight here. And not everything that I just did. Never mind. We're not making them fluffy. Let's just do this and maybe this. Yeah, that's better than what I just did. I do not like this. This is nasty. That is fine. Okay. What did I want to do next? Hoodie and hair. I'm gonna start with the hoodie because the hair is more important. I think I'm gonna make the line art color darker for the hoodie. It's still kind of blue. I should probably make it greener. Especially if I want to add the eyes in. It's like still too purpley of a blue. It needs to be more on the green side. go this way though, it's gonna... Yeah, that's more like it. That looks way more accurate. Okay. And then I want a darker line color than I have right now. I am very hungry and very thirsty, but I can't be bothered to go get a drink or a snack because I'm not going to get a snack because I won't be able to eat it until I'm done anyway. And I can't be bothered to go get a drink because I'm almost done. I do this to myself a lot. I have this sunk cost fallacy problem often where I'm like, no, but like I'm this far in and I'm almost finished with it. So I can just wait. And then I can like, I don't have to like transition out of the task and back in. I can keep my little flow state and then just wait. But it's very rarely helpful to do this. But it's like if I went and got a snack and drink now, I'd have to like go and BRB for 10 minutes just to come back for like what, 20 minutes longer? That's dumb. I don't need to do that. I can just grind. I can just lock in. Okay. Need that darker and I need it to stand out less. Cool. Ah, wrong color selected. There we go. Other than watching, I'm still thinking about the Barbie things. Other than watching, what's it, Secret Door with Serena. Actually, Serena commented on that earlier, didn't she? Secret Door does look beautiful, but I have watched every single fantasy Barbie movie right, that's what she said. That makes sense. Yeah, because I'll watch Secret Door with Serena because I think it'll be a fun one to introduce her to. And also because it's one of my faves and the music is great. But it'd also definitely be fun with Serena to watch some of the more higher fantasy ones. Because Secret Door is fantasy, but it is still like modern fantasy and like really neon colored and absurd for the whole thing. Yes, please. Yeah. Yeah, because it's still like a, you know, like more leaning into like Emmy-core fantasy with all of the pop music. And like, and it's hyper neon colors and it's still fun, but it's like, you know, if it's going to be Serena core, then we got to watch some of the older ones. We got to watch like the fairy tale ones, you know? 12 Dancing Princesses would be a good Serena coded one, I think. And Mariposa is also great for that. Island Princess is also good. That one has music in like the older style. And also we can watch Prince and the Pauper. I feel like I've got to either watch like each one of the Princess and the Pauper parody movies with like a different person each, or I've just got to do like one giant fucking watch along where it's like I go through every single one. And we see how they just get worse and worse in quality with each movie. I got as far as Magic of Pegasus. Oh, wow, you did not get far at all. But Magic of Pegasus is a very good one, though. That is a very good one, and it definitely is, you know, Serena coded. It's like, it's still a pretty princess movie and everything. The, like, ice skating dancing is very pretty. And it's purple. It's like a rare Barbie movie where her color is purple instead of pink. It's like, it feels like as life-changing as having a purple main cure in Star Detective Freaker, you know? Yeah, if you only got as far as Pegasus, girl, that's like 5 movies in. Because there's Nutcracker, Rapunzel, Swan Lake, Princess and the Pauper, Fairytopia, Pegasus. That was 2005. The last good movie that I talked about was 2016. Because that means you've still got more of the Fairytopia ones. Oh, no, that's it. We should watch the Fairytopia movies together. We should do the Fairytopia run. Because we should watch all of them, I think. Because we can watch Fairytopia, which if you had watched the early stuff, you probably watched that. And you know, your Fae Princess is literally perfect. And then we can watch Fairytopia Mermaidia, which is one of their first super gay ones. And then we can watch Magic of the Rainbow, because it's the rainbow. Why did I say it like that? Because it finishes off the series. Yay. And we'll have like a whole set. We don't have to do them all at once either. But we also could. Because I can do that, because I like Barbie movies. You're feeling, you can't hide that from me. You're no status quo calico, so I keep trying to be. Cause you're more than that. You're a doggish cat. That song is still stuck in my head. It's still one of my favorites. The real answer is all of them eventually. Correct! But if I want to do them as like, you know, watch long videos and I want to figure out who I do each one with. But yeah, that sounds very fun. And a fun way to spend more time with the homies as well. I already forced Neri to watch a lot of them with me regardless. I've made him watch a lot of Barbie movies. So I don't even know, like, so like, you know, if I was gonna pick one for him, I don't know which I'd pick because I've shown him most of the iconic ones, or the ones that I want him specifically to see. Did I ever make him watch the Barbie Diaries? I don't know if I did. I should, because it's referenced in our favorite thing. Okay. His hoodie is kind of shaded. Let's do some hair. I close my eyes and feel myself fly 1,000 miles away. I could take flight, but would it be right? My conscience tells me stay. All of the music in Princess and the Pauper is so fucking good, man. It's so iconic. I was yapping about this earlier when I was talking about Starlight Adventure, but I wish the movies were still like this. I wish they were still that peak, but they really just gave up on doing them like that. They don't make stories with like original characters like this. They don't make fairy tale parodies. They don't really do high fantasy altogether. At most, it's like modern fantasy, but it's like modern fantasy in the sense that Bobby, who is a vlogger, will walk somewhere and then she finds a mermaid princess who's just like Chelsea's model, but in bright pink and under the sea, and then they sing a bit, and then they get a crown, and then she saves the day, and then they go home, and then she's a normal vlogger again. It's like not the same thing at all, you know? I miss how dramatic and interesting it was before. I missed how they really introduced a lot of kids to this kind of fantasy. I miss how they made them think. I miss how the characters like had real stakes against them, rather than just basically being a episode special of any cartoon ever. Free to try crazy things, free from endless IOUs, free to fly, free to sing, and marry whom I choose. I miss it so much. Barbie, come back to me. Barbie, come back to me. But it's okay, I can still sing the praises of all the other Barbie movies. I need to pick someone to make watch Starlight Adventure sometime as well, because that one is genuinely really good. It's honestly one of my favorites. Specifically, just it feels so beautiful that they really tried with Starlight Adventure to capture the old stuff, and it's really interesting that they tried that by doing sci-fi to do something entirely different rather than basically like trying the high fantasy but butchering it. It's a really interesting way to go about it. Rob me of more girly fantasy. Exactly! Exactly! We're being robbed and it sucks! I miss the magic. It was so wonderful. And it's like so meaningful. Barbie stories were always so powerful. They were like such interesting fantasy worlds to think about. That's what I mean. Like, you know, they make you think. They introduce so many little kids to all of these types of fantasy and these like really serious stories and everything and their place in the world. They make you learn about old fairy tales or even just about all this stuff altogether. They're inspiring and really interesting. Now it's just kind of what you put on for your kid while you leave the room. And that sucks. Barbie's more than that. What's the point of making Barbie who can be anything and then not letting her be anything? Because the most anything she can be is maybe, oh look, wow, this random girl I met gave us wings for about an hour. But the way she could be anything before was by being all kinds of different characters, and all of them still being Barbie ultimately. And so you can put yourself in any world, you can imagine yourself in anyone's shoes, you can be inspired by anything. That's so much more powerful. And I still believe so much in what in the message Barbie tries to tell. It's like how I said before that when I was showing that new fictional doll, that I do genuinely love that they made an autism-focused doll, and I love some of the things they added to it, but I just hate that they also at the same time are pretending that they haven't dropped quality lately and selling bare minimum things as if they're specialties. Like in the same way, I still stand by Barbie being awesome, and I want Barbie to keep getting better, and I want Barbie to keep getting the love it deserves for everything it's done for the world. But also it's like, give me back the good stuff. I picked up ReZero again. It's great and cool fantasy, but there's some elements that are very clearly men targeted, not girly fantasy. Yeah, exactly. That was one of the things that was special about Barbie. I like how with Barbie stuff, even though she often had like Ken with her, or just any other like boy hero that she'd run into, they're never really the core of it. Most of the time, you know, like the love story is a side thing. It's kind of similar to how it is in a lot of, you know, men's media where a girl is just on the side, but also, frankly, in a lot of Barbie things, they treat the dudes better than the girls are treated in a lot of young boy shows, you know, or like male targeted generic fantasies. Because for them, it's like the girls are kind of just like harem slop a lot of the time. They're there to do fan service, and maybe sometimes they'll get to be powerful later. For Barbie ones, I feel like generally she gets a genuine emotional connection with most of the dudes, or if she doesn't, it's that they have maybe a little flirting, but they don't actually get together in that case, and it's just a little side thing for you to have a little fantasizing about, you know. But regardless, in most of the movies, especially all the ones where it's high fantasy and everything and she's a hero, she does not need him to save the day. It is based around her, and the fact that they fall in love is a part of it. And like, you know, maybe sometimes it's like, you know, her falling in love that is the crux of it. Like if it's like fucking Swan Lake or something, you know, where she needs to, where like her love and their love together saves it, or in 12 Dancing Princesses where they do a duet to get out and stuff like that. But it's still like, the focus is not just that she has a guy and she wants a guy, it's that she's her and also she is in love. She's allowed to do both, and I really like that. Because it's rare in girls things, and rare in a lot of this type of fantasy stuff in general, because otherwise they'll be much more male targeted, and in which case a lot of the women tend to get shafted. I close my eyes and feel myself fly 1,000, I don't know if it's see myself or feel myself there, 1,000 miles away. I could take flight, but would it be right? My conscience tells me stay. I'll remain forever royal. I'll repay my parents' debt. Duty means doing the things your heart may well regret. Like, all of these lyrics go so fucking hard, dude. Isn't that crazy? That's such a big moral to give kids, because obviously the point there is that that's not all that it is. They are not just their duties, but you know, their own dreams and everything. They don't just have to sign themselves onto the things that they're stuck with. But it also still spends that whole time teaching them this concept that sometimes you have to do what's right and not just the things you want to. They couldn't just spend their whole lives living in each other's shoes. But they also get to chase their dreams and be whatever they want. And it's so sweet, and that's so cool. That's a raw-ass line for a little kids movie. They really treated it as, like, serious fantasy. Like, even though it was a Barbie movie, I feel like for most of these things, like, and for their actual stories and their messages, their morals for all of these movies, they tried to... I don't know how to put it. They treated it as if it was just as serious in its story and just as impactful as any other regular fantasy thing, you know? It's kind of like how, The Muppets Christmas Carol is so good because it's not just treated like it's a silly Muppet movie. It's acted, especially from the lead human actors, as if they are in any serious thing. They're like, it's like, yeah, we're on fucking Broadway or something. We're doing something serious. This is a serious movie about a serious topic. It just also has Muppets there. And so it works so well because they tell an impactful story, but also still get all the silliness of the Muppets. It doesn't feel like they're just doing a joke that you're kind of here to laugh at and then go home for and not remember, which a lot of the other Muppet movies feel like, or specifically not the old ones, but you know that one modern Muppet movie they did? I think it's the one that's called The Muppet Movie. That one's us, because it feels like they don't take themselves seriously, not in the way that they know it's funny, but in the way that they don't care. And they just want you to point and go, I know that one, and then go home. But for a lot of old Barbie movies, you know, it feels like there's really this love in there the whole time. They want it to have an impact, but also be silly and cute. And I love that so much. I miss it. I miss it. I miss it. Man. I'll remain forever royal. I'll repay my parents' debt. Duty means doing the things your heart may well regret. But I'll never stop believing. She can never stop my schemes. Seems in my dreams I'll be free. I was about to say, oh, I also love this song from Prince and Pauper and this song, but then I realized as I was thinking through my head of which song to say next, I was just gonna list every single one of them. They're all good. Every single one of them is good, and I like seeing them trend every now and then on like TikTok and stuff as well. I love when Barbie movies and Barbie songs pick up again, because everyone's sleeping on so much peak. There's so much there, and it's all so good. I feel like a lot of people only know which one specific movie was the one they remember from growing up, and then maybe they know like Life in the Dream House. But there's so much peak there. I've really wanted for ages as well, by the way, to make my own Barbie cinematic universe timeline. Kind of like, if any of you guys have watched Unraveled by BDG, like the Unraveled videos that he did for Polygon. I think the first one he ever did was an entire timeline of Legend of Zelda. As in, you weren't meant to take it seriously. It's like not just a timeline of the movies that have connections in them, but every single piece of Zelda media. So it starts off kind of making sense. Like, yeah, there's this one, and then, you know, they go to this place, and that means you start this game. But then eventually it's like, yeah, Zelda Chess is in here, and Zelda Monopoly is in this part, and then this is where you go to the Zelda Watch. I really want to do that with Barbie and find a way to tie every single thing together really ridiculously. I've been wanting to do it as a video for a long time. But also, I actually want to explain my own little timeline theories of the regular movies in a serious way. Because there are... I'm going to be a nerd again. How did this become a Barbie Zatsu, dude? There are a lot of Barbie movies that are explicitly connected in their universes, especially in the early ones. And there are also a lot where it's like... they're connected in meta sense and they're fake. But a lot of people have a misconception about it. That basically they believe either all of them are connected in the same world, or they are all connected by the fact that they're all fake and Barbie is an actor in them. Somehow, both of these are true and wrong at the same time. Because, yes, technically, no matter what, if you know, like, asked fucking John Mattel, they would tell you that, yeah, Barbie's an actor and these are movies that she stars in. But not all of them get canonically promoted that way, and some of them are intended to be set as if they are in part of Barbie's life, like all of the vlogger ones. You're not meant to think those are her acting, though it's her actually going on an adventure. You can often tell this by whether they call the girl Barbie or not as well. You're the girl autism friend. Fred, I always should have had it. You're not even a girl. Yeah, exactly. It's okay. I can be a girl sometimes. It's a treat. But you can sometimes tell this by a few things. A, whether they call the character Barbie or another name, except there's a point where this stops being true. For example, in Starlight Adventure, she's called Barbie, but she's clearly not regular Barbie because she's in a fantasy sci-fi world. B, based on the title of the movie, because sometimes they decided it by whether it was Barbie title or Barbie as or Barbie in. And sometimes the movie itself is not necessarily meant to be Barbie acting, but Barbie telling a story, because it depends on how the movie starts. Like, yeah, technically, at the end of the day, if you want to see them as real, then that means it was Barbie acting in a movie where Barbie tells a story. But the setting of the world, because I'm going by the actual, like, media that they use to promote it and the stuff in the movie, a lot of them, again, especially the early ones, especially if they're fairy tale parodies, are set as real Barbie telling her sister or her friend or something a story, and then you go to the fantasy character. In which case it varies how real they are, especially, see, I'm just like, keep going. You see how much I've thought about this? Especially based on whether it is a fairy tale parody or their own fantasy universe. Like, for example, I think it's fair enough to say that, like, all of the Fairytopia stuff is their own invented world, right? And it is canon that Fairytopia and Mariposa are set in the same place, because Mariposa actually starts with the girl from Fairytopia telling a story to Bibble. Those are in, like, you know, their same little world and everything, right? Those exist in the same universe. And neither of them are real. They would technically be Barbie acting if you wanted to talk about them in a meta sense, but, you know, they are in their own universe together. However, I don't necessarily feel right saying that Swan Lake or Nutcracker exist in the same universe as any of the others, because they are so explicitly exactly like the ballet or fairy tale that they are based on, right? Because, like, Princess and the Pauper, I feel like they made it original enough in their own way that it does make sense for it to be its own universe, and there are some that you could probably connect to it as well. But for, especially because it's referenced in the later ones that parody it. But Swan Lake and Nutcracker are just like that's straight up the ballet. And also in those ones, they are Barbie telling a story. So I don't feel like that is Barbie telling a story of then a connected separate fantasy realm. I feel like that is literally Barbie reading Swan Lake. It doesn't count for anything. I've thought about this so much, dude. By the way, also, I do know that there is I do know that there is a guy, I forget their name, who did this once. I remember seeing someone talk about it, when I brought up Barbie stuff before. I forget their channel name because I get the video recommended to me a lot. I just haven't watched it yet, and I don't know if I want to. Of this person who did a video where they like watch every single Barbie movie in like one sitting. It's like an 8-hour video or something like that. And then I think in that same one they also tried to make their own little timeline of it, and they come up with all these silly theories about like a Aunt Millicent time traveling or something like that. And I think it's funny because from what I've heard about it, they have a lot of the same headcanons that I have, specifically the same headcanons when it comes to like the silly half of it. When it comes to being like, yes, and then this one's canon because this, and actually all of these ones are the same, and actually this Barbie doll and this Barbie video game are in the same universe, you know, like in the unraveled way. When it comes to that stuff, I think from what I've heard that they came to a lot of the same silly conclusions that I did, which I think is very funny and very fun, so I might watch it. But otherwise, I haven't yet, and if I do make my own little timeline thing, I probably won't until after because I don't want it to influence it. And I'm like, I think this is especially a TISM thing, especially if you've ever met people who don't enjoy your flavor of TISM or what you're fixated on or don't get it. But a lot of the times when someone suggests to me something that's like someone who entirely, you know, doesn't know whatever media I'm talking about, like it's their, you know, their first exposure to it. It's like, oh, I reacted to this thing or tried this thing or did all of this and whatever. I really hesitate to watch them or engage with them. It's like I have to really hype myself up for it and tell if they're gonna go into it in good faith or not, you know? Because like some people do stuff like that just to be a dick. Or they like enjoy it, but they don't actually engage with it fully. So then if you're actually passionate about this thing, it's not really very fun to watch. And regardless, by the way, I'm not even trying to make any assumptions about this person because I want to watch it eventually and I'm sure their video is great. But it's like for stuff like that, sometimes things like that are fun if you're not a fan of it or if you're just like casually into it and it's fun and silly. But if you're have the same tism about it that I do, then it's like, no, this is just butchering my fave. But good for everyone else who enjoys it. So I haven't gotten around to watching that yet because I'm scared. But I'll probably enjoy it when I do. I just haven't done it yet. I need to be brave. Be brave. Shout out to 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Saying shout out as if I'm like more famous than 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Brave. That's when I was introduced to true serendipity. What I thought in the parking lot was like, ain't life beautiful and strange? I drove away with not much to say, but in my hand I held a paper bird. Written on it were the words, be brave. Be brave. I don't like that extra line. That looks really dumb. I just want to know your name. There we go. That's how I wanted that to be. I couldn't figure out what I was getting wrong, but it's because I kind of drew this backwards compared to my usual process for a little hair streak like this. So the curve looks kind of flucky. Let's clean that up a little bit. There we go. And then I also need to fix the highlight here. Yeah, on the highlight, da 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 da. I want to make the highlight way more orange. Similar to how I treated that, fuck's sake. Why does it hate me? Similar to how I treated the, dude, there we go. The metal over there. I want to add a color contrast that's warmer the way the rest of it is, so it sort of ties it all together more. My hands, I held a paper bird, held a paper bird. Written on it were the words, be brave. Why is Goofy now? Yeah. I close my eyes and feel myself fly 1,000 miles away. I could take flight, but would it be right? My conscience tells me stay. Okay, and I want a little bit more shade up here. fuck it. Let's make that warmer as well. It's gonna make this have a kind of odd gradient to it, but I think I'll like it. You know, thinking about Barbie again. Fork found in kitchen. But specifically thinking about Princess and the Pauper, because I've been yapping so much about that one. I always think that Girl Like You is such a fucking funny song. Because it's kind of like, the audacity, bro. It's honestly, it makes sense that this song is, like, it's Kira? Sorry, Erica. I'm thinking of Prince and the Pop Star. Fuck. That it's Erica who sings it first, who like starts the song and comes up with this idea that they're the same, while Annalise is like, I am? Am I like you? Because if they'd done it the other way, it would have been tone deaf as hell. It's really fucking funny. See the memes. Oh, are there memes about it? I don't know. This is just a thought I always have. Because, you know, like with Erica singing it, it makes sense because Erica's coming up with this and she's kind of whimsical. Yeah, it has to be Erica. If it was Annalise, it would be really weird. Because imagine if you were Erica, if it was the other way around. If you were Erica, this pauper who's like, you're not even just poor because of your own state, or not even just working so hard because of your own life, but because your parents took a debt with someone in order just to be able to barely feed you, and then died, and this woman keeps increasing her debt with interest just so that you're indebted to her forever. That's fucked up. And you meet the princess of your entire fucking kingdom. If it was the other way around, can you imagine if then the princess started being like, we're twinsies, like I suffer the same way you do, you know, you're indebted to forever for the rest of your life, and sometimes I don't get to pick out the dress that I want to wear. Because like, and then I think I'd kill her. I'd end up with a charge for treason. And it would be a very different movie. But so that's why it's gotta be Erica. It can't be any other way. But it makes sense as Erica anyway, because she's more, even though Annalise has her own thoughts and everything, she hasn't really allowed herself to fully be free thinking yet. She kind of like submits to the life she's given, even though she wants to break out. But Erica's already constantly trying to escape it. Erica was showing class solidarity between women. Exactly! But if Annalise had done it, it would just kind of made her look like a dick. But so in that context, it would have been very hilarious. But honestly, even on its own, I think it is still a funny song. But again, it makes sense. You know, it's like, you understand why they're united. And that's the point of it being Erica. Because Erica's like, you know what? I don't care that we're different. We're still kind of the same. Because at the end of the day, we're both women who suffer because we don't ever get to do what we want to do. I guess even when you're, you know, a princess, life isn't perfect. That's what she's saying. And that's really sweet. And it's very clearly sort of feminist in it as well when they mention that part of like, and imagine life without the strife of an unfamiliar groom, and laugh about it, which I think is really funny. It's kind of crazy. I think people forget that line is in there. But yeah. But it's still really silly to think about sometimes. But like the comparison of being just like you, and again, I know the point is that their days sound entirely different. And then she goes, you're just like me, and you're like, what? But like when you just see the lyrics on their own for the first time, it's fucking hilarious. Being like, because Eric is just like, yeah, if I want to have any sort of hot breakfast, if I want to have anything that isn't just sludge, then I'm gonna have to walk like miles over to the nearest place where there's a chicken coop, and I've got to go and get the eggs myself, get them from the chickens like way at the ass crack of dawn, because I can't stay too long because I've got work. Then I've got to go all the way back, and I'm gonna have to pay if I want to actually have it hot, and I'm gonna cook, and by the time I get it, it's gonna be cold and sad, and then I can maybe eat, and also I've got to start work, and then I've got to, you know, work on getting rid of my debt because I don't earn any money from this. It's just so that I can live. And then for the princess to go, well, I ring a little bell and a maid comes in and she rubs my feet and sings something to me and she gives me cookies and food. We're twins! It's so silly. I'm just like you, you're just like me. There's somewhere else we'd rather be. Somewhere that's ours, somewhere the dreams come true. Yes, I am a girl like you. You wouldn't think that it was so, but now I've met you and I know it's clear as day, sure as the sky is blue. Yes, I am a girl like you, girl like you. I think because I didn't line the nose, it kind of looks like a nut. I need to put more line out up here. You wouldn't think that it was so. Just like with Two Voices, One Song, this is another one where every time I sing it, I want to sing both the harmony and the melody, and I can't do that because I'm one person and it makes me sad. So I always end up, I always end up like singing both of them and then switching halfway through. I'm just like you, I think that's true, you're just like me, yes I can see we take responsibility, carry through, do what we need to do, yes I am a girl like you, But now I've met you and I know a heart that beats, a voice that speaks the truth. Yes, I am a girl like you. Yippee. Okay, I'm almost done with this. Okay, this needs a little more shine to it. What if the shine? Oh, that's already the color I'm using? Oh, I need a lighter one then. What if I say out loud? How could I refuse? I can't get Firmage's song stuck in my head without trying to do an entire impression of him. It's kind of just necessary. You can't sing that song without becoming him. You need to embody him entirely. Otherwise, like, why are you singing it? You have no right. Could I refuse? Bum, ba-dum, ba-bum. Find yourself in the song. Oh, I'm literally just singing like every fucking Bobby movie song from every musical that we've discussed today now. I need to know these answers. I need to find my way Yeah, I didn't like the shading I did, so I'm going to change it around a little bit. I'm still figuring out how I want the fluff pattern to look here. Fluff pattern? Fluff pattern. Why don't we start with a storm? Do 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 do. Moments when your heart decides. I need to know these answers. I need to find my way. I want to kind of make these stripes look more like they're actually part of his fluff rather than just magically striping onto his face. But I don't want them to stick out too much or they just kind of look really spiky, you know? Because, you know, pandas do in fact just have like a flat stripe there. But it's like they're still furry, so I need to show that it's still fur. And then it gives it a more interesting texture anyway. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think that adds a little something to it. I'm also going to do more of that down here. I think it should be scruffy around where his mouth is anyway. Because I feel like animals usually are like that. This is usually the part where their fur gets less perfectly patterned. Need to visit you as a late birthday thing as soon as I get one of those modern day magic tech courses characters again. Yeah, yeah. Now we can do Barbie stuff. What else do I want in here? No, I don't want that. Okay, I need to color their eyes finally. And I think this needs more color. I think I need to put something warm on here because everything else has like at least one warm highlight to bring back this like redness that I wanted for the whole thing. But this doesn't have anything yet. So we're gonna get a warm highlight color. And it'll help make the color look more neutral again too. I need to know, why do my memories start with a storm? I can be anything I dream, live a life that's made for me. I'll light up the whole world, I'll be shining so bright. Anything is possible if I look into my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a shooting star. When I'm down and feeling scared, I know I should take a chance. World is sitting right here in the palm of my hands. Flying higher than before, giving up is not a choice. Push the doubt aside and step into the spotlight. La 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 la. I can be anything I dream, live a life that's made for me. I'll light up the whole world, I'll be shining bright. Anything is possible if I look into my heart. Oh, 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 I'm a shooting star. That one's the song from Starlight Princess. You can do Barbie stuff, yeah. Let's recreate Diamond Castle, bestie. Just without the betraying and with the cottagecore girlfriends vibe instead. All the sapphics, none of the suffering. Yay! Bye now. Oh, 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 I'm a shooting star. Shooting star. We are shooting stars. Shooting star. We are shooting stars. Okay, I think I need to make this shadow here way more neutral. Because it's kind of, well, I want to kind of sort of pick up the warm light from the rest. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay, cool. We're almost done. I fuck with this. I need to put their eyes in at last, even though I literally said that a second ago and then did something else. Wait, no, before I do that, I want to add more colors to the line on the hands so they look less flat. It's part of how everything else looks alive, is I gave a little something to the line art. But since these just have a flat line at the moment, it makes them look plain. I think I might flatline after what you said last time. I really wish you'd stop playing games for the sake of my heart. So why don't you call me? I've been sitting here all week. I don't know how long I can last before I flatline. That was a song by, they called Heartbeat? I think they were called Heartbeat, but it's just like a hot and then the word beat. They were a chorus battle group made up of Phoebe and Ami and Clary, if I remember right. I think I'm remembering that right. I might be wrong. For the sake of my heart, so why don't you call me? I've been sitting here all week. I've been sitting here. They made such banger songs for that. It's honestly original. Hey, we finally found a topic that's not Bobby. Groups that make original songs for chorus battles are genuinely insane to me, and they have all of my respect in the world. And I think they are like inhuman. How do they do that? Chorus battles already stress me out enough. I don't think I've ever actually gotten through one more than one round, because usually the group that I'm in falls apart, or I just straight up don't have the time. I very rarely even try to take them on. And also just like the pressure, I just kind of can't do much under that kind of time limit and pressure. So people who make entirely original songs for the whole thing, insane work. Especially when usually they have like full like MVs and everything, and the gorgeous art, like it's still just as complex as anyone else who did a cover. I don't get how people do it. Especially when, for most chorus battles, you don't even get much of a prize. You get like bragging rights for half of them, because they're just little things for fun. How do you do that? Actually crazy. Yeah, it was Claire. Yeah. I live in a glass house because I like to have an audience. Throwing stones anyway, and the reason should be obvious. I love that song. I genuinely, like, I listen to that one on the regular. I don't give a fuck that it's a chorus battle group. I think they're insane, and also I think they slap. That's why they're insane. She would never buy, cause that's unladylike. Every magazine, she's smiling out of spite. Perfect pretty face, and rooting for the fans. You know she only does it cause she knows she can. I'm bad for you, way too cute. I'll make you sick. Yeah, I'm the type who'll ruin your life with a tube of pink lipstick. And I'll flash the prettiest grin while stabbing you in the back. So run away, cause if you stay, you'll have a heart attack. I live in a glass house because I like to have an audience. It's just like such a fucking banger lyric, dude. You'll find being the composer help with the correct turnaround. Yeah, for sure. Like, all of the lyrics in that are so fucking good. It's one of those ones where I listen to a song and I'm like, God, I wish I fucking wrote that line. Like, I wish I could use that line, but I heard something else, so now I can't. I wish I was the one who wrote that. So fire. She would never bite. Well, honestly, she might. So don't fuck with me, you know what it means to have a heart attack. Whoa. She's out for blood, she's out for blood. Whoa. 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 Such fucking bangers, man. Okay. I like that. What else did I want to do? I need to do the eyes. I literally said like 3 times, oh, okay, now I can finally color their eyes, and then didn't do it. But I believe one of these has the same sort of color as the hair streak, right? Yes, and then the other one is a different blue, but that's pretty much the same pink for this eye. She's out for blood, she's out for blood. Whoa. I'm gonna try and make these similar values, even though they're very different hues. This is generally what I do for most characters where they have heterochromia of this type. Oh, that's way too blue. I forgot that I've been making all the blues really muted for this. Fuck. Okay, that might make it a bit harder. But if you want to make them look, I don't know, normal. If you want to make them look balanced despite the different eyes and not just like draw crazy attention to one and make them the mismatch really intense, you can change the hue, but try and keep the values of them the same. So basically how dark or bright they are, and generally how saturated they are. Obviously that doesn't work perfectly for everything. Like some colors are going to look brighter no matter what, and it depends on the rest of your piece. Because like obviously the red here blends in with everything else really naturally, because the whole piece is pretty warm and they have the red in their hair. But the blue is going to stand out no matter what. So I got to try and figure out a shade I can pick for this that makes it look more like it's meant to be in this piece. Because all of the other blues I've done, or blue-greens I've done, are actually like pretty different to how they are in the original model. Because of the palette I was going for. I can make it lighter than that, I think, but I think that's a good place to start from. Heterophobia eyes, let's go, yeah! Actually, no, it needs to be brighter, and it needs to be greener. Just a pretty face, and just a figurehead. I heard all of it, every word you said. Better take it back, cause I'm out for blood. Used to breaking things, what's another heart? Okay. I'm going to shade this with some of these same colors. For this one. What do their eyes look like, and what do I want them to look like? I actually didn't even decide where they're looking, because it was kind of meant to be looking at the camera, but I feel like they can't. Or like this. Like, even if I did that, they'd kind of be looking off into the distance a bit. I guess it'll be fine. Let me start with something that's kind of like this. I want to make the shadow pretty thick to emphasize this sort of like sleepy eyes they have going on. Because if I put too much shine at the top, then it'll just make them look really bright, even though I tried to make the eyes look half-lidded. And then I want a similar value difference over here. I'm also going to use this chance to make it purpler so I can neutralize. Neutralize is a really threatening word to use here, but neutralize this blue a bit to match with everything else a bit better. But that's not quite right. I still want it to be greener than that. Do you hate me or did you fall in love? There's so many songs, honestly, by little like Kai Guy idols that I love, and net idols, and also even by like chorus battle groups and temporary things like this that I want to cover one day. But it's kind of awkward because it's like I feel I don't know, with Kai Guy idols and stuff, I feel like it would be more careful about covering them when they're in another thing. I'd feel bad unless for some of them they put out in their instrumentals specifically to be covered. Some of them I feel kind of bad. I feel bad using the original, so I want to get one. But it's also like, but can I cover your thing? I don't know, because you know it's tricky when someone's really indie covering. It's like how there's so many songs that I love by songwriters that I found on like TikTok where I would love to cover them so bad, but I feel like they're in a state where they're kind of, even though covers seem like good promotion, sometimes someone's a little bit too small for covers to be good for them. I don't know if that makes much sense, but it's like obviously with most of the Kai idols, it's not quite like this because generally they're mostly much more famous than me, so it's not like I think my reputation is gonna like steamroll them, but it is when I feel like a artist on TikTok and stuff, because sometimes, especially when it's like a random artist I found on like a TikTok thing or something, it's like that's not them putting out something to be famous. It was just like them personally writing a little thing and they happened to upload it. So then doing like some big public cover, especially if I give it all like fancy production or something, then it feels like, whoa, hang on dude, that's not yours. Whoa, especially if it's before they've done anything official with it. There's so many songs that I love that are just like one random TikTok recording, and I'm like, dude, I want to make like a whole cover of this with a music video, but then it's gonna look like mine is a music video and I can't do that. But with a lot of idols, sometimes I feel awkward. I don't know, I guess I'm in such close proximity to a lot of them that I'm like, am I loud? Am I loud? Is that okay? But I know for a lot of them it is. I'm just paranoid. It feels a little awkward if you're the one cover person, because I also feel like when it's a small thing, if you're the only person who's done a cover of them, then it's like, I gotta get it extra right, you know? It's not like there's a billion of these. I'm gonna round that out a little bit. It's kind of too square here. And then I'm gonna also add that brown to the eye here as well. Just kind of adds a little more depth and separates it from the hair a bit. But I also wanna, this eye is like too big. Like it shouldn't be white there because it's kind of dragging off to the side of the face. I feel like it should be brown here. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. I think it's also not round enough over here. Oops, wrong one. Let's try something like this to fix the shape a little. I don't fuck with that either. I The issue is, I guess, that I gotta make it look like it would be round if the eye was fully open. I need to make sure it still looks lidded. But I don't want it to just look square. I guess that's fine. Okay. I think this color is a little bit too dark. Oh, that is way too light. Okay. Fuck me, I guess. But yeah, I really want to cover a lot of songs like this. There's so many indie artists that I follow on TikTok and stuff that I'm just like waiting for them to do big major releases so that I can cover all of their songs. And I also want to cover a lot from idols that I like. I'd really like to cover Barry's second song, which I'm still forgetting exactly how the name goes in Japanese because it is really long. That was also definitely incorrect. But I was singing that one all today. And I want to cover a handful of Phoebe songs. Serena eyes emoji. Okay, and let's make this eye a little bit brighter over here. You know what, actually, I might take this like yellowy color that I used and make that the highlight I use for these eyes. Because then it'll, oh yeah, that's nice. It gives it like the pop you want to highlight to have without it just being white, and again, makes the whole thing look like it's under a warm light. And I think I'm going to take an actual darker, creamy, yellowy orange color to give them another one, maybe up here. That's too bright. I was composing, did I say my name? Yes, I did, because I said I want to cover a bunch of Phoebe songs at some point as well. I think if I add the second shine, their eyes look a little bit too happy. Like I still want the eepiness to come through, so it works better when the shines are underneath. Because then the top of the eye looks a little dead, but they still have the shininess in them. But I usually like to add like a contrasting shine over there. Oh, you know what I could do? You know what I could do? I could do the thing that I do for every single character that has heterochromia. Nobody is going to be surprised because I do this for all of them. In order to put a little shine to it without actually adding a light there, I'm just going to take their shading colors and make that a highlight. Yay! Now they have a little contrast in there. And it looks funky. Gives them a little texture, gives them a little pizzazz. And it makes it Emmy coded because I like putting every color everywhere when I draw things. Yeah, it gives their eyes more depth when they have these kind of colors in them. But yeah, I want to cover a bunch of Phoebe songs. I'm forgetting which ones I specifically decided on the other day because I was listening to a bunch of Phoebe music the other day, when a lot of this came to mind. But I've forgotten which ones I had in my head as like, yeah, I definitely got to do this sometime. Because if you just ask me Phoebe songs I like, then I'm going to list all of them. I don't want to do too much of this thing that I'm doing right now with the contrast, because if I do it too much, then it looks like the eyes on the original design are meant to have like this type of heterochromia where it's based on the top and bottom of one eye rather than both eyes being different. But I think like that it's fine. I might add a lighter color in the center here to help make it like clearly a blue eye than just me shading, and yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's make it brighter. This helps define it clearly as like an eye that's blue or an eye that's red, that I'm just shading in these colors, in these contrast colors, rather than one that is both of those colors. That red is way brighter and more saturated than the blue, so it stands out too much. Let's go like that. This eye should also be pinker, to be honest. I need to make this pop more. Oh no, that one's too much. Fuck. Okay, what about that? I kind of like that. But these are not round enough, so the eyes look kind of wonky now. Okay, almost there, almost there. Need to get the shape right. Okay, I like that. I like that. The eyes are still a little wonky in my opinion, but I think it's fine because I can only do so much. Because a part of it, I think, is based on how I drew the eyelids themselves. I kind of want to add a little something like this to the eyelids to make them have some texture like the rest. Give them lashes. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, is there anything else I want to do to make this have some more fun? I would like to add more colors to the lineup for the hair, the same way I did for the rest, but I put so many colors in the hair itself that it's kind of tricky to do that without fucking it up. Because that's just going to look like more shading colors instead of more line-out colors. But I guess I can fudge it in a few places. Just to sort of make it look like these match. Like it matches with everything. Just give it a little touch. Yeah. Just a little something something here and there. Then it's just kind of more similar in texture with everything else. Okay, cool. What else do I want to do with my finishing touches? I think I just need to kind of do the backdrop now. Oh, I need their whiskers, and I also want to make this not flat white. I want to make it an espresso. I'm so funny. Let's go for like a yellowish tone behind these eyes, because everything else is kind of yellow. So if I just make that like pure white, it looks really weird. I could go for this color. Then they both look like white. Oh no. The second I used that yellow highlight color I had for the eyes, it suddenly looks like AI art to me. Like, I don't think my art itself looks like AI, but it looks like it has the exact same yellow wash over it, and it's throwing me off now. I think it's fine, but like, you see what I mean? I ended up on like the exact tone, and I'm feeling uncomfortable about it. It's bugging me a bit. Also, I think this eye is accidentally more open than the other one. I need to enhance the eyelid here. Not the AI piss filter. You see what I mean? Like, it kind of looks like it has the AI piss filter, and I don't like it. But it's okay. I'm gonna make it pop more, so I think it'll be fine. Ugh. Because I wanted an extra white here anyway, so I'm not actually gonna... Oh, fuck. So I'm not actually gonna make that the same color. I'm gonna go for like a... I want to get like a blue tinted white to be on the pupils there. That is not right. That's like way too blue. But it's almost what I'm going for. Because I want it to contrast a little bit with the orange that's everywhere else, but not fully. I still want everything to look nice and warm. And I want to be able to use it as a white for some stuff in the background. I think that kind of works. Though maybe it's a little bit too cold. Let's make it greener, maybe? Yeah, that kind of green white works. I look so good my commission game because I love him as pink gums. Yay! Commission as many times as you want. You think I'm gonna complain? Okay, and now I want to do something that I did. I think I did this for the first time on the one I did for 𝘆cie. I wanted to add a little pizzazz to this with some jagged lines. I also did this on 𝘆cie_𝗿, the one with the boobs. Like, that's not quite right, but I think you see the vision. But I think what I want to do... First of all, I'm going to clean this up, but then I want to actually make it... I'm probably going to switch this color out in a sec. Because I thought I'd want a white outline like this, but I think I'm going to make it a color and then white, and then another color. And I also want this to be slightly rounder. Because everything else here is generally on the rounder, on the rounder side. It's not that sharp. So this is like way too sharp. Let's smooth off all these edges a bit, sand it down a little. The one with boobs, the only one to ever have boobs. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, it's not really like I draw boobs much in my other MS Paint ones. It was just specifically that one for me. So, you're not wrong. That is, in fact, the only one to ever have boobs. Okay. And now what I want to do is go like this. I need to get a different color in the back. This is not going to be the color that I keep there, but it's like placeholder, bear with. Because I want to make this, where the orange is now is going to be white. I'm going to swap them around. We're only halfway to the vision. What are your MS comes from me? Most of my message milk. Yeah, I mean, well, no, the one with boobs for B was a dude as well. He just had big mad boobs. Okay, right, placeholder color here. Bear with me, let me cook. Then I want this one to be the one that's white. And then this can go back to being orange. Then I'll probably swap the red for something else as well. Maybe I'll go for like a blue. Huh, orange is too close. Maybe this part should be blue. I think if it's blue, it should be like a... I don't like that shade of blue, but it's like I see my own vision here. It's just not right yet. Maybe I should go for a much lighter orange. Let's go for like something creamy and yellow, but still try to not make it look like AI piss filter. It really freaked me out the way I landed like exactly on AI piss color a sec ago. Like, I'm not gonna recover from that. I'm not fucking with this how I thought I would. With this vision I had. It's kind of like not hitting. Or at least not hitting the way I wanted it to. Hang on, let me get rid of the stuff over here. So I can see how it looks. Yeah, that doesn't look right. I don't like that. I don't like that at all, actually. I could do some shit like this and add another layer, but I don't think it's going to improve it. Yeah, no, that's just awesome. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, I don't like that. Let me swap this back. I'm putting the white color back here. That's almost something. What if it's like this? That's still almost something. It's not quite something yet, but it's like almost something. Nope, that is really ugly desaturated color. I need it to be warmer and brighter. Ah! It's like, I have a fucking vision here, but it's not, my vision isn't visioning. Which is really annoying because this is the end. I'm like done with this. And I had intended to do something along these lines with this big funky color from the start, but I do not like any version of it that I do right now. This is like almost there, you know? Like I almost like this. Sorry, I'm so zoomed out. I almost like this. I just don't. And I want to like it. I guess I kind of like it like that. That kind of hits, maybe. Sort of. Do we fuck with this? I guess I kind of fuck with this. I'm still not satisfied with this color, but I might just add an orange behind it. Like, I might just do some shit like this and see if I like it. Oh, that orange is clashing really bad. But I might add a different kind of orange. Calling on a rainfall, I'm calling on a storm. No time wasted waiting, I want it to pour. And when the curtain opens up on a new sky, I'm washing my worries away. Goodbye. That orange ruined it entirely, but I want to see if a brighter orange works, because that one is like definitely clashing, but I want to see if I can make any shade of orange here work at all. Because it'd be nice to have more orange to make the, you know, the panda part the focus and not just the eyes. I guess that's okay. Do I want it to be white here again at the end? No. Sure, I'll settle with this. I'll settle. I can accept this. This is fine. Just needs a background of some kind in order to pop. And I'm gonna put some blue down here because it's really empty here. Okay, time to sign it. Yay! I also need to add the whiskers. Emiraki, what time is it? It is almost 8 p.m. I started at like I started at 2 because I spent so long on the oversim chamber. So this one took us like 6 hours. Give or take like 3 hours probably spent total on talking about Barbie instead of drawing. Nice. I'm finally breaking out of my pattern of way severely overcomplicating these and ending up needing to do them in like 2 separate sittings or running way over into the night for me. I actually will have time to do at least something else before I go to bed tonight. That's rare. It is, however, dark in my room now. Like, the sun is setting as we speak, so it's like, I can feel it getting dark now that I'm thinking about the time. I wouldn't have noticed it a second ago, but now I'm really paying attention to it. Do you guys like it? You like the red panda guy? Did I call him a raccoon earlier? I feel like I almost called him a raccoon at some point, because I keep almost doing that, and I have no idea why. Because it's like, I know what a red panda is. I don't know why my brain keeps trying to switch. I'm gonna leave that part blank. It's very cute and compatible. Yippee! I'll take that as a win. I feel like there should be another color behind his hands here. We need the whiskers, don't we? I can't forget that. I knew there was something else that I needed to add as the final touch before I ended, but I forgot what it was. Actually, that might just add too much attention there. At least it should be smaller. Okay, whiskers. It's really bothering me that I almost landed on AI fist filter. This is one of the many thousands of problems with AI. Now when I draw things that are purposefully like colored to look as if they have like a nice warm lighting on them, because it's not even for the sake of it just looking like it's in some retro filter for this. It's because he has a whole warm color palette, so I wanted to make it look all warm and cozy to balance it, to focus it all around this orange and then make the little red and blue stand out. But now when I do stuff like that on purpose, it looks like a fucking AI thing. And I had to be so careful to avoid it. Hang on, I need to bring in the ref to see how they do these little whiskers. Okay, yeah, they're entirely detached on their ref. I'm just kind of floating. I need to just figure out how to place them where I want them. Because I guess if they go over the hair, it'll kind of just, you won't be able to see them at all. So I'll do them over here. I've got to make them a little thicker just to match with everything else that I have going on, because if they're thin, they'll look really awkward when all of the lines here are kind of thick. But if I make them too thick, then they don't look like whiskers anymore. Especially because whiskers are kind of the same thickness the whole way. Let me add another one up here instead of one down low because I don't have space there, so we'll do it like this instead. And just a little bit longer. That doesn't look like whiskers. I think the last one is the most of the culprit. And the top one having a little bump at the end is fucking it up. Fuck. Oh, they're like way too high, but I can't really put them any lower because the way I do the rest of this. Maybe I should have taken them into account at the start. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Let me clean up the rest around it though, because I want to add a white line around them anyhow, because they have that in the original to make them stand out, but also I've done a white highlight here regardless. What I can't decide is if I want to make this whole outline thing follow them or make them stick out by just having white specifically around them, like this. That like sort of breaks out from the pattern. Or do I make the red and orange parts here also follow them? I think I gotta make the red and orange also follow them. Otherwise they're really out of place. Because it's so thin. Yeah, I got it. Okay, let's move this. Bubble swapping. See, the majority of AI will go on in the internet graphic. Yeah, I really hope so. I see a lot of people talking about things like that, and I'm praying for it. I really want it to just become some slop thing of the past that occasionally you maybe have to worry about with like a shitty company or something. I want it to be viewed as shit unanimously. Because also, like, it can't last only on itself. The more people try, the more people, I say people, companies, because a lot of the reason it becomes so much in everything, right, and you find it in all your apps and stuff lately, is because all of the companies that produce it know that it's expensive and ridiculous to produce, and that most people are adverse to it, so they try and create their own demand for it. That's why you get it in things that you've never wanted. Like, oh, what if this messaging app you had an AI that read your messages for you? And you're like, no, I didn't ask it to do that. Why would I want that? And they make it sound like it's really cool so that they can create their own demand in order to make up for the cost of having it, and to also make it look like it's way more helpful when people are so against, when some of the rest of the AI stuff is such a hot topic. but that already shows that they are desperate because they can only do so much. Like they need it, and that is why you see it shoved everywhere, and I want them to stop and I want them to go, but they can only do so much to force it into culture. Sorry, I lost a bit of my sentence while I was distracted by focusing on this highlight. I forgot exactly what I was going to end it at because it was not that. But yeah, right, and as they shove it everywhere like that and force it into everything, eventually the AIs are only going to be able to feed on themselves, because a lot of people don't fucking want them in the first place, so they avoid using them. And then they shove it down your throats everywhere and spam it everywhere, and then the AI is referencing of itself. That's, you know, like how we got the fucking AI piss filter. But it's not even just that. The same goes for text everywhere, for all the ones that generate answers for things, and for the same for all the AI that overtakes Pinterest and stuff like that. AI cannot replace humans because it is learning from humans. So I hope eventually it just dies. But anyway, speaking of humans and human art, yippee, we did it! Success! Another MS Paint come done. And I believe I've gotten all the details on them correct. Yeah, there's the whiskers, there's the cool. Yippee! What do you guys think? You like it? Did you have fun spending this time with me? And fixing the Oversim chamber and spending most of it as just basically a glorified Bobby Zatsu, where I drew in the background. Let me save this and then I will go submit it. Yeah, this is actually our last stream for this week as well, but that usually is the case for MS Paint Day because I don't like streaming on Sundays too much. I'm going to try and make sure I rest my voice tomorrow, though I also have things to record. And on Monday, actually, I think it's Monday, unless I happened to make it Tuesday because I have something to do, but probably on Monday, or at least on Tuesday, we will be back to DDLC again. And for half of next week, I'm going to be away, unfortunately, but it's only really the weekend. I'm going to try and shove fun stuff before that, because hopefully we'll finally be able to get through more of the Emmy month stuff that I intended. Because I've been mentioning how I want to do a lot of fun things this month, or things that are generally Emmy birthday themed overall, in order to make up for the fact that I couldn't spend my actual birthday with you. So keep an eye out, and hopefully I'll be able to announce things for next week and the weeks onwards. Thank you for reigniting my interest in Bobby. You're welcome. That should always be present. It should always be there no matter what. Other than that, I'm gonna go get some food, and I'm gonna go get some food because I'm really hungry, and a drink because I'm really thirsty, because I kept yapping without drinking anything because I couldn't be bothered to stop drawing because I wanted to finish first. I hope you guys had fun. And if your day's about to end, I almost forgot my sentence. I was like, wait, hang on, what is it? Bobby Prince and Popstar is my favorite. Yeah. If your day's about to end, then oyasumi. And if it's just getting started, have a very lucky day. Bye bye. Johnny.